Pa Sloane's Purchase by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Willie. "I guess the molasses is getting low, ain't it?" said Pa Sloane insinuatingly. "Suppose I better drive up to Carmody this afternoon to get some more." "There's a good half-gallon of molasses in the jug yet," said Ma Sloane ruthlessly. "That so? Well, I noticed the kerosene demijohn wasn't very hefty the last time I filled the can. Reckon it needs replenishing. We have kerosene enough to do for a fortnight yet." Ma continued to eat her dinner with an impassive face, but a twinkle made itself apparent in her eye, lest Pa should see it and feel encouraged thereby. She looked immovably at her plate. Pa Sloane sighed. His invention was giving out. "Didn't I hear you say day before yesterday that you were out of nutmegs?" he queried after a few minutes' severe reflection. "I got a supply of them from the egg peddler yesterday," responded Ma, by a great effort preventing the twinkle from spreading over her entire face. I wonder if this third failure would squelch Pa, but Pa was not to be squelched. "Well, anyway," he said, brightening up under the influence of a sudden saving inspiration, "I'll have to go and get the soil mare shod. So if you got any little errands you want done at the store, Ma, just make a memo of them while I hitch up." The matter of shoeing the soil mare was beyond Ma's province, although she had her own suspicions about the soil mare's need for shoes. "Why can't you give up beating about the bush, Pa?" she demanded with consumptuous pity. "You might as well own up to what's taking you to Carmody. I can see through your design. You want to get away to the Garland auction. That's what is troubling you, Pa Sloane." "I don't know but what I might step over, seeing it's so handy. But the soil mare really does need shoeing, Ma," protested Pa. "There's always something needing to be done if it's convenient," retorted Ma. "Your mania for auctions will be the ruin of you yet, Pa. A man of 55 ought to have grown out of such hankering. But the older you get, the worse you get. Anyway, if I wanted to go to auctions, I'd select them as something like, and not waste my time on little one-horse affairs like this of Garland's." "One might pick up something real cheap at Garland's," said Pa defensively. "Well, you're not going to pick up anything, cheap or otherwise, Pa Sloane, because I'm going with you to see that you don't. I know I can't stop you from going. I might as well try to stop the wind from blowing, but I shall go, too, out of self-defense. This house is so full now of old clutter and truck that you've brought home from auctions that if I feel as if I was made out of pieces and leftovers." Pa Sloane sighed again. It was not exhilarating to attend an auction with Ma. She would never let him bid on anything. But he realized that Ma's mind was made up beyond the power of a mortal man's persuasion to alter it. So he went out to hitch up. Pa Sloane's dissipation was going to auctions and buying things that nobody else would buy. Ma Sloane's patient endeavors of over 30 years had been able to effect only a partial reform. Sometimes Pa heroically refrained from going to an auction for 6 months at a time. Then he would break out worse than ever to go to all that took place for miles around and come home with wagonfuls of misfits. His last exploit had been to bid on an old dasher turned for $5. The boys round things up on Pa Sloane for the fun of it, and bring it home to outrage Ma, who had made her butter for 15 years in the very latest, most up-to-date barrel churn. To add insult to injury, this was the second dasher churn Pa had bought at an auction. That settled it. Ma decreed that henceforth she would chaperon Pa when he went to auctions. But this was the day of Pa's good angel, when he drove up to the door where Ma was waiting. A breathless, hatless imp of 10 flew into the yard and hurled himself between Ma and the wagon step. "Oh, Mrs. Sloane, won't you come over to our house at once?" he gasped. "The baby's got colic, and Mama's just wild, and he's all black in the face." Mama went, feeling that the stars in their courses fought against a woman who was trying to do her duty to her husband. But first she admonished Pa. "I shall let you go alone, but I charge you, Pa, not to bid anything. Pa, on anything, do you hear?" Pa heard and promised to heed, with every intention of keeping his promise. Then he drove away joyfully. On any other occasion Ma would have been a welcome companion, but she certainly spoiled the flavor of an auction. When Pa arrived at the Carmody store, he saw that the little yard of the Garland place below the hill was already full of people. The auction had evidently begun, so not to miss any more of it. Pa hurried down. The sorrel mare could wait for shoes until afterwards. Ma had been within bounds when she called the Garland auction a one-horse affair. It certainly was very paltry, especially when compared to the big Donaldson auction of a month ago, which Pa still lived over in happy dreams. Horace Garland and his wife had been poor. When they died within 6 weeks of each other, one of consumption and one of pneumonia, they left nothing but debts and a little furniture. The house had been a rented one. The bidding on the various poor articles of a household gear put up for sale was not brisk, but had an element of resigned determination. Carmody people know that these things had to be sold to pay the debt, and they could not be sold unless they were bought. Still, it was a very tame affair. A woman came out of the house carrying a baby of about 18 months in her arms, and sat down on the bench beside the window. "There's Marthy Blair with the Garland baby," said Robert Lawson to Pa. "I'd like to know what's to become of this poor young one." "Ain't there any of the father or mother folks to take him?" asked Pa. "No, Horace had no relatives that anybody ever heard of. Mrs. Horace had a brother, but he went to Manitoba years ago, and nobody knows where he is now. Suppose I'll have to take the baby, and nobody seems anxious to. I've got 8 myself, or I'd think about it. He's a fine little chap." Pa, with Ma's parting admonition ringing in his ears, did not bid on anything, although it will never be known how great was the heroic self-restraint he put on himself, until just at the last, when he did bid on a collection of flower-pots, thinking that he might indulge himself to that small extent. But Josiah Sloane had been commissioned by his wife to bring those flower-pots home to her, so Pa lost them. "There, that's all," said the auctioneer, wiping his face, for the day was very warm for October. "There's nothing else unless we sell the baby." A laugh went through the crowd. The sale had been a dull affair, and they were ready for some fun. Someone called, "Put him up, Jacob." The joke found favor, and the call was repeated hilariously. Jacob Blair took little Teddy Garland out of Martha's arms and stood him up on the table by the door, steadying the small chap with one big brown hand. The baby had a mop of yellow curls and a pink and white face and big blue eyes. He laughed at the men before him and waved his hands in delight. Pa Sloane thought he had never seen such a pretty baby. "Here's a baby for sale," shouted the auctioneer. "A genuine article, pretty near as good as brand new. A real live baby, guaranteed to walk and talk a little. Who bids? $1? Did I hear anyone mean enough? Bid $1? No, sir, babies don't come up as cheap as that, especially the curly-headed brand." The crowd laughed again, and Pa Sloane, by way of keeping the joke, cried, $4. Everyone looked at him. The impression flashed through the crowd that Pa was earnest, and meant this to signify his intention of giving the baby a home. He was well-to-do, and his only son was grown up and married. 6, cried John Clark from the other side of the yard. John Clark lived in White Sands, and he and his wife were childless. The bit of John Clark's was Pa's undoing. Pa Sloane could not have an enemy but a rival he had, and that rival was John Clark. Everywhere at auctions, John Clark was wont to bid against Pa. At the last auction, he had outbid Pa in everything, not having the fear of his wife before his eyes. Pa's fighting blood was up in a moment. He forgot Ma Sloane, and soon he forgot what he was bidding for. He forgot everything except determination that John Clark should not be a victor again. 10, he called shrilly. 15, shouted Clark. 20, vociferated Pa. 25, bellowed Clark. 30, shrieked Pa. He nearly burst a blood vessel in his shrieking, but he had won. Clark turned off with a laugh and shrug, and the baby was knocked down to Pa Sloane by the auctioneer, who meanwhile had been keeping the crowd in roars of laughter, a quick fire of witticisms. There had not been such fun in an auction in Carmody for many a long day. Pa Sloane came, or was pushed forward. The baby was put into his arms. He realized that he was expected to keep it, and he was too dazed to refuse. Besides, his heart went out to the child. The auctioneer looked doubtfully at the money, which Pa laid mutely down. I suppose that part was only a joke, he said. Not a bit of it, said Robert Lawson. All the money won't be too much to pay the debts. There's a doctor's bill, and this will just about pay it. Pa Sloane drove home with the soiled mare still unshoed, the baby, and the baby's manger bundle of clothes. The baby did not trouble him much. It had become well used to strangers in the past 2 months, and promptly fell asleep in his arms. But Pa Sloane did not enjoy that drive. At the end of it, he mentally saw Ma Sloane. Ma was there waiting for him on the back doorstep as he drove into the yard at sunset. Her face, when she saw the baby, expressed the last degree of amazement. Pa Sloane, she demanded, who is that young one, and where did you get it? I bought it at the auction, Ma, said Pa feebly. Then he waited for the explosion. None came. This last exploit of Pa's was too much for Ma. With a gasp, she snatched the baby from Pa's arms and ordered him to go out and put the mare in. When Pa returned to the kitchen, Ma had set the baby on the sofa, fenced him around with chairs so that he couldn't fall off, and given him a molasses cookie. Now, Pa Sloane, you can explain, she said. Pa explained. Ma listened in grim silence until he had finished. Then she said sternly, do you reckon we're going to keep this baby? I don't know, said Pa, and he didn't. Well, we're not. I brought up one boy, and that's enough. Don't calculate to be pestered with any more. I never was much struck on children as children anyhow. You say that Mary Garland had a brother out in Manitoba? Well, we shall just write to him and tell him that he's got to look out for his nephew. But how can you do that, Ma, when nobody knows his address? Objected Pa, with a wistful look at that delicious laughing baby. I'll find out his address if I have to go to advertise in the papers for him, retorted Ma. As for you, Pa Sloane, you're not fit to be out of a lunatic asylum. The next auction you'll be buying a wife, I suppose. Pa, quite crushed by Ma's sarcasm, pulled his chair into supper. Ma picked up the baby and sat down at the head of the table. Little Teddy laughed and pinched her face, Ma's face. Ma looked very grim, but she fed him his supper as skillfully as if it had not been 30 years since she had done such a thing. But then, the woman who once learns the mother knack never forgets it. After tea, Ma dispatched Pa over to William Alexander's to borrow a high chair. When Pa returned in the twilight, the baby was fenced in on the sofa again, and Ma was stepping briskly about the garret. She was bringing down the little cot bed her own boy had once occupied and setting it up in their room for Teddy. Then she undressed the baby and rocked him to sleep, crooning on an old lullaby over him. Pa Sloane sat quietly and listened, with very sweet memories of the long ago when he and Ma had been young and proud, and the bewhiskered William Alexander had been a curly-headed little fellow like this one. Ma was not driven to advertising for Mrs. Garland's brother. The personage saw the notice of his sister's death in a home paper and wrote to Carmody's postmaster for full information. The letter was referred to Ma, and Ma answered it. She wrote that they had taken in the baby pending further arrangement, but had no intention of keeping it, and she calmly demanded that of its uncle what was to be done with it. Then she sealed and addressed the letter with an unfaltering hand, but when it was done she looked across the table at Pa Sloane, who was sitting in the armchair with the baby on his knee. They were having a royal time together. Pa had always been dreadfully foolish about babies. He looked 10 years younger. Ma's keen eyes softened a little as she watched them. A prompt answer came to her letter. Teddy's uncle wrote that he had 6 children of his own, but was nevertheless willing to glad to give his little nephew a home. But he could not come for him. Josiah Spencer of the White Sands was going out to Manitoba in the spring. If Mr. and Mrs. Sloane could only keep the baby till then, he could be sent in with the Spencers. Perhaps they would see the chance sooner. There'll be no chance sooner, said Pa Sloane in a tone of satisfaction. No worse luck, retorted Ma crisply. The winter passed by. Little Teddy grew and throve, and Pa Sloane worshipped him. Ma was very good to him, too, and Teddy was just as fond of her as of Pa. Nevertheless, as the spring drew near, Pa became depressed. Sometimes he sighed heavily, especially when he heard casual references to the Josiah Spencer immigration. One warm afternoon in early May, Josiah Spencer arrived. He found Ma knitting placidly in the kitchen. Well, Pa nodded over his newspaper, and the baby played with the cat on the floor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Sloane, said Josiah with a flourish. I just dropped in to see about this young man here. We are going to leave next Wednesday, so you'd better send him down to our place Monday or Tuesday, so he can get used to us and... Oh, Ma, began Pa, rising imploringly to his feet. Ma transfixed him with her eye. Sit down, Pa, she commanded. Unhappily, Pa sat. Then Ma glared at the smiling Josiah, who instantly felt as guilty as if he had been caught stealing sheep red-handed. We are much obliged to you, Mr. Spencer, said Ma icily, but this baby is ours. We bought him and we paid for him. A bargain is a bargain. When I pay cash down for babies, I propose to get my money's worth. We are going to keep this baby in spite of any number of uncles in Manitoba. Sufficiently clear to your understanding, Mr. Spencer. Certainly, stammered the unfortunate man, feeling guiltier than ever. But I thought you didn't want him. I thought you'd written to his uncle. I really wouldn't think quite so much if I were you, said Ma kindly. It must be hard on you. Won't you stay here and have tea with us? But no, Josiah would not stay. He was thankful to make his escape with such rags of self-respect as remained to him. Pa Sloane arose and came to Ma's chair. He laid a trembling hand on his shoulder. Ma, you're a good woman, he said softly. Go along, Pa, said Ma. End of Pa Sloane's Purchase by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
The She-Wolf by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The She-Wolf by Saki. Leonard Bilsiter was one of those people who have failed to find this world attractive or interesting, and who have sought compensation in an unseen world of their own experience or imagination, or invention. Children do that sort of thing successfully, but children are content to convince themselves, and do not vulgarize their beliefs by trying to convince other people. Leonard Bilsiter's beliefs were for the few, that is to say, anyone who would listen to him. His dabblings in the unseen might not have carried him beyond the customary platitudes of the drawing room visionary if accident had not reinforced his stock in trade of mystical lore. In company with a friend who was interested in a Ural mining concern, he had made a trip across Eastern Europe at a moment when the great Russian railway strike was developing from a threat to a reality. Its outbreak caught him on the return journey, somewhere on the further side of Perm, and it was while waiting for a couple of days at a wayside station in a state of suspended locomotion that he made the acquaintance of a dealer in harness and metalware, who profitably whiled away the tedium of the long halt by initiating his English traveling companion in a fragmentary system of folklore that he had picked up from Trans-Baikal traders and natives. Leonard returned to his home circle, garrulous about his Russian strike experiences, but oppressively reticent about certain dark mysteries, which he alluded to under the resounding title of Siberian Magic. The reticence wore off in a week or two under the influence of an entire lack of general curiosity, and Leonard began to make more detailed allusions to the enormous powers which this new esoteric force, to use his own description of it, conferred on the initiated few who knew how to wield it. His aunt, Cecilia Hoopes, who loved sensation perhaps rather better than she loved the truth, gave him as clamorous an advertisement as anyone could wish for by retailing an account of how he had turned a vegetable marrow into a wood pigeon before her very eyes. As a manifestation of the possession of supernatural powers, this story was discounted in some quarters by the respect accorded to Mrs. Hoopes's powers of imagination. However divided opinion might be on the question of Leonard's status as a wonder worker or a charlatan, he certainly arrived at Mary Hampton's house party with a reputation for preeminence in one or other of those professions, and he was not disposed to shun such publicity as might fall to his share. Esoteric forces and unusual powers figured largely in whatever conversation he or his aunt had a share in, and his own performances, past and potential, were the subject of mysterious hints and dark avowals. "I wish you would turn me into a wolf, Mr. Bilsiter," said his hostess at luncheon the day after his arrival. "My dear Mary," said Colonel Hampton, "I never knew you had a craving in that direction." "A she wolf, of course," continued Mrs. Hampton. "It would be too confusing to change one's sex as well as one's species at a moment's notice." "I don't think one should jest on these subjects," said Leonard. "I'm not jesting. I'm quite serious, I assure you. Only don't do it to day. We have only 8 available bridge players and it would break up one of our tables. To morrow we shall be a larger party. To morrow night, after dinner—" "In our present imperfect understanding of these hidden forces, I think one should approach them with humbleness rather than mockery," observed Leonard, with such severity that the subject was forthwith dropped. Clovis Sangrail had sat unusually silent during the discussion on the possibilities of Siberian magic. After lunch he sidetracked Lord Pabham into the comparative seclusion of the billiard room, and delivered himself of a searching question. "Have you such a thing as a she wolf in your collection of wild animals? A she wolf of moderately good temper?" Lord Pabham considered. "There is Louisa," he said, "a rather fine specimen of the timber wolf. I got her 2 years ago in exchange for some Arctic foxes. Most of my animals get to be fairly tame before they've been with me very long. I think I can say Louisa has an angelic temper, as she wolves go. Why do you ask?" "I was wondering whether you would lend her to me for to morrow night," said Clovis, with the careless solicitude of one who borrows a collar stud or a tennis racket. "To morrow night?" "Yes. Wolves are nocturnal animals, so the late hours won't hurt her," said Clovis, with the air of one who has taken everything into consideration. "One of your men could bring her over from Pabham Park after dusk, and with a little help he ought to be able to smuggle her into the conservatory at the same moment that Mary Hampton makes an unobtrusive exit." Lord Pabham stared at Clovis for a moment in pardonable bewilderment. Then his face broke into a wrinkled network of laughter. "That's your game, is it? You are going to do a little Siberian magic on your own account? And is Mrs. Hampton willing to be a fellow conspirator?" "Mary is pledged to see me through with it, if you will guarantee Louisa's temper." "I'll answer for Louisa," said Lord Pabham. By the following day the house party had swollen to larger proportions, and Bilsiter's instinct for self-advertisement expanded duly under the stimulant of an increased audience. At dinner that evening he held forth at length on the subject of unseen forces and untested powers, and his flow of impressive eloquence continued unabated while coffee was being served in the drawing room preparatory to a general migration to the card room. His aunt ensured a respectful hearing for his utterances, but her sensation-loving soul hankered after something more dramatic than mere vocal demonstration. "Won't you do something to convince them of your powers, Leonard?" she pleaded. "Change something into another shape. He can, you know, if he only chooses to," she informed the company. "Oh, do!" said Mavis Pellington earnestly, and her request was echoed by nearly every one present. Even those who were not open to conviction were perfectly willing to be entertained by an exhibition of amateur conjuring. Leonard felt that something tangible was expected of him. "Has any one present," he asked, "got a threepenny bit or some small object of no particular value?" "You're surely not going to make coins disappear, or something primitive of that sort?" said Clovis contemptuously. "I think it very unkind of you not to carry out my suggestion of turning me into a wolf," said Mary Hampton, as she crossed over to the conservatory to give her macaws their usual tribute from the dessert dishes. "I have already warned you of the danger of treating these powers in a mocking spirit," said Leonard solemnly. "I don't believe you can do it," laughed Mary provocatively from the conservatory. "I dare you to do it if you can. I defy you to turn me into a wolf." As she said this she was lost to view behind a clump of azaleas. "Mrs. Hampton," began Leonard with increased solemnity, but he got no further. A breath of chill air seemed to rush across the room, and at the same time the macaws broke forth into ear-splitting screams. "What on earth is the matter with those confounded birds, Mary?" exclaimed Colonel Hampton. At the same moment an even more piercing scream from Mavis Pellington stampeded the entire company from their seats. In various attitudes of helpless horror or instinctive defense, they confronted the evil looking gray beast that was peering at them. from amid a setting of fern and azalea. Mrs. Hoops was the first to recover from the general chaos of fright and bewilderment. "Leonard," she screamed shrilly to her nephew, "turn it back into Mrs. Hampton at once. It may fly at us at any moment. Turn it back." "I don't know how to," faltered Leonard, who looked more scared and horrified than any one. "What!" shouted Colonel Hampton. "You've taken the abominable liberty of turning my wife into a wolf, and now you stand there calmly and say you can't turn her back again?" To do strict justice to Leonard, calmness was not a distinguishing feature of his attitude at the moment. "I assure you I didn't turn Mrs. Hampton into a wolf. Nothing was farther from my intentions," he protested. "Then where is she, and how came that animal into the conservatory?" demanded the Colonel. "Of course we must accept your assurance that you didn't turn Mrs. Hampton into a wolf," said Clovis politely, "but you will agree that appearances are against you." "Are we to have all these recriminations with that beast standing there ready to tear us to pieces?" wailed Mavis indignantly. "Lord Pabham, you know a good deal about wild beasts," suggested Colonel Hampton. "The wild beasts that I have been accustomed to," said Lord Pabham, "have come with proper credentials from well-known dealers, or have been bred in my own menagerie. I've never before been confronted with an animal that walks unconcernedly out of an azalea bush, leaving a charming and popular hostess unaccounted for. As far as one can judge from outward characteristics," he continued, "it has the appearance of a well-grown female of the North American timber wolf, a variety of the common species Canis lupus." "Oh, never mind its Latin name," screamed Mavis, as the beast came a step or two further into the room. "Can't you entice it away with food, and shut it up where it can't do any harm?" "If it is really Mrs. Hampton, who has just had a very good dinner, I don't suppose food will appeal to it very strongly," said Clovis. "Leonard," beseeched Mrs. Hoops tearfully, "even if this is none of your doing, can't you use your great powers to turn this dreadful beast into something harmless before it bites us all? A rabbit or something." "I don't suppose Colonel Hampton would care to have his wife turned into a succession of fancy animals as though we were playing a round game with her," interposed Clovis. "I absolutely forbid it!" thundered the Colonel. "Most wolves that I've had anything to do with have been inordinately fond of sugar," said Lord Pabham. "If you like I'll try the effect on this one." He took a piece of sugar from the saucer of his coffee cup and flung it to the expectant Louisa, who snapped it in mid air. There was a sigh of relief from the company. A wolf that ate sugar when it might at the least have been employed in tearing macaws to pieces had already shed some of its terrors. The sigh deepened to a gasp of thanksgiving when Lord Pabham decoyed the animal out of the room by a pretended largesse of further sugar. There was an instant rush to the vacated conservatory. There was no trace of Mrs. Hampton except the plate containing the macaw's supper. "The door is locked on the inside," exclaimed Clovis, who had deftly turned the key as he affected to test it. Every one turned toward Bilsiter. "If you haven't turned my wife into a wolf," said Colonel Hampton, "will you kindly explain where she has disappeared to, since she obviously could not have gone through a locked door? I will not press you for an explanation of how a North American timber wolf suddenly appeared in the conservatory, but I think I have some right to inquire what has become of Mrs. Hampton." Bilsiter's reiterated disclaimer was met with a general murmur of impatient disbelief. "I refuse to stay another hour under this roof," declared Mavis Pellington. "If our hostess has really vanished out of human form," said Mrs. Hoops, "none of the ladies of the party can very well remain. I absolutely decline to be chaperoned by a wolf." "It's a she wolf," said Clovis soothingly. The correct etiquette to be observed under the unusual circumstances received no further elucidation. The sudden entry of Mary Hampton deprived the discussion of its immediate interest. "Some one has mesmerized me," she exclaimed crossly. "I found myself in the game larder, of all places, being fed with sugar by Lord Pabham. I hate being mesmerized, and the doctor has forbidden me to touch sugar." The situation was explained to her, as far as it permitted of anything that could be called explanation. "Then you really did turn me into a wolf, Mr. Bilsiter?" she exclaimed excitedly. But Leonard had burned the boat in which he might now have embarked on a sea of glory. He could only shake his head feebly. "It was I who took that liberty," said Clovis. "You see, I happen to have lived for a couple of years in northeastern Russia, and I have more than a tourist's acquaintance with the magic craft of that region. One does not care to speak about these strange powers, but once in a way, when one hears a lot of nonsense being talked about them, one is tempted to show what Siberian magic can accomplish in the hands of some one who really understands it. I yielded to that temptation. May I have some brandy? The effort has left me rather faint." If Leonard Bilsiter could at that moment have transformed Clovis into a cockroach, and then have stepped on him, he would gladly have performed both operations. End of The She-Wolf, by Saki.
A Sketch of Mateship by Henry Lawson. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Glenn O'Brien, www.glennobrien.net. Bill and Jim, professional shearers, were going into birth in the Queensland side. They were horsemen and had 2 pack horses. At the last show before Burke, Jim's pack horse got disgusted and homesick during the night and started back for the place where it was foaled. Jim was little more than a new jump jackaroo. He was no bushman, and Jerry got lost when he went down the next gully. Bill was the bushman, so it was decided that he should go back to look for the horse. Now Bill was going to sell his pack horse, a well-bred mare, in Burke, and he was anxious to get her into the yards before the horse sales were over. This was to be the last day of the sales. Jim was the best barracker of the 2. He had great imagination. He was a very entertaining storyteller and conversationalist in social life, and a glib and the most impressive flyer in business. So it was decided that he should hurry on into Burke with the mare and sell her for Bill, £7 reserve. Next day, Bill turned up with the missing horse and saw Jim standing against the veranda post of the Carrier's Arms, with his head down over his eyes and thoughtfully spitting in the dust. Bill rode over to him. "Hello, Jim." "Hello, Bill, I see you got him." "Yes, I got him." Pause. "Where'd you find him?" "About 10 mile back, near Forest Bridge. He was just feeling along." Pause. Jim shifted his feet and spat in the dust. "Well," said Bill at last, "how'd you get on, Jim?" "All right," said Jim. "I saw the mare." "That's right," said Bill. "How much did she fetch?" "£8." Then rousing himself a little and showing some emotion. "And I could have got £10 for her if I hadn't been a damn fool." "Oh, that's good enough," said Bill. "I could have got £10 if I had waited." "Well, it's no use crying. £8's good enough. Did you get the stuff?" "Oh, yes. The part all right. If I hadn't been such a damn fool and rushed it, there was a fellow that would have got £10 for that mare." Well, don't break your back about it, said Bill. 8's good enough. Yes, but I could have got 10, said Jim, languidly, putting his hand in his pocket. Pause. Bill sat waiting for him to hand over the money, but Jim withdrew his empty, stretched, and said, Ah well, Bill, I done it in. Where's the cover of notes? Jim had been drinking and gambling all night, and he lost £8 of Silas's own money. Bill didn't explode. What was the use? He should have known that Jim wasn't to be trusted with money in town. It was he who had been a fool. He sighed and lent Jim £1, and they went in to have a drink. Now it strikes me that if this had happened in a civilized country like England, Bill would have had Jim arrested and charged for larceny as a bailee or embezzlement or whatever it was. And would Bill or Jim or the world have been any better for it? End of A Sketch of Friendship by Henry Lawson.
The Young Tsar by Leo Tolstoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. The Young Tsar by Leo Tolstoy. The young Tsar had just ascended the throne. For 5 weeks he had worked without ceasing, in the way that Tsars are accustomed to work. He'd been attending to reports, signing papers, receiving ambassadors and high officials who came to be presented to him, and reviewing troops. He was tired, and as a traveler exhausted by heat and thirst longs for a draught of water and for rest, so he longed for a respite of just 1 day at least from receptions, from speeches, from parades, a few free hours to spend like an ordinary human being with his young, clever, and beautiful wife, to whom he'd been married only a month before. It was Christmas Eve. The young Tsar had arranged to have a complete rest that evening. The night before, he had worked till very late at documents which his ministers of state had left for him to examine. In the morning he was present at the Te Deum, and then at a military service. In the afternoon he received official visitors, and later he'd been obliged to listen to the reports of 3 ministers of state, and had given his assent to many important matters. In his conference with the Minister of Finance, he had agreed to an increase of duties on imported goods, which should in the future add many millions to the state revenues. Then he sanctioned the sale of brandy by the Crown in various parts of the country, and signed a decree permitting the sale of alcohol in villages having markets. This was also calculated to increase the principal revenues to the state, which was derived from the sale of spirits. He had also approved of the issuing of a new gold loan required for a financial negotiation. The Minister of Justice, having reported on the complicated case of the succession of the Baron Snyders, the young Tsar confirmed the decision by his signature, and also approved the new rules relating to the application of Article 1830 of the Penal Code, providing for the punishment of tramps. In his conference with the Minister of the Interior, he ratified the order concerning the collection of taxes in arrears, signed the order settling what measures should be taken in regard to the persecution of religious dissenters, and also one providing for the continuance of martial law in those provinces where it had already been established. With the Minister of War, he arranged for the nomination of a new corps commander for the raising of recruits, and for punishment of breach of discipline. These things kept him occupied till dinner time, and even then his freedom was not complete. A number of high officials had been invited to dinner, and he was obliged to talk to them, not in the way he felt disposed to do, but according to what he was expected to say. At last the tiresome dinner was over, and the guests departed. The young Tsar heaved a sigh of relief, stretched himself, and retired to his apartments to take off his uniform with the decorations on it, and to don the jacket he used to wear before his accession to the throne. His young wife had also retired to take off her dinner dress, remarking that she would join him presently. When he had passed the row of footmen who were standing erect before him and reached his room, when he had thrown off his heavy uniform and put on his jacket, the young Tsar felt glad to be free from work, and his heart was filled with a tender emotion which sprang from the consciousness of his freedom, of his joyous, robust young life, and of his love. He threw himself on the sofa, stretched out his legs upon it, leaned his head on his hand, fixed his gaze on the dull glass shade of the lamp, and then a sensation which he had not experienced since childhood, the pleasure of going to sleep, and a drowsiness that was irresistible, suddenly came over him. My wife will be here presently and will find me asleep. No, I must not go to sleep, he thought. He let his elbow drop down, laid his cheek in the palm of his hand, made himself comfortable, and he was so utterly happy that he only felt a desire not to be aroused from this delightful state. And then what happens to all of us every day happened to him. He fell asleep without knowing himself when or how. He passed from one state into another without his will having any share in it, without even desiring it, and without regretting the state out of which he had passed. He fell into a heavy sleep which was like death. How long he slept he did not know, but suddenly he was aroused by the soft touch of a hand upon his shoulder. "It is my darling, it is she," he thought. "What a shame to have dozed off." But it was not she. Before his eyes, which were wide open and blinking at the light, she, that charming and beautiful creature whom he was expecting, did not stand, but he stood. Who he was, the young Tsar did not know, but somehow it did not strike him that he was a stranger whom he'd never seen before. It seemed as if he'd known him for a long time and was fond of him, and as if he trusted him as he would trust himself. He had expected his beloved wife, but in her stead that man whom he'd never seen before had come. Yet to the young Tsar, who was far from feeling regret or astonishment, it seemed not only a most natural, but also a necessary thing to happen. "Come," said the stranger. "Yes, let us go," said the young Tsar, not knowing where he was to go, but quite aware that he could not help submitting to the command of the stranger. "But how shall we go?" he asked. "In this way." The stranger laid his hand on the Tsar's head, and the Tsar for a moment lost consciousness. He could not tell whether he'd been unconscious a long or a short time, but when he recovered his senses he found himself in a strange place. The first thing he was aware of was a strong and stifling smell of sewage. The place in which he stood was a broad passage lit by the red glow of two dim lamps. Running along one side of the passage was a thick wall with windows protected by iron gratings. On the other side were doors secured with locks. In the passage stood a soldier, leaning up against the wall, asleep. Through the doors the young Tsar heard the muffled sound of living human beings, not of one alone, but of many. He was standing at the side of the young Tsar, and pressing his shoulder slightly with his soft hand, pushed him to the first door, unmindful of the sentry. The young Tsar felt he could not do otherwise than yield, and approached the door. To his amazement, the sentry looked straight at him, evidently without seeing him, as he neither straightened himself up nor saluted, but yawned loudly and, lifting his hand, scratched the back of his neck. The door had a small hole, and in obedience to the pressure of the hand that pushed him, the young Tsar approached a step nearer and put his eye to the small opening. Close to the door, the foul smell that stifled him was stronger, and the young Tsar hesitated to go nearer, but the hand pushed him on. He leaned forward, put his eye close to the opening, and suddenly ceased to perceive the odor. The sight he saw deadened his sense of smell. In a large room, about 10 yards long and 6 yards wide, there walked unceasingly from one end to the other 6 men in long grey coats, some in felt boots, some barefoot. There were over 20 men in all in the room, but in that first moment the young Tsar only saw those who were walking with quick, even, silent steps. It was a horrid sight to watch the continual, quick, aimless movements of the men who passed and overtook each other, turning sharply when they reached the wall, never looking at one another, and evidently concentrated each on his own thoughts. The young Tsar had observed a similar sight one day when he was watching a tiger in a menagerie pacing rapidly with noiseless strut from one end of his cage to the other, waving its tail, silently turning when it reached the bars and looking at nobody. Of these men, one, apparently a young peasant with curly hair, would have been handsome were it not for the unnatural pallor of his face and the concentrated, wicked, scarcely human look in his eyes. Another was a Jew, hairy and gloomy. The third was a lean old man, bald, with a beard that had been shaven and had since grown like bristles. The fourth was extraordinarily heavily built, with well-developed muscles, a low receding forehead, and a flat nose. The fifth was hardly more than a boy, long, thin, obviously consumptive. The sixth was small and dark, with nervous, convulsive movements. He walked as if he were skipping and muttered continuously to himself. They were all walking rapidly backwards and forwards past the hole through which the young Tsar was looking. He watched their faces and their gait with keen interest. Having examined them closely, he presently became aware of a number of other men at the back of the room, standing round or lying on the shelf that served as a bed. Standing close to the door, he also saw the pail which caused such an unbearable stench. On the shelf, about 10 men, entirely covered with their cloaks, were sleeping. A red-haired man with a huge beard was sitting sideways on the shelf with his shirt off. He was examining it, lifting it up to the light, and evidently catching the vermin on it. Another man, aged and white as snow, stood with his profile turned towards the door. He was praying, crossing himself and bowing low, apparently so absorbed in his devotions as to be oblivious of all around him. "I see, this is a prison," thought the young Tsar. "They certainly deserve pity. It is a dreadful life. But it cannot be helped. It is their own fault." But this thought had hardly come into his head before he, who was his guide, replied to it. "They are all here under lock and key by your order. They have all been sentenced in your name. But far from meriting their present condition, which is due to your human judgment, the greater part of them are far better than you, or those who were their judges and who keep them here. This one," he pointed at the handsome, curly-headed fellow, "is a murderer. I do not consider him more guilty than those who kill in war or in dueling and are rewarded for their deeds. He had neither education nor moral guidance, and his life had been cast among thieves and drunkards. This lessens his guilt, but he has done wrong, nevertheless, in being a murderer. He killed a merchant to rob him. The other man, the Jew, is a thief, one of a gang of thieves. That uncommonly strong fellow is a horse-stealer, and guilty also, but compared with others not as culpable. Look!" And suddenly the young Tsar found himself in an open field on a vast frontier. On the right were potato fields. The plants had been rooted out and were lying in heaps, blackened by the frost. In alternate streaks were rows of winter corn. In the distance, a little village with its tiled roofs was visible. On the left were fields of winter corn and fields of stubble. No one was to be seen on any side, save a black human figure in front at the borderline, a gun slung on his back, and at his feet a dog. On the spot where the young Tsar stood, sitting beside him, almost at his feet, was a young Russian soldier with a green band on his cap, and with his rifle slung over his shoulders, who was rolling up a paper to make a cigarette. The soldier was obviously unaware of the presence of the young Tsar and his companion, and had not heard them. He did not turn around when the Tsar, who was standing directly over the soldier, asked, "Where are we?" "On the Prussian frontier," his guide answered. Suddenly, far away in front of them, a shot was fired. The soldier jumped to his feet, and seeing two men running, bent low to the ground, hastily put his tobacco into his pocket, and ran after one of them. "Stop, or I'll shoot!" cried the soldier. The fugitive, without stopping, turned his head and called out something evidently abusive or blasphemous. "Damn you!" shouted the soldier, who put one foot a little forward and stopped, after which, bending his head over his rifle and raising his right hand, he rapidly adjusted something, took aim, and pointing the gun in the direction of the fugitive, probably fired, although no sound was heard. Smokeless powder, no doubt, thought the young Tsar, and looking after the fleeing man, saw him take a few hurried steps, and bending lower and lower, fall to the ground and crawl on his hands and knees. At last he remained lying and did not move. The other fugitive, who was ahead of him, turned around and ran back to the man who was lying on the ground. He did something for him and then resumed his flight. "What does all this mean?" asked the Tsar. "These are the guards on the frontier enforcing the revenue laws. That man was killed to protect the revenues of the state." "Has he actually been killed?" The guide again laid his hand upon the head of the young Tsar, and again the Tsar lost consciousness. When he had recovered his senses, he found himself in a small room, the customs office. The dead body of a man with a thin, grizzled beard, an aquiline nose, and big eyes with the eyelids closed, was lying on the floor. His arms were thrown asunder, his feet bare, and his thick, dirty toes were turned up at right angles and stuck out straight. He had a wound in his side, and on his ragged cloth jacket as well as on his blue shirt were stains of clotted blood which had turned black save for a few red spots here and there. A woman stood close to the wall, so wrapped up in shawls that her face could scarcely be seen. Motionless, she gazed at the aquiline nose, the upturned feet, and the protruding eyeballs, sobbing and sighing and drying her tears at long, regular intervals. A pretty girl of 13 was standing at her mother's side with her eyes and mouth wide open. A boy of 8 clung to his mother's skirt and looked intensely at his dead father without blinking. From a door near them, an official, an officer, a doctor, and a clerk with documents entered. After them came a soldier, the one who'd shot the man. He stepped briskly along behind his superiors, but the instant he saw the corpse he went suddenly pale and quivered, and dropping his head stood still. When the official asked him whether that was the man who was escaping across the frontier and at whom he had fired, he was unable to answer. His lips trembled and his face twitched. He began, but he could not get out the words which he wanted to say. "The same, Your Excellency." The officials looked at each other and wrote something down. You see the beneficial results of that same system. In a room of sumptuous vulgarity, two men sat drinking wine. One of them was old and gray, the other a young Jew. The young Jew was holding a roll of banknotes in his hand and was bargaining with the old man. He was buying smuggled goods. "You've got 'em cheap," he said, smiling. "Yes, but the risk." "This is indeed terrible," said the young Tsar, "but it cannot be avoided. Such proceedings are necessary." His companion made no response, saying merely, "Let us move on," and laid his hand again on the head of the Tsar. When the Tsar recovered consciousness, he was standing in a small room lit by a shaded lamp. A woman was sitting at the table, sewing. A boy of 8 was bending over the table, drawing, with his feet doubled up under him in the armchair. A student was reading aloud. The father and daughter of the family entered the room noisily. "You signed the order concerning the sale of spirits," said the guide to the Tsar. "Well," said the woman, "he's not likely to live." "What's the matter with him?" "They've kept him drunk all the time." "It's not possible," exclaimed the wife. "It's true, and the boy's only 9 years old, that Vanya Moroshkine." "What did you do to try to save him?" asked the wife. "I tried everything that could be done. I gave him an emetic and I put a mustard plaster on him. He has every symptom of delirium tremens." "It's no wonder. The whole family are drunkards. Anicia is only a little better than the rest, and even she is generally more or less drunk," said the daughter. "And what about your temperance society?" the student asked his sister. "What can we do when they're given every opportunity of drinking? Father tried to have the public house shut up, but the law's against him. And besides, when I was trying to convince Vasily Ermilini that it was disgraceful to keep a public house and ruin the people with drink, he answered very haughtily, and indeed got the better of me before the crowd. But I have a license with the Imperial Eagle on it. If there was anything wrong in my business, the Tsar wouldn't have issued a decree authorizing it. Isn't it terrible? The whole village has been drunk for the last 3 days, and as for feast days, it is simply horrible to think of. It's been proved conclusively that alcohol does no good in any case, but invariably does harm, and has been demonstrated to be an absolute poison. Then 99% of crimes in the world are committed through its influence. We all know how the standard of morality and the general welfare improved at once in all the countries where drinking has been suppressed, like Sweden and Finland, and we know that it can be suppressed by exercising a moral influence over the masses. But in our country, the class which could exert that influence, the government, the Tsar, and his officials, simply encourage drink. Their main revenues are drawn from the continual drunkenness of the people. They drink themselves. They're always drinking the health of somebody. Gentlemen, the regiment. The preachers drink, the bishops drink. Again the guide touched the head of the young Tsar, who again lost consciousness. This time he found himself in a peasant's cottage. The peasant, a man of 40, with red face and bloodshot eyes, was furiously striking the face of an old man who tried in vain to protect himself from the blows. The younger peasant seized the beard of the old man and held it fast. "For shame to strike your father." "I don't care. I'll kill him. Let them send me to Siberia. I don't care." The women were screaming. Drunken officials rushed into the cottage and separated father and son. The father had an arm broken, and the son's beard was torn out. In the doorway, a drunken girl was making violent love to an old, besotted peasant. "They are beasts," said the young Tsar. Another touch of his guide's hand, and the young Tsar awoke in a new place. It was the office of the Justice of the Peace. A fat, bald-headed man with a double chin and a chain around his neck had just risen from his seat and was reading the sentence in a loud voice, while a crowd of peasants stood behind the grating. There was a woman in rags in the crowd who did not rise. The guard gave her a push. "Asleep? I tell you to stand up." The woman rose. "According to the decree of His Imperial Majesty," the judge began reading the sentence. The case concerned that very woman. She had taken away half a bundle of oats as she was passing the thrashing floor of the landowner. The Justice of the Peace sentenced her to 2 months' imprisonment. The landowner, whose oats had been stolen, was among the audience. When the judge adjourned the court, the landowner approached and shook hands, and the judge entered into conversation with him. The next case was about a stolen samovar. Then there was a trial about some timber which had been cut to the detriment of the landowner. Some peasants were being tried for having assaulted the constable of the district. When the young Tsar again lost consciousness, he awoke to find himself in the middle of a village where he saw hungry, half-frozen children and the wife of the man who had assaulted the constable broken down from overwork. Then came a new scene. In Siberia, a tramp is being flogged with the lash, the direct result of an order issued by the Minister of Justice. Again oblivion, and another scene. The family of a Jewish watchmaker is evicted for being too poor. The children are crying, and the Jew, Isaacs, is greatly distressed. At last they come to an arrangement, and he is allowed to stay on in the lodgings. The chief of police takes a bribe. The governor of the province also secretly accepts a bribe. Taxes are being collected. In the village, while a cow is sold for payment, the police inspector is bribed by a factory owner who thus escapes taxes altogether. And again a village court scene and a sentence carried into execution. The lash. "Ilya Vasilievich, could you not spare me that?" "No." The peasant burst into tears. "Well, of course, Christ suffered, and he bids us suffer too." Then other scenes. The Stundists, a sect, being broken up and dispersed. The clergy refusing first to marry, then to bury a Protestant. Orders given concerning the passage of the imperial railway train. Soldiers kept sitting in the mud, cold, hungry, and cursing. Decrees issued relating to the educational institutions of the Empress Mary Department. Corruption rampant in the foundling homes. An undeserved monument. Thieving among the clergy. The reinforcement of the political police. A woman being searched. A prison for convicts who were sentenced to be deported. A man being hanged for murdering a shop assistant. Then the result of military discipline. Soldiers wearing uniform and scoffing at it. A gypsy encampment. The son of a millionaire exempted from military duty while the only support of a large family is forced to serve. The university. A teacher relieved of military service while the most gifted musicians are compelled to perform it. Soldiers and their debauchery, and the spreading of disease. Then a soldier who has made an attempt to desert. He is being tried. Another is on trial for striking an officer who has insulted his mother. He is put to death. Others again are tried for having refused to shoot. The runaway soldier sent to a disciplinary battalion and flogged to death. Another, who is guiltless, flogged, and his wounds sprinkled with salt till he dies. One of the superior officers stealing money belonging to the soldiers. Nothing but drunkenness, debauchery, gambling, and arrogance on the part of the authorities. What is the general condition of the people? The children are half-starving and degenerate. The houses are full of vermin, an everlasting dull round of labor, of submission, and of sadness. On the other hand, ministers, governors of provinces, covetous, ambitious, full of vanity and anxious to inspire fear. But where are men with human feelings? I will show you where they are. Here's the cell of a woman in solitary confinement at Schlüsselburg. She's going mad. Here's another woman, a girl, indisposed, violated by soldiers. A man in exile, alone, embittered, half dead. A prison for convicts condemned to hard labor, and women flogged. There are many. Tens of thousands of the best people, some shut up in prisons, others ruined by false education, by the vain desire to bring them up as we wish, but not succeeding in this, whatever might have been is ruined as well, for it is made impossible. It is as if we were trying to make buckwheat out of corn sprouts by splitting the ears. One may spoil the corn, but one could never change it to buckwheat. Thus all the youth of the world, the entire younger generation, is being ruined. But woe to those who destroy one of these little ones. Woe to you if you destroy even one of them. On your soul, however, are hosts of them who've been ruined in your name, all of those over whom your power extends. But what can I do? Exclaimed the Tsar in despair. I do not wish to torture, to flog, to corrupt, to kill anyone. I only want the welfare of all. Just as I yearn for happiness myself, so I want the world to be happy as well. Am I actually responsible for everything that is done in my name? What can I do? What am I to do to rid myself of such a responsibility? What can I do? I do not admit that the responsibility for all this is mine. If I felt myself responsible for 1/100th part of it, I would shoot myself on the spot. It would not be possible to live if that were true. But how can I put an end to all this evil? It is bound up with the very existence of the state. I am the head of the state. What am I to do? Kill myself or abdicate? But that would mean renouncing my duty. Oh, God, God, help me. He burst into tears and awoke. How glad I am it was only a dream, was his first thought. But when he began to recollect what he'd seen in his dream, and to compare it with actuality, he realized that the problem propounded to him in dream remained just as important and as insoluble now that he was awake. For the first time, the young Tsar became aware of the heavy responsibility weighing on him and was aghast. His thoughts no longer turned to the young queen and to the happiness he had anticipated for that evening, but became centered on the unanswerable question which hung over him. What was to be done? In a state of great agitation, he arose and went into the next room. An old courtier, a co-worker and friend of his father's, was standing there in the middle of the room in conversation with the young queen, who was on her way to join her husband. The young Tsar approached them, and addressing his conversation principally to the old courtier, told him what he'd seen in his dream and what doubts the dream had left in his mind. "That is a noble idea. It proves the rare nobility of your spirit," said the old man. "But forgive me for speaking frankly. You are too kind to be an emperor, and you exaggerate your responsibility. In the first place, the state of things is not as you imagine it to be. The people are not poor, they're well-to-do. Those who are poor through their own fault. Only the guilty are punished, and if an unavoidable mistake does sometimes occur, it is like a thunderbolt, an accident, or the will of God. You have but one responsibility, to fulfill your task courageously and to retain the power that is given to you. You wish the best for your people, and God sees that. As for the errors which you've committed unwittingly, you can pray for forgiveness, and God will guide you and pardon you. All the more because you've done nothing that demands forgiveness, and there never have been and never will be men possessed of such extraordinary qualities as you and your father. Therefore, all we implore you to do is to live, and to reward our endless devotion and love with your favor, and everyone, save scoundrels who deserve no happiness, will be happy." What do you think about that? the young Tsar asked his wife. "I have a different opinion," said the clever young woman, who had been brought up in a free country. "I am glad you had that dream, and I agree with you that there are grave responsibilities resting upon you. I have often thought about it with great anxiety, and I think there is a simple means of casting off a part of the responsibility you are enabled to bear, if not all of it. A large proportion of the power which is too heavy for you, you should delegate to the people, to its representatives, reserving for yourself only the supreme control, that is, the general direction of the affairs of state." The Queen had hardly ceased to expound her views when the old courtier began eagerly to refute her arguments, and they started a polite but very heated discussion. For a time the young Tsar followed their arguments, but presently he ceased to be aware of what they said, listening only to the voice of him who'd been his guide in the dream and who was now speaking audibly in his heart. "You are not only the Tsar," said the voice, "but more. You are a human being, who only yesterday came into this world and will perchance tomorrow depart out of it. Apart from your duties as a Tsar, of which that old man is now speaking, you have more immediate duties not by any means to be disregarded, human duties, not the duties of a Tsar toward his subjects, which are only accidental, but an eternal duty, the duty of a man in his relation to God, the duty toward your own soul, which is to save it, and also to serve God in establishing his kingdom on earth. You are not to be guarded in your actions either by what has been or what will be, but only by what is your own duty to do." He opened his eyes. His wife was awakening him. Which of the three courses the young Tsar chose will be told in 50 years. End of The Young Tsar by Leo Tolstoy.
How I Built Myself a House by Thomas Hardy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. My wife Sophia, myself, and the beginning of a happy line, formerly lived in the suburbs of London, in the sort of house called a highly desirable semi-detached villa. But in reality our residence was the very opposite of what we wished it to be. We had no room for our friends when they visited us, and we were obliged to keep our coals out of doors, in a heap against the back wall. If we managed to squeeze a few acquaintances round our table to dinner, there was very great difficulty in serving it, and on such occasions the maid, for want of sideboard room, would take to putting the dishes in the staircase, or on stools and chairs in the passage, so that if anybody else came after we had sat down, he usually went away again, disgusted at seeing the remains of what we had already got through standing in these places, and perhaps the celery waiting in a corner hard by. It was therefore only natural that on wet days, chimney sweepings, and those cleaning times when chairs may be seen with their legs upwards, a tub blocking a doorway, and yourself walking about edgeways among the things, we called the villa hard names, and we resolved to escape from it as soon as it would be politic, in a monetary sense, to carry out a notion which had long been in our minds. This notion was to build a house of our own, a little further out of town than where we had hitherto lived. The new residence was to be right and proper in every respect. It was to be of some mysterious size and proportion, which would make us both peculiarly happy ever afterwards. That had always been a settled thing. It was neither to cost too much nor too little, but just enough to fitly inaugurate the new happiness. Its situation was to be in a healthy spot, on a stratum of dry gravel about 90 feet above the springs. There were to be trees to the north and a pretty view to the south. It was also to be easily accessible by rail. 18 months ago, a third baby being our latest blessing, we began to put the above-mentioned ideas into practice. As the house itself, rather than its position, is what I wish particularly to speak of, I will not dwell upon the innumerable difficulties that were to be overcome before a suitable spot could be found. Maps marked out in little pink and green oblongs clinging to a winding road became as familiar to my eyes as my own hand. I learned, too, all about the colored plans of land to be let for building purposes, which are exhibited at railway stations and in agents' windows. That sketches of cabbages in rows or artistically irregular meant large trees that would afford a cooling shade when they had been planted and had grown up, that patches of blue shewed fish ponds and fountains, and that a wide straight road to the edge of the map was the way to the station, a corner of which was occasionally shown, as if it would come within a convenient distance, disguise the fact as the owners might. After a considerable time had been spent in these studies, I began to see that some of our intentions in the matter of site must be given up. The trees to the north went first. After a short struggle, they were followed by the 90 feet above the springs. Sophia, with all wifely tenacity, stuck to the pretty view long after I was beaten about the gravel subsoil. In the end, we decided upon a place imagined to be rather convenient and rather healthy, but possessing no other advantage worth mentioning. I took it on a lease for the established period, 99 years. We next thought about an architect. A friend of mine, who sometimes sends a paper on art and science to the magazines, strongly recommended a Mr. Penny, a gentleman whom he considered to have architectural talent of every kind, but if he was a trifle more skilful in any one branch of his profession than in another, it was in designing excellent houses for families of moderate means. I at once proposed to Sophia that we should think over some arrangement of rooms which would be likely to suit us, and then call upon the architect that he might put our plan into proper shape. I made my sketch, and my wife made hers. Her drawing and dining rooms were very large, nearly twice the size of mine, though her doors and windows shewed sound judgment. We soon found that there was no such thing as fitting our ideas together, do what we would. When we had come to no conclusion at all, we called at Mr. Penny's office. I began telling him my business, upon which he took a sheet of foolscap and made numerous imposing notes, with large brackets and dashes to them. Sitting there with him in his office, surrounded by rolls of paper, circles, squares, triangles, compasses, and many other of the inventions which have been sought out by men from time to time, and perceiving that all these were the realities which had been faintly shadowed forth to me by Euclid some years before, it is no wonder that I became a puppet in his hands. He settled everything in a miraculous way. We were told the only possible size we could have the rooms, the only way we should be allowed to go upstairs, and the exact quantity of wine we might order at once, so as to fit the wine cellar he had in his head. His professional opinions, propelled by his facts, seemed to float into my mind whether I wished to receive them or not. I thought at the time that Sophia, from her silence, was in the same helpless state, but she has since told me it was quite otherwise, and that she was only a little tired. I had been very anxious all along that the stipulated cost, £1,800, should not be exceeded, and I impress this again upon Mr. Penny. I will give you an approximate estimate for the sort of thing we are thinking of, he said. Linham? This was the clerk. Did you speak, sir? 49 by 54 by 28, twice 14 by 31 by 11, and several small items, which we will call 160. 82,400. But 1,800 at the very outside, I began, is what— Feet, my dear sir, feet, cubic feet, said Mr. Penny. Put it down at 6d. a foot, Linham. Remainder's not an object. 2,200 pounds. This was too much. Well, try it at something less, leaving out all below hundreds, Linham. About 1,870 pounds. Very satisfactory, in my opinion, said Mr. Penny, turning to me. What do you think? You are so particular, John, interrupted my wife. I am sure it is exceedingly moderate. Elegance and extreme cheapness never do go together. It may be here remarked that Sophia never calls me "my dear" before strangers. She considers that, like the ancient practice in besieging cities of throwing loaves over the walls, it really denotes a want rather than an abundance of them within. I did not trouble the architect any further, and we rose to leave. "Be sure you make a nice conservatory, Mr. Penny," said my wife, "something that has character about it. It could only be in the Chinese style, with beautiful ornaments at the corners, like Mrs. Smith's, only better," she continued, turning to me with a glance in which a broken 10th commandment might have been seen. "Some sketches shall be forwarded, which I think will suit you," answered Mr. Penny pleasantly, looking as if he had possessed for some years a complete guide to the minds of all people who intended to build. It is needless to go through the whole history of the plan making. A builder had been chosen and the house marked out when we went down to the place one morning to see how the foundations looked. It is a strange fact that a person's new house, drawn in outline on the ground where it is to stand, looks ridiculously and inconveniently small. The notion it gives one is that any portion of one's after life spent within such boundaries must of necessity be rendered wretched on account of bruises daily received by running against the partitions, doorposts, and fireplaces. In my case the lines showing sitting rooms seemed to denote cells. The kitchen looked as if it might develop into a large box, whilst the study appeared to consist chiefly of a fireplace and a door. We were told that houses always look so. But Sophia's disgust at the sight of such a diminutive drawing room was not to be lessened by any scientific reasoning. 6 feet longer, 4 feet then. 3 it must be, she argued, and the room was accordingly lengthened. I felt rather relieved when at last I got her off the ground and on the road home. The building gradually crept upwards, and put forth chimneys. We were standing beside it one day, looking at the men at work on the top, when the builder's foreman came toward us. "Being your own house, sir, and as we are finishing the last chimney, you would perhaps like to go up," he said. "I am sure I should much, if I were a man," was my wife's observation to me. "The landscape must appear so lovely from that height." This remark placed me in something of a dilemma, for it must be confessed that I am not given to climbing. The sight of cliffs, roofs, scaffoldings, and elevated places in general, which have no sides to keep people from slipping off, always causes me to feel how infinitely preferable a position at the bottom is to a position at the top of them. But as my house was by no means lofty, and it was but for once, I said I would go up. My knees felt a good deal in the way as I ascended the ladder, but that was not so disagreeable as the thrill which passed through me as I followed my guide along 2 narrow planks, one bending beneath each foot. However, having once started, I kept on, and climbed another ladder, thin and weak looking, and not tied at the top. I could not help thinking, as I viewed the horizon between the steps, what a shocking thing it would be if any part should break, and to get rid of the thought, I adopted the device of mentally criticizing the leading articles in that morning's Times. But as the plan did not answer, I tried to fancy that, though strangely enough it seemed otherwise, I was only 4 feet from the ground. This was a failure too, and just as I had commenced upon an idea that great quantities of feather beds were spread below, I reached the top of the scaffold. "Rather high," I said to the foreman, trying but failing to appear unconcerned. "Well, no," he answered, "nothing to what it is sometimes. I'll just trouble you not to step upon the end of that plank there, as it will turn over. Though you may as well fall from here as from the top of the monument, for the matter of life being quite extinct when they pick you up," he continued, looking around at the weather and the crops, as it were. Then a workman, with a load of bricks, stamped along the boards and overturned them at my feet, causing me to shake up and down like the little servant men behind private cabs. I asked, in trepidation, if the bricks were not dangerously heavy, thinking of a newspaper paragraph headed "Frightful Accident from an Overloaded Scaffold." "Just what I was going to say. Dan has certainly too many there," answered the man, "but it won't break down if we walk without springing and don't sneeze. Though the motor boy's whooping cough was strong enough in my poor brother Jim's case, he continued abstractly, as if he himself possessed several necks and could afford to break one or two. My wife was picking daisies a little distance off, apparently in a state of complete indifference as to whether I was on the scaffold, at the foot of it, or in St. George's Hospital, so I roused myself for a descent and tried the small ladder. I cannot accurately say how I did get down, but during that performance my body seemed perforated by holes, through which breezes blew in all directions. As I got near the earth they went away. It may be supposed that my wife's notion of the height differed considerably from my own, and she inquired particularly for the landscape, which I had quite forgotten, but the discovery of that fact did not cause me to break a resolution not to trouble my chimneys again. Beyond the continual anxiety and frequent journeyings along the sides of a triangle, of which the old house, the new house, and the architect's office were the corners, nothing worth mentioning happened till the building was nearly finished. Sophia's ardor in the business, which at the beginning was so intense, had nearly burned itself out, so I was left pretty much to myself in getting over the latter difficulties. Amongst them was the question of a porch. I had often been annoyed, whilst waiting outside a door on a wet day, at being exposed to the wind and rain, and it was my favorite notion that I would have a model porch whenever I should build a house. Thus it was very vexing to recollect, just as the workmen were finishing off, that I had never mentioned the subject to Mr. Penny, and that he had not suggested anything about one to me. A porch or no porch is entirely a matter of personal feeling and taste, was his remark, in answer to a complaint from me. So, of course, I did not put one without its being mentioned, but it happens that in this case it would be an improvement, a feature in fact. There is this objection, that the roof will close up the window of the little place on the landing, but we may get ventilation by making an opening higher up, if you don't mind a trifling darkness or rather gloom. My first thought was that this might tend to reduce myself and family to a state of chronic melancholy, but remembering that there were reflectors advertised to throw sunlight into any nook almost, I agreed to the inconvenience, for the sake of the porch, though I found afterwards that the gloom was for all time, the patent reflector, naturally enough, sending its spot of light against the opposite wall, where it was not wanted, and leaving none about the landing where it was. In getting a house built for a specific sum by contract with a builder, there is a certain pitfall, into which unwary people are sure to step. This accident is technically termed getting into extras. It is evident that the only way to get out again without making a town talk about yourself is to pay the builder a large sum of money over and above the contract amount, the value, of course, of the extras. In the present case, I knew very well that the perceptible additions would have to be paid for. Common sense, and Mr. Penny himself perhaps, should have told me a little more distinctly that I must pay if I said yes to questions whether I preferred one window a trifle larger than it was originally intended, another a trifle smaller, second thoughts as to where a doorway should be, and so on. Then came a host of things not included: a sink in the scullery, a rain-water tank and a pump, a trap-door into the roof, a scraper, a weathercock, and 4 letters, ventilators in the nursery, same in the kitchen, all of which worked vigorously enough, but the wrong way, patent remarkable bell-pulls, a Royal Letters extraordinary kitchen range, which it would cost exactly 3d. 3 farthings to keep a fire in for 12 hours, and yet cook any joint in any way, warm up what was left yesterday, boil the vegetables, and do the ironing. But not keeping a strict account of all these expenses, and thinking myself safe in Mr. Penny's hands from any enormous increase, I was astounded to find that the additions altogether came to some hundreds of pounds. I could almost go through the worry of building another house, to shew how carefully I would avoid getting into extras again. Then they have to be wound up. A surveyor is called in from somewhere, and by a fiction, his heart's desire is supposed to be that you shall not be overcharged 1/2 penny by the builder for the additions. The builder names a certain sum as the value of a portion, say double its worth. The surveyor then names a sum, about half its true value. Then they fight it out by word of mouth, and gradually bringing their valuations nearer and nearer together, at last meet in the middle, All my accounts underwent this operation. A family's removing van carried our furniture and effects to the new building without giving us much trouble, but a number of vexing little incidents occurred on our settling down, which I should have felt more deeply had not a sort of Martinmas summer of Sophia's interest in the affair now set in, and lightened them considerably. Smoke was one of our nuisances. On lighting the study fire, every particle of smoke came curling into the room. In our trouble, we sent for the architect, who immediately asked if we had tried the plan of opening the register to cure it. We had not, but we did so, and the smoke ascended at once. The last thing I remember was Sophia jumping up one night and frightening me out of my senses with the exclamation, "Oh, that builder! Not a single bar of any sort is there to the nursery windows. John, some day those poor little children will tumble out in their innocence. How should they know better? And be dashed to pieces. Why did you put the nursery on the second floor?" And you may be sure that some bars were put up the very next morning. End of How I Built Myself a House, by Thomas Hardy.
The Problem Club, by Barry Payne. Number 10. The Threepenny Problem. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "Child's play," said Major Byles. "That's what this problem is. It is required to offer a half-crown for a threepenny bus fare, and to receive the change wholly in threepenny bits. And you're not allowed to give the conductor anything, or promise him anything as an inducement to let you have the 9 threepennies. It's my belief that you'd only have to ask in a civil way, and any conductor would do it for you. A more obliging set of men than the London bus conductors couldn't be found, except perhaps the London police. I don't call it a problem at all. You'll all win, of course, and that will mean a comfortable tenner for every member of the club except myself, just because I'm stuck up here in the chair. It's scandalous." He snipped the end of a cigar ferociously, and lit it as if he took pleasure in its destruction, which indeed may have been the case. "However, I must do my duty, and I'll call on my reverend friend Mr. Cunliffe to tell us what he has done about it." "My story is a sad one," said the Reverend Septimus Cunliffe. "It leads me to believe that our chairman has overestimated the amiability of the conductors and underestimated the difficulty of the problem. I gave a half-crown for a threepenny fare and told the man that it would be a great kindness if he could let me have my change in threepenny pieces. He never said a word, but handed me a florin and 3 coppers. 'Did you hear what I asked you?' I said to him. 'Oh yes,' he said, 'I heard. If you want all them threepennies, you'd better get them out of the blanky offertory bag next Sunday.'" "Extraordinary," said the chairman. "Something must have occurred to ruffle the man's temper. Did you find any difficulty, Bunford?" "I failed absolutely," said Sir Charles Bunford. "No doubt I made a mistake in putting my request during the busy hour of the morning." The conductor looked resigned but sardonic. "Want it all in threepennies, do you?" he said. "Would you like them of any particular year?" I said that the date was immaterial. Any year would do. "That's all right," he said. "Then you can wait for next year's." And he gave me a shilling, a sixpence and ninepence in what is generally described at the inquest as bronze. "Of course," said the chairman, "it was a mistake to bother the man when he was busy. And a little tact is wanted. If I'd been in for this competition myself, I shouldn't just have asked for my change in threepennies. I should have given some plausible reason for wanting it." "With great respect, sir," said Mr. Quillian, "I must differ from you. I had the same idea and tried it. I told the conductor that I had a bet that I would get my change entirely in threepennies. I thought it would appeal to his sporting instinct. All he said was, You've lost, then, and gave me the change without as much as one threepenny in it. Seemed rather pleased about it, too." "I'd much the same experience," said Dr. Alden. "As I gave the man my half-crown, I mentioned that I was a collector of threepenny bits, and asked him if he could help me. He gave me 2 shillings and 3 pennies. 'Well,' he said, 'if you like to step off at the Bank of England and ask the chief cashier to give you threepennies for that little lot, you can mention my name.'" "It's quite possible," said the chairman, "that those conductors had not got the threepennies to give you. I go for days sometimes without as much as seeing a threepenny bit. It really looks as if the problem presented more difficulties than I had at first supposed. Did you manage to surmount them, Mr. Matthews?" "Can't say I did, though I took a lot of trouble about it. There's no 2 ways about it. If you put an unreasonable request to a complete stranger, whether he's a 'bus conductor or anything else, you're likely to be sat on and not to get what you want either. I picked a 'bus in the slack time, running nearly empty, with a good-natured looking conductor. I chatted with him for 5 minutes, and got him friendly disposed towards me before I even mentioned threepennies. Then I asked him if he got many of them. He said he took enough of them to fill a pint pot some days, and he wished he didn't. They were finicky things to handle, and easy dropped. Well, that was a very good start. I gave him a half-crown for my threepenny ticket, and told him that I would be glad to take as many threepenny bits off his hands as he liked to give me. Said I wanted them for a young nephew of mine. The man was quite willing, and if anybody had offered me £20 just then for my chance of winning the prize to-night, I'd have refused it. If anybody would give me 20 pence for the same chance at the present moment, I'd jump at it. The trouble came in just as the chairman has indicated. The man looked through his silver and did his best for me, but one solitary threepenny was all he could raise. I got that one, of course, but 1 is not 9. It was just rotten bad luck. He said that 19 days in 20 he could have given me a dozen of them, but he supposed it had to happen so." "You call that bad luck?" said the Honourable James Feldane gloomily. "Not half as bitter as mine." "We'll have the story of your failure, Jimmy," said the chairman. "Failure's nothing. I've failed before and shall do again. It's what happened afterwards that worries me. All the same, I don't know that I should have failed if I had simply trusted to my own judgment, but the woman looked so smart and brainy that I let myself be influenced, though she was really talking clotted nonsense." "You're getting on too quickly," said the chairman. "To what woman do you refer?" "How should I know? I haven't an idea what her name is. She was one of a pack of hens that I found cackling in my sister's drawing-room. They were discussing their maids and how to manage them, same as women have always done since the year 1. The brainy-looking one said that when she had a reasonable order to give a maid, she always put it in the form of a request. But if she had an unreasonable request to make to a maid, she always put it in the form of an order. She said that this always bluffed the maid out. I thought there might be something in that bit of wisdom. If you give an order in an ordinary way, as if it were a matter of course, it may get taken in that spirit. Anyway, I thought I'd try it with the 'bus conductor. I gave him my half-crown and said in my light and casual way, 'Threepenny ticket,' and give me my change in threepenny bits. He didn't say anything. He just glared at me. If he had said anything, it would probably have scorched the top off the 'bus. He gave me my change, with never a threepenny bit in it, and then glared some more. He'd got rather a good glare. Broke up my nerves anyhow. At the next corner I hopped off. Now mark the sequel. A little later I owed a taxi 8d., gave the man a half-crown and waited for my change. "Sorry, sir," said the man, "but I shall have to give you 6 threepenny bits. I've got no other silver." And that's the way things happen. When you want a thing you can't get it, and when you don't want it it's chucked at you." "Well, really," said the chairman, without a blush, "as I foresaw, this turns out to be a very difficult problem. No interruptions, please. I know that I did not actually say that it was very difficult, but it was in my mind. It looked easy, as I pointed out in my opening remarks, but nobody knows better than I do that appearances are often deceptive. I shall call upon our great expert and prize winner, Mr. Pusely Smythe. I am confident that he will have realized the difficulties and acted accordingly." Mr. Pusely Smythe smiled grimly and sardonically. "Thank you, sir," he said, "for your kind words. I do not want to brag, but I gave this problem my very earnest consideration, and I do think that I realized some at least of the difficulties before me. I saw, firstly, that it was possible, and even probable, that the conductor might not have 9 threepenny bits to give me. Now some company promoters have found out that the best way to get gold out of a gold mine is to start by putting a little gold into it. I adopted that principle. I selected a certain 'bus on a certain route. I arranged that on the journey just before I made my appearance no fewer than 12 passengers would pay their fares with threepenny bits. It only required a little organisation. If you tell a human boy or even a human girl to take your threepenny bit, pay a penny bus fare with it, and keep the change, you get willing service without any troublesome demand for explanations. Secondly, I had to have a story to tell the conductor that would induce him to oblige me. I was prepared to tell him that a friend had promised me that if I could collect 1,000 threepenny bits for the London Hospital, he would add double that amount to it. I noticed, sir, an unworthy expression of suspicion on the face of my learned friend Mr. Quillian. My story for the conductor was not only plausible, it was actually true. I was the man who had made that promise to myself. If I am not my own friend, who is? Further, I was so absolutely certain of success that I remitted the sum in question, £32 10s, to the hospital, and have a receipt for it. When I deducted the £32 10s expenditure from the £110 prize, I calculated that it would still leave a living wage for myself. Well, that was the position. I saw that there were 2 main difficulties in this problem, and I had arranged to meet both of them. "Quite so," said the chairman. "As I've always said, these things need to be worked out in a clear-minded and systematic way. And the result was all right?" Pusely Smythe's smile was more sardonic than ever. "Much depends on the point of view. It was all right from some points of view. Punctually at the time I had fixed, I took my seat on the top of the 'bus I had selected. About a minute later the conductor came up to collect the fares. I felt for my half-crown. I had not got any half-crown. I had no money on me whatever. I had inadvertently left my money at home. There was nobody on the 'bus to whom I could apply for temporary assistance. Well, there was no help for it. The conductor was weary but firm. He told me to hop off the 'bus and not to try it on again. I hopped. It may have been all right from the point of view of the other competitors, but from my own point of view it was less satisfactory. And it only shows that you may lose your game by missing a perfectly easy shot. Mr. Wildersley, A.R.A., had demanded threepennies from a conductor on the ground that he was collecting them. The conductor had replied that he was there to take the fares, not to supply private museums. Mr. Austin had met a most obliging conductor, who, however, had no threepennies in his possession. Lord Herngill and Mr. Heseltine had only contemptuous refusals to record. This, of course, happened before the war. In these days, when the gentler, kindlier, and more refined sex has charge of our public vehicles, the problem might prove easy of solution." "Well," the chairman began, "it looks as if the whole lot of you duffers had failed." Here the secretary, Lord Herngill, whispered a few warning words in his ear, and the chairman nodded assent. "Yes," he resumed, "it may look to you duffers as if the whole lot of you had failed, but of course that would be wrong. Nobody has succeeded in getting 9 threepennies in change. But in that case the nearest approximation to that number wins. Mr. Matthews got 1 threepenny and conformed to the conditions. Nobody else even got 1. Therefore I declare Mr. Matthews to be the winner." Jimmy Feldane confided his private sorrows to his friend Heseltine. "I don't mind old Matthews winning. He's a genial old bird, and what he don't know about the noble art of dining ain't worth worrying over. But there is just one thing that makes me want to kick myself round and round this room till I get giddy. When Matthews told us his yarn, he said he'd take 20p. for his chance of the prize. I ought to have been on to it in a flash, if not sooner. 1 8 for a sporting chance of £110 is good enough. The more I think of it, the more I see that I ought not to be allowed out except in charge of a nursemaid." "Oh, we all miss that chance," said Heseltine. "Maybe a drink might do us some good." While they were taking the medicine indicated, the chairman read out the problem which was to employ them during the following month. The fantastic editor of The Pig Keeper's Friend had entitled it "The Q Loan Problem," and its terms were as follows: "It is required in 3 days to borrow as many things as possible, the name of each thing to begin with the letter Q. Nothing counts for the competition if its name is on the list of more than 1 member. No money may be given or promised in respect of any loan." "And to morrow morning, bright and early," said Jimmy, "I'm off to the Zoo in a taxi to see if I can't borrow their quagga." End of The Threepenny Problem, by Barry Payne.
The Adventure of the Mazarin Stone by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was pleasant to Dr. Watson to find himself once more in the untidy room of the first floor in Baker Street, which had been the starting point of so many remarkable adventures. He looked round him at the scientific charts upon the wall, the acid-charred bench of chemicals, the violin case leaning in the corner, the coal scuttle which contained of old the pipes and tobacco. Finally his eyes came round to the fresh and smiling face of Billy, the young but very wise and tactful page, who had helped a little to fill up the gap of loneliness and isolation which surrounded the saturnine figure of the great detective. "It all seems very unchanged, Billy. You don't change either. I hope the same can be said of him?" Billy glanced, with some solicitude, at the closed door of the bedroom. "I think he's in bed and asleep," he said. It was 7 in the evening of a lovely summer's day, but Dr. Watson was sufficiently familiar with the irregularity of his old friend's hours to feel no surprise at the idea. "That means a case, I suppose?" "Yes, sir. He is very hard at it just now. I'm frightened for his health. He gets paler and thinner, and he eats nothing." "When will you be pleased to dine, Mr. Holmes?" Mrs. Hudson asked. 7:30 the day after to-morrow," said he. You know his ways when he is keen on a case. "Yes, Billy, I know." "He's following someone. Yesterday he was out as a workman looking for a job. To-day he was an old woman. Fairly took me in, he did, and I ought to know his ways by now." Billy pointed with a grin to a very baggy parasol which leaned against the sofa. "That's part of the old woman's outfit," he said. "But what is it all about, Billy?" Billy sank his voice as one who discusses great secrets of state. "I don't mind telling you, sir, but it should go no farther. It's this case of the Crown diamond." "What, the £100,000 burglary?" "Yes, sir. They must get it back, sir. Why, we had the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary both sitting on that very sofa. Mr. Holmes was very nice to them. He soon put them at their ease and promised he would do all he could. Then there is Lord Cantlemere." "Ah." "Yes, sir. You know what that means. He's a stiff 'un, sir, if I may say so. I can get along with the Prime Minister, and I've nothing against the Home Secretary, who seemed a civil, obliging sort of man, but I can't stand his lordship. Neither can Mr. Holmes, sir. You see, he don't believe in Mr. Holmes, and he was against employing him. He'd rather he failed." "And Mr. Holmes knows it?" "Mr. Holmes always knows whatever there is to know." "Well, we'll hope he won't fail, and that Lord Cantlemere will be confounded. But I say, Billy, what is that curtain for across the window?" "Mr. Holmes had it put up there 3 days ago. We've got something funny behind it." Billy advanced and drew away the drapery which screened the alcove of the bow window. Dr. Watson could not restrain a cry of amazement. There was a facsimile of his old friend, dressing gown and all, the face turned 3/4 towards the window and downwards as though reading an invisible book, while the body was sunk deep in an armchair. Billy detached the head and held it in the air. "We put it at different angles, so that it may seem more lifelike. I wouldn't dare touch it if the blind were not down, but when it's up you can see this from across the way." "We used something of the sort once before." "Before my time," said Billy. He drew the window curtains apart and looked into the street. "There are folk who watch us from over yonder. I can see a fellow now at the window. Have a look for yourself." Watson had taken a step forward when the bedroom door opened and the long, thin form of Holmes emerged, his face pale and drawn, but his step and bearing as active as ever. With a single spring he was at the window and had drawn the blind once more. "That will do, Billy," said he. "You were in danger of your life then, my boy, and I can't do without you just yet. Well, Watson, it is good to see you in your old quarters once again. You come at a critical moment." "So I gather." "You can go, Billy." "That boy is a problem, Watson. How far am I justified in allowing him to be in danger?" "Danger of what, Holmes?" "Of sudden death. I'm expecting something this evening." "Expecting what?" "To be murdered, Watson." "No, no, you're joking, Holmes." "Even my limited sense of humour could evolve a better joke than that. But we may be comfortable in the meantime, may we not? Is alcohol permitted? The gasogene and cigars are in the old place. Let me see you once more in the customary armchair. You have not, I hope, learned to despise my pipe and my lamentable tobacco. It has to take the place of food these days." "But why not eat?" "Because the faculties become refined when you starve them. Why, surely, as a doctor, my dear Watson, you must admit that what your digestion gains in the way of blood supply is so much lost to the brain. I am a brain, Watson. The rest of me is a mere appendix. Therefore it is the brain I must consider." "But this danger, Holmes." "Ah, yes. In case it should come off, it would perhaps be as well that you should burden your memory with the name and address of the murderer. You can give it to Scotland Yard with my love and a parting blessing. Silvius is the name. Count Negretto Silvius. Write it down, man, write it down. 136 Moorside Gardens, Northwest. Got it?" Watson's honest face was twitching with anxiety. He knew only too well the immense risks taken by Holmes, and was well aware that what he said was more likely to be understatement than exaggeration. Watson was always the man of action, and he rose to the occasion. "Count me in, Holmes. I have nothing to do for a day or two." "Your morals don't improve, Watson. You have added fibbing to your other vices. You bear every sign of the busy medical man with calls on him every hour." "Not such important ones." But can't you have this fellow arrested? Yes, Watson, I could. That's what worries him so. But why don't you? Because I don't know where the diamond is. Ah, Billy told me, the missing crown jewel. Yes, the great yellow Mazarin stone. I've cast my net and I have my fish, but I have not got the stone. What is the use of taking them? We can make the world a better place by laying them by the heels, but that is not what I'm out for. It's the stone I want. And is this Count Sylvius one of your fish? Yes, and he's a shark. He bites. The other is Sam Merton, the boxer. Not a bad fellow, Sam, but the Count has used him. Sam's not a shark. He is a great big silly bull-headed gudgeon, but he is flopping about in my net all the same. Where is this Count Sylvius? I've been at his very elbow all the morning. You've seen me as an old lady, Watson. I was never more convincing. He actually picked up my parasol for me once. By your leave, madam, said he, half Italian, you know, and with the southern graces of manner when in the mood, but a devil incarnate in the other mood. Life is full of whimsical happenings, Watson. It might have been a tragedy. Well, perhaps it might. I followed him to old Straubenzie's workshop in the Minories. Straubenzee made the air gun, a very pretty bit of work as I understand, and I rather fancy it is in the opposite window at the present moment. Have you seen the dummy? Of course, Billy showed it to you. Well, it may get a bullet through its beautiful head at any moment. Ah, Billy, what is it? The boy had reappeared in the room with a card upon the tray. Holmes glanced at it with raised eyebrows and an amused smile. The man himself. I had hardly expected this. Grasp the nettle, Watson. A man of nerve. Possibly you have heard of his reputation as a shooter of big game. It would indeed be a triumphant ending to his excellent sporting record if he added me to his bag. This is a proof that he feels my toe very close behind his heel. Send for the police. I probably shall, but not just yet. Would you glance carefully out of the window, Watson, and see if anyone is hanging about in the street? Watson looked warily round the edge of the curtain. Yes, there is one rough fellow near the door. That will be Sam Merton, the faithful but rather fatuous Sam. Where is this gentleman, Billy? In the waiting room, sir. Show him up when I ring. Yes, sir. If I am not in the room, show him in all the same. Watson waited until the door was closed, and then he turned earnestly to his companion. Look here, Holmes, this is simply impossible. This is a desperate man who sticks at nothing. He may have come to murder you. I should not be surprised. I insist upon staying with you. You would be horribly in the way. In his way? No, my dear fellow, in my way. Well, I can't possibly leave you. Yes, you can, Watson, and you will, for you have never failed to play the game. I am sure you will play it to the end. This man has come for his own purpose, but he may stay for mine. Holmes took out his notebook and scribbled a few lines. Take a cab to Scotland Yard and give this to Youghal of the C.I.D. Come back with the police. The fellow's arrest will follow. I'll do that with joy. Before you return, I may have just time enough to find out where the stone is. He touched the bell. I think we will go out through the bedroom. This second exit is exceedingly useful. I rather want to see my shark without his seeing me, and I have, as you will remember, my own way of doing it. It was, therefore, an empty room into which Billy, a minute later, ushered Count Sylvius. The famous game-shot, sportsman, and man about town was a big, swarthy fellow with a formidable dark moustache shading a cruel, thin-lipped mouth and surmounted by a long, curved nose like the beak of an eagle. He was well dressed, but his brilliant necktie, shining pin, and glittering rings were flamboyant in their effect. As the door closed behind him, he looked round him with fierce, startled eyes, like one who suspects a trap at every turn. Then he gave a violent start as he saw the impassive head and the collar of the dressing gown which projected above the armchair in the window. At first his expression was one of pure amazement. Then the light of a horrible hope gleamed in his dark, murderous eyes. He took one more glance round to see that there was no witness, and then, on tiptoe, his thick stick half raised, he approached the silent figure. He was crouching for his final spring and blow when a cool, sardonic voice greeted him from the open bedroom door. "Don't break it, Count, don't break it!" The assassin staggered back, amazement in his convulsed face. For an instant he half raised his loaded cane once more, as if he would turn his violence from the effigy to the original. But there was something in that steady grey eye and mocking smile which caused his hand to sink to his side. "It's a pretty little thing," said Holmes, advancing towards the image. "Tavernier, the French modeller, made it. He is as good at waxworks as your friend Straubenzee is at air guns." "Air guns, sir? What do you mean?" "Put your hat and stick on the side table. Thank you. Pray take a seat. Would you care to put your revolver out also?" "Oh, very good, if you prefer to sit upon it. Your visit is really most opportune, for I wanted badly to have a few minutes' chat with you." The Count scowled with heavy, threatening eyebrows. "I, too, wish to have some words with you, Holmes. That is why I am here. I won't deny that I intended to assault you just now." Holmes swung his leg on the edge of the table. "I rather gathered that you had some idea of the sort in your head," said he. "But why these personal attentions?" "Because you have gone out of your way to annoy me. Because you have put your creatures upon my track." "My creatures? I assure you, no." "Nonsense. I have had them followed. Two can play at that game, Holmes." "It is a small point, Count Sylvius, but perhaps you would kindly give me my prefix when you address me. You can understand that with my routine of work I should find myself on familiar terms with half the rogues' gallery, and you will agree that exceptions are invidious." "Well, Mr. Holmes, then." "Excellent. But I assure you you are mistaken about my alleged agents." Count Sylvius laughed contemptuously. "Other people can observe as well as you. Yesterday there was an old sporting man. To-day it was an elderly woman. They held me in view all day." "Really, sir, you compliment me. Old Baron Dowson said the night before he was hanged that in my case what the law had gained the stage had lost. And now you give my little impersonations your kindly praise." "It was you? You yourself?" Holmes shrugged his shoulders. "You can see in the corner the parasol which you so politely handed to me in the Minories before you began to suspect. If I had known you might never have seen this humble home again. I was well aware of it. We all have neglected opportunities to deplore. As it happens, you did not know, so here we are." The Count's knotted brows gathered more heavily over his menacing eyes. "What you say only makes the matter worse. It was not your agents, but your play-acting, busybody self. You admit that you have dogged me. Why?" "Come now, Count, you used to shoot lions in Algeria." "Well?" "But why?" "Why? The sport, the excitement, the danger." "And no doubt to free the country from a pest?" "Exactly." "My reasons in a nutshell." The Count sprang back to his feet, and his hand involuntarily moved back to his hip pocket. "Sit down, sir, sit down. There was another, more practical reason. I want that yellow diamond." Count Sylvius lay back in his chair with an evil smile. "Upon my word," said he. "You knew that I was after you for that. The real reason why you are here to-night is to find out how much I know about the matter and how far my removal is absolutely essential. Well, I should say that from your point of view it is absolutely essential, for I know all about it save only for one thing which you are about to tell me." "Oh, indeed! And pray what is this missing fact?" "Where the Crown diamond now is." The Count looked sharply at his companion. Oh, you want to know that, do you? How the devil should I be able to tell you where it is? You can, and you will. Indeed. You can't bluff me, Count Sylvius. Holmes's eyes, as he gazed at him, contracted and lightened until they were like two menacing points of steel. You are absolute plate glass. I see to the very back of your mind. Then, of course, you see where the diamond is. Holmes clapped his hands with amusement and then pointed a derisive finger. Then you do know. You have admitted it. I admit nothing. Now, Count, if you will be reasonable, we can do business. If not, you will get hurt. Count Sylvius threw up his eyes to the ceiling. And you talk about bluff, said he. Holmes looked at him thoughtfully, like a master chess player who meditates his crowning move. Then he threw open the table drawer and drew out a squat notebook. Do you know what I keep in this book? No, sir, I do not. You. Me? Yes, sir, you. You are all here, every action of your vile and dangerous life. Damn you, Holmes, cried the Count with blazing eyes. There are limits to my patience. It's all here, Count, the real facts as to the death of old Mrs. Harold, who left you the Blymer estate, which you so rapidly gambled away. You are dreaming. And the complete life history of Miss Minnie Warrender. Tut, you will make nothing of that. Plenty more here, Count. Here is the robbery in the train de luxe at the Riviera on February 13th, 1892. Here is the forged cheque in the same year on the Crédit Lyonnais. No, you're wrong there. Then I am right on the others. Now, Count, you are a card player. When the other fellow has all the trumps, it saves time to throw down your hand. What has all this talk to do with the jewel of which you spoke? Gently, Count. Restrain that eager mind. Let me get to the points in my own humdrum fashion. I have all this against you, but above all I have a clear case against both you and your fighting bully in the case of the Crown diamond. Indeed. I have the cabman who took you to Whitehall and the cabman who brought you away. I have the commissionaire who saw you near the case. I have Ikey Sanders who refused to cut it up for you. Ikey has peached and the game is up. The veins stood out on the Count's forehead. His dark, hairy hands were clenched in a convulsion of restrained emotion. He tried to speak, but the words would not shape themselves. That's the hand I play from, said Holmes. I put it all upon the table. But one card is missing. It's the King of Diamonds. I don't know where the stone is. You never shall know. No? Now be reasonable, Count. Consider the situation. You're going to be locked up for 20 years. So is Sam Merton. What good are you going to get out of your diamond? None in the world. But if you hand it over, well, I'll compound a felony. We don't want you or Sam. We want the stone. Give that up, and so far as I'm concerned, you can go free so long as you behave yourself in the future. If you make another slip, well, it will be the last. But this time my commission is to get the stone, not you. But if I refuse? Why then, alas, it must be you and not the stone. Billy had appeared in answer to a ring. I think, Count, that it would be as well to have your friend Sam at this conference. After all, his interests should be represented. Billy, you will see a large and ugly gentleman outside the front door. Ask him to come up. If he won't come, sir? No violence, Billy. Don't be rough with him. If you tell him that Count Sylvius wants him, he will certainly come. What are you going to do now? Asked the Count as Billy disappeared. My friend Watson was with me just now. I told him that I had a shark and a gudgeon in my net. Now I am drawing the net, and up they come together. The Count had risen from his chair, and his hand was behind his back. Holmes held something half protruding from the pocket of his dressing gown. You won't die in your bed, Holmes. I have often had the same idea. Does it matter very much? After all, Count, your own exit is more likely to be perpendicular than horizontal. But these anticipations of the future are morbid. Why not give ourselves up to the unrestrained enjoyment of the present? A sudden wild beast light sprang up in the dark, menacing eyes of the master criminal. Holmes's figure seemed to grow taller as he grew tense and ready. "It is no use your fingering your revolver, my friend," he said in a quiet voice. "You know perfectly well that you dare not use it, even if I gave you time to draw it. Nasty, noisy things, revolvers, Count. Better stick to air guns. Ah, I think I hear the fairy footstep of your estimable partner. Good day, Mr. Merton. Rather dull in the street, is it not?" The prize fighter, a heavily built young man with a stupid, obstinate, slab-sided face, stood awkwardly at the door, looking about him with a puzzled expression. Holmes's debonair manner was a new experience, and though he vaguely felt that it was hostile, he did not know how to counter it. He turned to his more astute comrade for help. "What's the game now, Count? What's this fellow want? What's up?" His voice was deep and raucous. The Count shrugged his shoulders, and it was Holmes who answered. "If I may put it in a nutshell, Mr. Merton, I should say it was all up." The boxer still addressed his remarks to his associate. "Is this cove trying to be funny or what? I'm not in the funny mood myself." "No, I expect not," said Holmes. "I think I can promise you that you'll feel even less humorous as the evening advances. Now look here, Count Sylvius, I'm a busy man and I can't waste time. I'm going into that bedroom. Pray make yourselves quite at home in my absence. You can explain to your friend how the matter lies without the restraint of my presence. I shall try over the Hoffmann Barcarolle upon my violin. In 5 minutes I shall return for your final answer. You quite grasp the alternative, do you not? Shall we take you or shall we take the stone?" Holmes withdrew, picking up his violin from the corner as he passed. A few moments later the long-drawn, wailing notes of that most haunting of tunes came faintly through the closed door of the bedroom. "What is it, then?" asked Merton anxiously, as his companion turned to him. "Does he know about the stone?" "He knows a damn sight too much about it. I'm not sure that he doesn't know all about it." "Good Lord!" The boxer's sallow face turned a shade whiter. "Ikey Sanders has split on us." "He has he? I'll do him down a thick 'un for that if I swing for it." "That won't help us much. We've got to make up our minds what to do." "Half a mo'," said the boxer, looking suspiciously at the bedroom door. "He's a leery cove that wants watching. I suppose he's not listening?" "How can he be listening with that music going?" "That's right. Maybe somebody's behind a curtain. Too many curtains in this room." As he looked round he suddenly saw for the first time the effigy in the window, and stood staring and pointing, too amazed for words. "Tut, it's only a dummy," said the Count. "A fake, is it? Well, strike me! Madame Tussaud ain't in it. It's the living spit of him, gown and all. But them curtains, Count." "Oh, confound the curtains! We're wasting our time and there's none too much. He can lag us over this stone." "The deuce he can! But he'll let us slip if we only tell him where the swag is." "What? Give it up? Give up 100,000 quid?" "It's one or the other." Merton scratched his short-cropped pate. "He's alone in there. Let's do him in. If his light were out we should have nothing to fear." The Count shook his head. "He's armed and ready. If we shot him we could hardly get away in a place like this. Besides, it's likely enough that the police know whatever evidence he has got. Hullo, what was that?" There was a vague sound which seemed to come from the window. Both men sprang round, but all was quiet. Save for the one strange figure seated in the chair, the room was certainly empty. "Something in the street," said Merton. "Now look here, Governor, you've got the brains. Surely you can think of a way out of it. If slugging is no use, then it's up to you." "I've fooled better men than he," the Count answered. "The stone is here in my secret pocket. I take no chances leaving it about. It can be out of England to-night and cut into 4 pieces in Amsterdam before Sunday. He knows nothing of Van Setter." "I thought Van Setter was going next week." "He was. But now he must get off by the next boat. One or other of us must slip round with the stone to Lime Street and tell him. But the false bottom ain't ready. Well, he must take it as it is and chance it. There's not a moment to lose." Again, with the sense of danger which becomes an instinct with the sportsman, he paused and looked hard at the window. Yes, it was surely from the street that the faint sound had come. "As to Holmes," he continued, "we can fool him easily enough. You see, the damned fool won't arrest us if he can get the stone. Well, we'll promise him the stone. We'll put him on the wrong track about it, and before he finds out that it is the wrong track, it will be in Holland, and we out of the country." "That sounds good to me," cried Sam Merton with a grin. "You go on and tell the Dutchman to get a move on him. I'll see this sucker and fill him up with a bogus confession. I'll tell him that the stone is in Liverpool. Confound that whining music. It gets on my nerves. By the time he finds out it isn't in Liverpool, it will be in quarters and we on the blue water. Come back here, out of a line with that keyhole. Here is the stone. I wonder you dare carry it. Where could I have it safer? If we could take it out of Whitehall, someone else could surely take it out of my lodgings. Let's have a look at it." Count Sylvius cast a somewhat unflattering glance at his associate and disregarded the unwashed hand which was extended towards him. "What, do you think I'm going to snatch it off you? See here, mister, I'm getting a bit tired of your ways." "Well, well, no offence, Sam. We can't afford to quarrel. Come over here to the window if you want to see the beauty properly. Now hold it to the light. Here." "Thank you." With a single spring, Holmes had leaped from the dummy's chair and had grasped the precious jewel. He held it now in one hand while his other pointed a revolver at the Count's head. The two villains staggered back in utter amazement. Before they had recovered, Holmes had pressed the electric bell. "No violence, gentlemen, no violence, I beg of you. Consider the furniture. It must be very clear to you that your position is an impossible one. The police are waiting below." The Count's bewilderment overmastered his rage and fear. "But how the deuce—" he gasped. "Your surprise is very natural. You are not aware that a second door from my bedroom leads behind that curtain. I fancied that you must have heard me when I displaced the figure, but luck was on my side. It gave me a chance of listening to your racy conversation, which would have been painfully constrained had you been aware of my presence." The Count gave a gesture of resignation. "We give you the best, Holmes. I believe you are the devil himself." "Not far from him, at any rate," Holmes answered with a polite smile. Sam Merton's slow intellect had only gradually appreciated the situation. Now, as the sound of heavy steps came from the stairs outside, he broke silence at last. "A fair cop," said he. "But I say, what about that bloomin' fiddle? I hear it yet." "Tut, tut," Holmes answered. "You are perfectly right. Let it play. These modern gramophones are a remarkable invention." There was an inrush of police, the handcuffs clicked, and the criminals were led to the waiting cab. Watson lingered with Holmes, congratulating him upon this fresh leaf added to his laurels. Once more their conversation was interrupted by the imperturbable Billy with his card tray. "Lord Cantlemere, sir." "Show him up, Billy. This is the eminent peer who represents the very highest interests," said Holmes. "He is an excellent and loyal person, but rather of the old regime. Shall we make him unbend? Dare we venture upon a slight liberty? He knows, we may conjecture, nothing of what has occurred." The door opened to admit a thin, austere figure with a hatchet face and drooping mid-Victorian whiskers of a glossy blackness which hardly corresponded with the rounded shoulders and feeble gait. Holmes advanced affably and shook an unresponsive hand. "How do you do, Lord Cantlemere? It is chilly for the time of year, but rather warm indoors. May I take your overcoat?" "No, I thank you. I will not take it off." Holmes laid his hand insistently upon the sleeve. "Pray allow me. My friend Dr. Watson would assure you that these changes of temperature are most insidious." His lordship shook himself free with some impatience. I am quite comfortable, sir. I have no need to stay. I have simply looked in to know how your self-appointed task was progressing. It is difficult, very difficult. I feared that you would find it so. There was a distinct sneer in the old courtier's words and manner. Every man finds his limitation, Mr. Holmes, but at least it cures us of the weakness of self-satisfaction. Yes, sir, I have been much perplexed. No doubt. Especially upon one point. Possibly you could help me upon it. You apply for my advice rather late in the day. I thought that you had your own all-sufficient methods. Still, I am ready to help you. You see, Lord Cantlemere, we can no doubt frame a case against the actual thieves. When you have caught them. Exactly. But the question is, how shall we proceed against the receiver? Is this not rather premature? It is as well to have our plans ready. Now, what would you regard as final evidence against the receiver? The actual possession of the stone. You would arrest him upon that? Most undoubtedly. Holmes seldom laughed, but he got as near it as his old friend Watson could remember. In that case, my dear sir, I shall be under the painful necessity of advising your arrest. Lord Cantlemere was very angry. Some of the ancient fires flickered up into his sallow cheeks. You take a great liberty, Mr. Holmes. In 50 years of official life I cannot recall such a case. I am a busy man, sir, engaged upon important affairs, and I have no time or taste for foolish jokes. I may tell you frankly, sir, that I have never been a believer in your powers, and that I have always been of the opinion that the matter was far safer in the hands of the regular police force. Your conduct confirms all my conclusions. I have the honour, sir, to wish you good evening." Holmes had swiftly changed his position and was between the pier and the door. "One moment, sir," said he. "To actually go off with the Mazarin stone would be a more serious offence than to be found in temporary possession of it. Sir, this is intolerable. Let me pass." "Put your hand in the right-hand pocket of your overcoat." "What do you mean, sir?" "Come, come, do what I ask." An instant later the amazed peer was standing, blinking and stammering, with the great yellow stone on his shaking palm. "What? How is this, Mr. Holmes?" "Too bad, Lord Cantlemere, too bad," cried Holmes. "My old friend here will tell you that I have an impish habit of practical joking. Also that I can never resist a dramatic situation. I took the liberty, the very great liberty, I admit, of putting the stone into your pocket at the beginning of our interview." The old peer stared from the stone to the smiling face before him. "Sir, I am bewildered. But yes, it is indeed the Mazarin stone. We are greatly your debtors, Mr. Holmes. Your sense of humour may, as you admit, be somewhat perverted, and its exhibition remarkably untimely, but at least I withdraw any reflection I have made upon your amazing professional powers. But how—" "The case is but half finished. The details can wait. No doubt, Lord Cantlemere, your pleasure in telling of this successful result in the exalted circle to which you return will be some small atonement for my practical joke. Billy, you will show his lordship out, and tell Mrs. Hudson that I should be glad if she should send up dinner for two as soon as possible." End of The Mazarin Stone, by Arthur Conan Doyle.
Such a Pretty Little Picture, by Dorothy Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Such a Pretty Little Picture, by Dorothy Parker. From The Smart Set, December 1922. Mr. Wheelock was clipping the hedge. He did not dislike doing it. If it had not been for the faintly sickish odor of the privet bloom, he would definitely have enjoyed it. The new shears were so sharp and bright. There was such a gratifying sense of something done as the young green stems snapped off and the expanse of tidy, square, hedge top lengthened. There was a lot of work to be done on it. It should have been attended to a week ago, but this was the first day that Mr. Wheelock had been able to get back from the city before dinner time. Clipping the hedge was one of the few domestic duties that Mr. Wheelock could be trusted with. He was notoriously poor at doing anything around the house. All the suburb knew about it. It was the source of all Mrs. Wheelock's jokes. Her most popular anecdote was of how, the past winter, he had gone out and hired a man to take care of the furnace, after a 7 years' losing struggle with it. She had an admirable memory, and often as she had related the story she never dropped a word of it. Even now, in the late summer, she could hardly tell it for laughing. When they were first married, Mr. Wheelock had lent himself to the fun. He had even posed as being more inefficient than he really was, to make the joke better. But he had tired of his helplessness as a topic of conversation. All the men of Mrs. Wheelock's acquaintance, her cousins, her brother-in-law, the boys she went to high school with, the neighbors' husbands, were adepts at putting up a shelf, at repairing a lock, or making a shirt-waist box. Mr. Wheelock had begun to feel that there was something rather effeminate about his lack of interest in such things. He had wanted to answer his wife lately, when she enlivened some neighbor's dinner table with tales of his inadequacy with hammer and wrench. He had wanted to cry, "All right, suppose I'm not any good at things like that. What of it?" He had played with the idea, had tried to imagine how his voice would sound, uttering the words, but he could think of no further argument for his case than that "what of it?" And he was a little relieved, somehow, at being able to find nothing stronger. It made it reassuringly impossible to go through with the plan of answering his wife's public railleries. Mrs. Wheelock sat, now, on the spotless porch of the neat stucco house. Beside her was a pile of her husband's shirts and drawers, the price tags still on them. She was going over all the buttons before he wore the garments, sewing them on more firmly. Mrs. Wheelock never waited for a button to come off before sewing it on. She worked with quick, decided movements, compressing her lips each time the thread made a slight resistance to her deft jerks. She was not a tall woman, and since the birth of her child she had gone over from a delicate plumpness to a settled stockiness. Her brown hair, though abundant, grew in an uncertain line about her forehead. It was her habit to put it up in curlers at night, but the crimps never came out in the right place. It was arranged with perfect neatness, yet it suggested that it had been done up and got over with as quickly as possible. Passionately clean, she was always redolent of the germicidal soap she used so vigorously. She was wont to tell people, somewhat redundantly, that she never employed any sort of cosmetics. She had unlimited contempt for women who sought to reduce their weight by dieting, cutting from their menus such nourishing items as cream and puddings and cereals. Adelaide Wheelock's friends, and she had many of them, said of her that there was no nonsense about her. They and she regarded it as a compliment. Sister, the Wheelocks' 5-year-old daughter, played quietly in the gravel path that divided the tiny lawn. She had been known as Sister since her birth, and her mother still laid plans for a brother for her. Sister's baby carriage stood waiting in the cellar. Her baby clothes were stacked expectantly away in bureau drawers. But raises were infrequent at the advertising agency where Mr. Wheelock was employed, and his present salary had barely caught up to the cost of their living. They could not conscientiously regard themselves as being able to afford a son. Both Mr. and Mrs. Wheelock keenly felt his guilt in keeping the bassinet empty. Sister was not a pretty child, though her features were straight, and her eyes would one day be handsome. The left one turned slightly in toward the nose, now, when she looked in a certain direction. They would operate as soon as she was 7. Her hair was pale and limp, and her color bad. She was a delicate little girl, not fragile in a picturesque way, but the kind of child that must be always undergoing treatment, for its teeth, and its throat, and obscure things in its nose. She had lately had her adenoids removed, and she was still using squares of surgical gauze instead of handkerchiefs. Both she and her mother somehow felt that these gave her a sort of prestige. She was additionally handicapped by her frocks, which her mother bought a size or so too large, with a view to Sister's growing into them, an expectation which seemed never to be realized, for her skirts were always too long, and the shoulders of her little dresses came halfway down to her thin elbows. Yet, even discounting the unfortunate way she was dressed, you could tell in some way that she was never going to wear any kind of clothes well. Mr. Wheelock glanced at her now and then as he clipped. He had never felt any fierce thrills of father love for the child. He had been disappointed in her when she was a pale, large-headed baby, smelling of stale milk and warm rubber. Sister made him feel ill at ease, vaguely irritated him. He had had no share in her training. Mrs. Wheelock was so competent a parent that she took the places of both of them. When Sister came to him to ask his permission to do something, he always told her to wait and ask her mother about it. He regarded himself as having the usual paternal affection for his daughter. There were times, indeed, when she had tugged sharply at his heart, when he had waited in the corridor outside the operating room, when she was still under the anesthetic and lay, little and white and helpless, on her high hospital bed. Once, when he had accidentally closed a door upon her thumb. But from the first he had nearly acknowledged to himself that he did not like Sister as a person. Sister was not a whining child, despite her poor health. She had always been sensible and well-mannered, amenable about talking to visitors, rigorously unselfish. She never got into trouble, like other children. She did not care much for other children. She had heard herself described as being old-fashioned, and she knew she was delicate, and she felt that these attributes rather set her above them. Besides, they were rough and careless of their bodily well-being. Sister was exquisitely cautious of her safety. Grass, she knew, was often apt to be damp in the late afternoon, so she was careful now to stay right in the middle of the gravel path, sitting on a folded newspaper and playing one of her mysterious games with 3 petunias that she had been allowed to pick. Mrs. Wheelock never had to speak to her twice about keeping off wet grass, or wearing her rubbers, or putting on her jacket if a breeze sprang up. Sister was an immediately obedient child, always. II. Mrs. Wheelock looked up from her sewing and spoke to her husband. Her voice was high and clear, resolutely good-humored. From her habit of calling instructions from her upstairs window to Sister playing on the porch below, she spoke always a little kinder, louder than was necessary. "Daddy," she said. She had called him Daddy since some 8 months before Sister was born. She and the child had the same trick of calling his name and then waiting until he signified that he was attending before they went on with what they wanted to say. Mr. Wheelock stopped clipping, straightened himself, and turned toward her. "Daddy," she went on, thus reassured, "I saw Mr. Ince down at the post office to day when Sister and I went down to get the 10 o'clock mail. There wasn't much, just a card for me from Grace Williams, from that place they go to. up on Cape Cod, and an advertisement from some department store or other about their summer fur sale. As if I cared! And a circular for you from the bank. I opened it. I knew you wouldn't mind. Anyway, I just thought I'd tackle Mr. Ince first as last about getting in our cordwood. He didn't see me at first, though I'll bet he really saw me and pretended not to. But I ran right after him. 'Oh, Mr. Ince,' I said. 'Why, hello, Mrs. Willock,' he said, and then he asked for you, and I told him you were finally and everything. Then I said, 'Now, Mr. Ince,' I said, 'how about getting in that cordwood of ours?' And he said, 'Well, Mrs. Wheelock,' he said, 'I'll get it in soon's I can, but I'm short of help right now,' he said. Short of help! Of course I couldn't say anything, but I guess he could tell from the way I looked at him how much I believed it. I just said, 'All right, Mr. Ince, but don't you forget us. There may be a cold snap coming on,' I said, 'and we'll be wanting a fire in the living room. Don't you forget us,' I said, and he said no he wouldn't. If that wood isn't here by Monday, I think you ought to do something about it, Daddy. There's no sense in all this putting it off and putting it off. First thing you know, there'll be a cold snap coming on, and we'll be wanting a fire in the living room, and there will be. You'll be sure and tend to it, won't you, Daddy? I'll remind you again Monday, if I can think of it, but there are so many things.' Mr. Wheelock nodded and turned back to his clipping and his thoughts. They were thoughts that had occupied much of his leisure lately. After dinner, when Adelaide was sewing or arguing with the maid, he found himself letting his magazine fall face downward on his knee, while he rolled the same idea round and round in his mind. He had got so that he looked forward through the day to losing himself in it. He had rather welcomed the hedge clipping. You can clip and think at the same time. It had started with a story that he had picked up somewhere. He couldn't recall whether he had heard it or had read it. That was probably it, he thought. He had run across it in the back pages of some comic paper that someone had left on the train. It was about a man who lived in a suburb. Every morning he had gone to the city on the 8:12, sitting in the same seat in the same car, and every evening he had gone home to his wife on the 5:17, sitting in the same seat in the same car. He had done this for 20 years of his life. And then one night he didn't come home. He never went back to his office any more. He just never turned up again. The last man to see him was the conductor on the 5:17. "He come down the platform at the Grand Central," the man reported, "just like he done every night since I been workin' on this road. He put one foot on the step and then he stopped sudden and he said, 'Oh, hell,' and he took his foot off of the step and walked away, and that's the last anybody see of him." Curious how that story took hold of Mr. Wheelock's fancy. He had started thinking of it as a mildly humorous anecdote. He had come to accept it as fact. He did not think the man sitting in the same seat in the same car need have been stressed so much. That seemed unimportant. He thought long about the man's wife, wondered what suburb he had lived in. He loved to play with the thing, to try to feel what the man felt before he took his foot off the car's step. He never concerned himself with speculations as to where the man had disappeared, how he had spent the rest of his life. Mr. Wheelock was absorbed in that moment when he had said, "Oh, hell," and walked off. "Oh, hell" seemed to Mr. Wheelock a fine thing for him to have said, a perfect summary of the situation. He tried thinking of himself in the man's place. But no, he would have done it from the other end. That was the real way to do it. Some summer evening like this, say when Adelaide was sewing on buttons up on the porch and Sister was playing somewhere about. A pleasant, quiet evening it must be, with the shadows lying long on the street that led from their house to the station. He would have put down the garden shears, or the hose, or whatever he happened to be puttering with. Not throw the thing down, you know, just put it quietly aside, and walk out of the gate and down the street, and that would be the last they'd see of him. He would time it so that he'd just make the 6:03 for the city comfortably. He did not go ahead with it from there much. He was not especially anxious to leave the advertising agency forever. He did not particularly dislike his work. He had been an advertising solicitor since he had gone to work at all, and he worked hard at his job, and, aside from that, didn't think about it much one way or the other. It seemed to Mr. Wheelock that before he had got hold of the "Oh, hell" story, he had never thought about anything much, one way or the other. But he would have to disappear from the office, too, that was certain. It would spoil everything to turn up there again. He thought dimly of taking a train going west, after the 6:03 got him to the Grand Central Terminal. He might go to Buffalo, say, or perhaps Chicago. Better just let that part take care of itself, and go back to dwell on the moment when it would sweep over him that he was going to do it, when he would put down the shears and walk out the gate. The "oh, hell" rather troubled him. Mr. Wheelock felt that he would like to retain that. It completed the gesture so beautifully, but he didn't quite know to whom he should say it. He might stop in at the post office on his way to the station and say it to the postmaster, but the postmaster would probably think he was only annoyed at there being no mail for him. Nor would the conductor of the 6:03, a train Mr. Wheelock never used, take the right interest in it. Of course, the real thing to do would be to say it to Adelaide just before he laid down the shears, but somehow Mr. Wheelock could not make that scene come very clear in his imagination. 3. "Daddy," Mrs. Wheelock said briskly. He stopped clipping and faced her. "Daddy," she related, "I saw Dr. Mann's automobile going by the house this morning. He was going to have a look at Mr. Warren. His rheumatism's getting along nicely, and I called him in a minute to look us over." She screwed up her face, winked and nodded vehemently several times in the direction of the absorbed sister, to indicate that she was the subject of the discourse. "He said we were going ahead finely," she resumed, when she was sure that he had caught the idea. "Said there was no need for those TONSILS to CONEOUT. But I thought, soon's it gets a little cooler, sometime next month, we'd just run into the city and let Dr. Sturgis have a look at us. I'd rather be on the safe side." "But Dr. Litton said it wasn't necessary, and those doctors at the hospital, and now Dr. Mann, that's known her since she was a baby," suggested Mr. Wheelock. I know," replied his wife, "but I'd rather be on the safe side." Mr. Wheelock went back to his hedge. Oh, of course he couldn't do it. He never seriously thought he could, for a minute. Of course he couldn't. He wouldn't have the shadow of an excuse for doing it. Adelaide was a sterling woman, an utterly faithful wife, an almost slavish mother. She ran his house economically and efficiently. She harried the suburban tradespeople into giving them dependable service, drilled the succession of poorly paid, poorly trained maids, cheerfully did the thousand fussy little things that go with the running of a house. She looked after his clothes, gave him medicine when she thought he needed it, oversaw the preparation of every meal that was set before him. They were not especially inspirational meals, but the food was always nourishing, and, as a general thing, fairly well cooked. She never lost her temper, she was never depressed, never ill. Not the shadow of an excuse. People would know that, and so they would invent an excuse for him. They would say there must be another woman. Mr. Wheelock frowned and snipped at an obstinate young twig. Good Lord, the last thing he wanted was another woman. What he wanted was that moment when he realized he could do it, when he could lay down the shears. Oh, of course he couldn't. He knew that as well as anybody. What would they do, Adelaide and Sister? The house wasn't even paid for yet, and there would be that operation on Sister's eye in a couple of years. But the house would be all paid up by next March, and there was always that well-to-do brother-in-law of Adelaide's, the one who, for all his means, put up every shelf in that great big house with his own hands. Decent people didn't just go away and leave their wives and families that way. All right, suppose you weren't decent, what of it? Here was Adelaide planning what she was going to do when it got a little cooler next month. She was always planning ahead, always confident that things would go on just the same. Naturally, Mr. Wheelock realized that he couldn't do it, as well as the next one. But there was no harm in fooling around with the idea. Would you say the "Oh, hell" now, before you laid down the shears, or right after? How would it be to turn at the gate and say it? Mr. and Mrs. Fred Coles came down the street, arm in arm, from their neat stucco house on the corner. "See they've got you working hard, eh?" cried Mr. Coles genially, as they paused abreast of the hedge. Mr. Wheelock laughed politely, marking time for an answer. "That's right," he evolved. Mrs. Wheelock looked up from her work, shading her eyes with her thimbled hand against the long rays of the low sun. "Yes, we finally got Daddy to do a little work," she called brightly. "But Sister and I are staying right here to watch over him for fear he might cut his little self with the shears." There was general laughter, in which Sister joined. She had risen punctiliously at the approach of the older people, and she was looking politely at their eyes, as she had been taught. "And how is my great big girl?" asked Mrs. Coles, gazing fondly at the child. "Oh, much better," Mrs. Wheelock answered for her. "Dr. Mann says we are going ahead finely. I saw his automobile passing the house this morning. He was going to see Mr. Warren. His rheumatism's coming along nicely, and I called him in a minute to look us over." She did the wink and the nods at Sister's back. Mr. and Mrs. Coles nodded shrewdly back at her. "He said there's no need for those TONSILS to COMEOUT," Mrs. Wheelock called, "but I thought, soon's it gets a little cooler, sometime next month, we'd just run into the city and let Dr. Sturgis have a look at us. I was telling Daddy I'd rather be on the safe side, I said." "Yes, it's better to be on the safe side," agreed Mrs. Coles, and her husband nodded again, sagely this time. She took his arm and they moved slowly off. "Been a lovely day, hasn't it?" she said over her shoulder, fearful of having left too abruptly. "Fred and I are taking a little constitutional before supper." "Oh, taking a little constitutional!" cried Mrs. Wheelock, laughing. Mrs. Coles laughed also, 3 or 4 bars. "Yes, just taking a little constitutional before supper," she called back. Sister, weary of her game, mounted the porch, whimpering a little. Mrs. Wheelock put aside her sewing and took the tired child in her lap. The sun's last rays touched her brown hair, making it a shimmering gold. Her small, sharp face, the thick lines of her figure were in shadow as she bent over the little girl. Sister's head was hidden on her mother's shoulder. The folds of her rumpled white frock followed her limp, relaxed little body. The lovely light was kind to the cheap, hurriedly built stucco house, to the clean gravel path, and the bits of closely cut lawn. It was gracious, too, to Mr. Wheelock's tall lean figure as he bent to work on the last few inches of unclipped hedge. 20 years, he thought. The man in the story went through with it for 20 years. He must have been a man along around 45, most likely. Mr. Wheelock was 37. 8 years. It's a long time, 8 years is. You could easily get so you could say that final, oh hell, even to Adelaide, in 8 years. It probably wouldn't take more than 4 for you to know that you could do it. No, not more than 2. Mrs. Coles paused at the corner of the street and looked back at the Wheelocks' house. The last of the light lingered on the mother and child group on the porch, gently touched the tall, white-clad figure of the husband and father as he went up to them, his work done. Mrs. Coles was a large, soft woman, barren and addicted to sentiment. "Look, Fred, just turn around and look at that," she said to her husband. She looked again, sighing luxuriously. Such a pretty little picture. End of Such a Pretty Little Picture by Dorothy Parker.
Quarantine at Alexander Abraham's by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sweet Pea. I refused to take that class in Sunday school the first time I was asked. It was not that I objected to teaching in the Sunday school. On the contrary, I rather liked the idea. But it was the Reverend Mr. Allan who asked me, and it had always been a matter of principle with me never to do anything a man asked me to do if I could help it. I was noted for that. It saves a great deal of trouble, and it simplifies everything beautifully. I had always disliked men. It must have been born in me, because, as far back as I can remember, an antipathy to men and dogs was one of my strongest characteristics. I was noted for that. My experiences through life only served to deepen it. The more I saw of men, the more I liked cats. So, of course, when the Reverend Mr. Allan asked me if I would consent to take a class in Sunday school, I said no in a fashion calculated to chasten him wholesomely. If he had sent his wife the first time, as he did the second, it would have been wiser. People generally do what Mrs. Allan asks them to do, because they know it saves time. Mrs. Allan talked smoothly for half an hour before she mentioned the Sunday school, and paid me several compliments. Mrs. Allan is famous for her tact. Tact is a faculty for meandering around to a given point instead of making a bee-line. I have no tact. I am noted for that. As soon as Mrs. Allan's conversation came in sight of the Sunday school, I, who knew all along whither it was tending, said straight out, "What class do you want me to teach?" Mrs. Allan was so surprised that she forgot to be tactful, and answered plainly for once in her life. "There are 2 classes, one of boys and one of girls, needing a teacher. I have been teaching the girls' class, but I shall have to give it up for a little time on account of the baby's health. You may have your choice, Miss McPherson." "Then I shall take the boys," I said decidedly. I am noted for my decision. Since they have to grow up to be men, it's well to train them properly betimes. Nuisances they are bound to become under any circumstances, but if they are taken in hand young enough they may not grow up to be such nuisances as they otherwise would, and that will be some unfortunate woman's gain. Mrs. Allan looked dubious. I knew she had expected me to choose the girls. "They are a very wild set of boys," she said. "I never knew boys who weren't," I retorted. I think perhaps you would like the girls best," said Mrs. Allan hesitatingly. "If it had not been for one thing, which I would never in this world have admitted to Mrs. Allan, I might have liked the girls' class best myself. But the truth was, Anne Shirley was in that class, and Anne Shirley was the one living human being that I was afraid of. Not that I disliked her, but she had such a habit of asking weird, unexpected questions which a Philadelphia lawyer couldn't answer. Miss Rogerson had that class once, and Anne routed her, horse, foot, and artillery. I wasn't going to undertake a class with a walking interrogation point in it like that. Besides, I thought Mrs. Allan required a slight snub. Ministers' wives are rather inclined to think they can run everything and everybody if they are not wholesomely corrected now and again. "It is not what I like best that must be considered, Mrs. Allan," I said rebukingly. "It is what is best for those boys. I feel that I shall be best for them." "Oh, I've no doubt of that, Miss MacPherson," said Mrs. Allan amiably. It was a fib for her, minister's wife though she was. She had doubt. She thought I would be a dismal failure as teacher of a boys' class. But I was not. I am not often a dismal failure when I make up my mind to do a thing. I am noted for that. "It is wonderful what a reformation you have worked in that class, Miss MacPherson. Wonderful," said the Reverend Mr. Allan some weeks later. He didn't mean to show how amazing a thing he thought it that an old maid, noted for being a man-hater, should have managed it, but his face betrayed him. "Where does Jimmy Spencer live?" I asked him crisply. "He came one Sunday 3 weeks ago and hasn't been back since. I mean to find out why." Mr. Allan coughed. "I believe he is hired as a handy boy with Alexander Abraham Bennett out on the White Sands Road," he said. "Then I am going out to Alexander Abraham Bennett's on the White Sands Road to see why Jimmy Spencer doesn't come to Sunday school," I said firmly. Mr. Allan's eyes twinkled ever so slightly. I have always insisted that if that man were not a minister he would have a sense of humor. "Possibly Mr. Bennett will not appreciate your kind interest. He has a singular aversion to your sex, I understand. No woman has ever been known to get inside of Mr. Bennett's house since his sister died 20 years ago." "Oh, he is the one, is he?" I said, remembering. "He is the woman-hater who threatens that if a woman comes into his yard he'll chase her out with a pitchfork. Well, he will not chase me out." Mr. Allan gave a chuckle, a ministerial chuckle, but still a chuckle. It irritated me slightly, because it seemed to imply that he thought Alexander Abraham Bennett would be one too many for me. But I did not show Mr. Allan that he annoyed me. It is always a great mistake to let a man see that he can vex you. The next afternoon I harnessed my sorrel pony to the buggy and drove down to Alexander Abraham Bennett's. As usual, I took William Adolphus with me for company. William Adolphus is my favorite among my 6 cats. He is black, with a white dicky and beautiful white paws. He sat up on the seat beside me and looked far more like a gentleman than many a man I've seen in a similar position. Alexander Abraham's place was about 3 miles along the White Sands Road. I knew the house as soon as I came to it by its neglected appearance. It needed paint badly. The blinds were crooked and torn. Weeds grew up to the door. Plainly there was no woman about that place. Still, it was a nice house, and the barns were splendid. My father always said that when a man's barns were bigger than his house, it was a sign that his income exceeded his expenditure. So it was all right that they should be bigger, but it was all wrong that they should be trimmer and better painted. Still, I thought, what else could you expect of a woman-hater? But Alexander Abraham evidently knows how to run a farm, even if he is a woman-hater, I remarked to William Adolphus as I got out and tied the pony to the railing. I had driven up to the house from the back way, and now I was opposite a side door opening on the veranda. I thought I might as well go to it, so I tucked William Adolphus under my arm and marched up the path. Just as I was halfway up, a dog swooped around the front corner and made straight for me. He was the ugliest dog I had ever seen, and he didn't even bark, just came silently and speedily on with a businesslike eye. I never stop to argue matters with a dog that doesn't even bark. I know when discretion is the better part of valor. Firmly clasping William Adolphus, I ran, not to the door because the dog was between me and it, but to a big, low-branching cherry tree at the back corner of the house. I reached it in time, and no more. First thrusting William Adolphus onto a limb above my head, I scrambled up into that blessed tree without stopping to think how it might look to Alexander Abraham if he happened to be watching. My time for reflection came when I found myself perched halfway up the tree with William Adolphus beside me. William Adolphus was quite calm and unruffled. I can hardly say with truthfulness that I was. On the contrary, I admit I felt considerably upset. The dog was sitting on his haunches on the ground below, watching us, and it was quite plain to be seen, from his leisurely manner, that it was not his busy day. He bared his teeth and growled when he caught my eye. "You look like a woman-hater's dog," I told him. I meant it for an insult, but the beast took it for a compliment. Then I set myself to solving the question, how am I to get out of this predicament? It did not seem easy to solve it. "Shall I scream, William Adolphus?" I demanded of that intelligent animal. William Adolphus shook his head. "This is a fact," and I agreed with him. "No, I shall not scream, William Adolphus," I said. "There is probably no one to hear me except Alexander Abraham, and I have my painful doubts about his tender mercies. Now, it is impossible to go down. Is it then, William Adolphus, possible to go up?" I looked up. Just above my head was an open window with a tolerably stout branch extending right across it. "Shall we try that way, William Adolphus?" I asked. William Adolphus, wasting no words, began to climb the tree. I followed his example. The dog ran in circles about the tree and looked things not lawful to be uttered. It probably would have been a relief to him to bark, if it hadn't been so against his principles. I got in by the window, easily enough, and found myself in a bedroom, the like of which, for disorder and dust and general awfulness, I had never seen in all my life. But I did not pause to take in details. With William Adolphus under my arm, I marched downstairs, fervently hoping I should meet no one on the way. I did not. The hall below was empty and dusty. I opened the first door I came to and walked boldly in. A man was sitting by the window, looking moodily out. I should have known him for Alexander Abraham anywhere. He had just the same uncared-for, ragged appearance that the house had, and yet, like the house, it seemed that he would not be bad-looking if he were trimmed up a little. His hair looked as if it had never been combed, and his whiskers were wild in the extreme. He looked at me with blank amazement in his countenance. "Where is Jimmy Spencer?" I demanded. "I have come to see him." "How did he ever let you in?" asked the man, staring at me. "He didn't let me in," I retorted. "He chased me all over the lawn, and I only saved myself from being torn piecemeal by scrambling up a tree. You ought to be prosecuted for keeping such a dog. Where is Jimmy?" Instead of answering, Alexander Abraham began to laugh in a most unpleasant fashion. "Trust a woman for getting into a man's house if she has made up her mind to," he said disagreeably. Seeing that it was his intention to vex me, I remained cool and collected. "Oh, I wasn't particular about getting into your house, Mr. Bennet," I said calmly. "I had but little choice in the matter. It was get in lest a worse fate befall me. It was not you or your house I wanted to see, although I admit that it is worth seeing if a person is anxious to find out how dirty a house can be. It was Jimmy. For the third and last time, where is Jimmy?" "Jimmy is not here," said Mr. Bennet gruffly, but not quite so assuredly. "He left last week and hired with a man over at Newbridge." "In that case," I said, picking up William Adolphus, who had been exploring the room with a disdainful air, "I won't disturb you any longer. I shall go." "Yes, I think it would be the wisest thing," said Alexander Abraham, not disagreeably this time, but reflectively, as if there was some doubt about the matter. "I'll let you out by the back door. Then the dog will not interfere with you. Please go away quietly and quickly." I wondered if Alexander Abraham thought I would go away with a whoop. But I said nothing, thinking this the most dignified course of conduct, and I followed him out to the kitchen as quickly and quietly as he could have wished. Such a kitchen! Alexander Abraham opened the door, which was locked, just as a buggy containing 2 men drove into the yard. "Too late!" he exclaimed in a tragic tone. I understood that something dreadful must have happened, but I did not care since, as I fondly supposed, it did not concern me. I pushed out past Alexander Abraham, who was looking as guilty as if he had been caught burglarizing, and came face to face with the man who had sprung from the buggy. It was old Dr. Blair, from Carmody, and he was looking at me as if he had found me shoplifting. "My dear Peter," he said gravely, "I am very sorry to see you here. Very sorry indeed." I admit this exasperated me. Besides, no man on earth, not even my own family doctor, has any right to "my dear Peter" me. "There is no loud call for sorrow, doctor," I said loftily. "If a woman 48 years of age, a member of the Presbyterian Church in good and regular standing, cannot call upon one of her Sunday school scholars without wrecking all the proprieties, how old must she be before she can?" The doctor did not answer my question. Instead, he looked reproachfully at Alexander Abraham. "Is this how you keep your word, Mr. Bennet?" he said. "I thought that you promised me that you would not let anyone into the house." "I didn't let her in," growled Mr. Bennet. "Good heavens, man, she climbed in at an upstairs window despite the presence on my grounds of a policeman and a dog. What is to be done with a woman like that?" "I do not understand what all this means," I said, addressing myself to the doctor, and ignoring Alexander Abraham entirely. "But if my presence here is so extremely inconvenient to all concerned, you can soon be relieved of it. I am going at once." "I am very sorry, my dear Peter," said the doctor impressively, "but that is just what I cannot allow you to do. The house is under quarantine for smallpox. You will have to stay here." Smallpox! For the first and last time in my life, I openly lost my temper with a man. I wheeled furiously upon Alexander Abraham. "Why didn't you tell me?" I cried. "Tell you?" he said, glaring at me. "When I first saw you, it was too late to tell you. I thought the kindest thing I could do was to hold my tongue and let you get away in happy ignorance. This will teach you to make a man's house by storm, madame." Now, don't quarrel, my good people," interposed the doctor seriously, but I saw a twinkle in his eye. "You'll have to spend some time together under the same roof, and you won't improve the situation by disagreeing. You see, Peter, it was this way. Mr. Bennet was in town yesterday, where, as you are aware, there is a bad outbreak of smallpox, and took dinner in a boarding-house where one of the maids was ill. Last night she developed unmistakable symptoms of smallpox. The Board of Health at once got after all the people who were in the house yesterday, so far as they could locate them, and put them under quarantine. I came down here this morning and explained the matter to Mr. Bennet. I brought Jeremiah Jeffries to guard the front of the house, and Mr. Bennet gave me his word of honor that he would not let anyone in by the back way while I went to get another policeman to make all the necessary arrangements. I have brought Thomas Wright, and have secured the services of another man to attend to Mr. Bennet's barn work and bring provisions to the house. Jacob Green and Cleophas Lee will watch at night. I don't think there is much danger of Mr. Bennet's taking the smallpox, but until we are sure you must remain here, Peter." While listening to the doctor, I had been thinking. It was the most distressing predicament I had ever gotten into in my life, but there was no sense making it worse. "Very well, doctor," I said calmly. "Yes, I was vaccinated a month ago, when the news of the smallpox first came. When you go back through Avonlea, kindly go to Sarah Pye and ask her to live in my house during my absence and look after things, especially the cats. Tell her to give them new milk twice a day, and a square inch of butter apiece once a week. Get her to put my 2 dark print wrappers, some aprons, and some changes of underclothing in my 3rd best valise, and have it sent down to me. My pony is tied out there to the fence. Please take him home. That is all, I think." "No, it isn't all," said Alexander Abraham grumpily. "Send that cat home, too. I won't have a cat around the place. I'd rather have smallpox." I looked Alexander Abraham over gradually, in a way I have, beginning at his feet and traveling up to his head. I took my time over it. Then I said very quietly, "You may have both. Anyway, you'll have to have William Adolphus. He is under quarantine as well as you and I. Do you suppose I am going to have my cat ranging at large through Avonlea, scattering smallpox germs among innocent people? I'll have to put up with that dog of yours. You will have to endure William Adolphus." Alexander Abraham groaned, but I could see that the way I had looked him over had chastened him considerably. The doctor drove away, and I went into the house, not choosing to linger outside and be grinned at by Thomas Wright. I hung my coat up in the hall and laid my bonnet carefully on the sitting-room table, having first dusted a clean place for it with my handkerchief. I longed to fall upon that house at once and clean it up, but I had to wait until the doctor came back with my wrapper. I could not clean house in my new suit and a silk shirtwaist. Alexander Abraham was sitting on a chair looking at me. Presently he said, "I am not curious, but will you kindly tell me why the doctor called you Peter?" "Because that is my name, I suppose," I answered, shaking up a cushion for William Adolphus, and thereby disturbing the dust of years. Alexander Abraham coughed gently. "Isn't that rather a peculiar name for a woman?" "It is," I said, wondering how much soap, if any, there was in the house. "I am not curious," said Alexander Abraham, "but would you mind telling me how you came to be called Peter?" If I had been a boy, my parents intended to call me Peter in honor of a rich uncle. When I, fortunately, turned out to be a girl, my mother insisted that I should be called Angelina. They gave me both names and called me Angelina. But as soon as I grew old enough, I decided to be called Peter. It was bad enough, but not so bad as Angelina. "I should say it was more appropriate," said Alexander Abraham, intending, as I perceived, to be disagreeable. "Precisely," I agreed calmly. "My last name is McPherson, and I live in Avonlea. As you are not curious, that will be all the information you will need about me." "Oh!" Alexander Abraham looked as if a light had broken in on him. "I've heard of you. You pretend to dislike men." "Pretend!" Goodness only knows what would have happened to Alexander Abraham just then if a diversion had not taken place. But the door opened and a dog came in. The dog. I suppose he had got tired waiting under the cherry tree for William Adolphus and me to come down. He was even uglier indoors than out. "Oh, Mr. Riley, see what you have let me in for," said Alexander Abraham reproachfully. But Mr. Riley, since that was the brute's name, paid no attention to Alexander Abraham. He had caught sight of William Adolphus curled up on the cushion, and he started across the room to investigate him. William Adolphus sat up and began to take notice. "Call off that dog," I said warningly to Alexander Abraham. "Call him off yourself," he retorted. "Since you've brought that cat here, you can protect him." "Oh, it wasn't for William Adolphus' sake I spoke," I said pleasantly. "William Adolphus can protect himself." William Adolphus could and did. He humped his back, flattened his ears, swore once, and then made a flying leap for Mr. Riley. William Adolphus landed squarely on Mr. Riley's brindled back and promptly took fast hold, spitting and clawing and caterwauling. You never saw a more astonished dog than Mr. Riley. With a yell of terror he bolted out of the kitchen, into the hall, through the hall, into the room, and so into the kitchen and round again. With each circuit he went faster and faster, until he looked like a brindled streak with a dash of black and white on top. Such a racket and commotion I never heard, and I laughed until the tears came into my eyes. Mr. Riley flew around and around, and William Adolphus held on grimly and clawed. Alexander Abraham turned purple with rage. "Woman, call off that infernal cat before he kills my dog," he shouted above the din of yelps and yowls. "Oh, he won't kill him," I said reassuringly, "and he's going too fast to hear me if I did call him. If you can stop the dog, Mr. Bennet, I guarantee to make William Adolphus listen to reason, but there's no use trying to argue with a lightning flash." Alexander Abraham made a frantic lunge at the brindled streak as it whirled past him, with the result that he overbalanced himself and went sprawling on the floor with a crash. I ran to help him up, which only seemed to enrage him further. "Woman," he spluttered viciously, "I wish you and your fiend of a cat were in Avonlea," I finished quickly, to save Alexander Abraham from committing profanity. "So do I, Mr. Bennet, with all my heart. But since we are not, let us make the best of it like sensible people, and in future You will kindly remember that my name is Miss MacPherson, not woman." With this the end came, and I was thankful, for the noise those two animals made was so terrific that I expected the policeman would be rushing in, smallpox or no smallpox, to see if Alexander Abraham and I were trying to murder each other. Mr. Riley suddenly veered in his mad career and bolted into a dark corner between the stove and the wood-box. William Adolphus let go just in time. There never was any more trouble with Mr. Riley after that. A meeker, more thoroughly chastened dog you could not find. William Adolphus had the best of it, and he kept it. Seeing that things had calmed down and that it was 5 o'clock, I decided to get the tea. I told Alexander Abraham that I would prepare it, if he would show me where the eatables were. "You needn't mind," said Alexander Abraham. "I've been in the habit of getting my own tea for 20 years." "I dare say, but you haven't been in the habit of getting mine," I said firmly. "I wouldn't eat anything you cooked if I starved to death. If you want some occupation, you'd better get some salve and anoint the scratches on that poor dog's back." Alexander Abraham said something that I prudently did not hear. Seeing that he had no information to hand out, I went on an exploring expedition into the pantry. The place was awful beyond description, and for the first time a vague sentiment of pity for Alexander Abraham glimmered in my breast. When a man had to live in such surroundings, the wonder was, not that he hated women, but that he didn't hate the whole human race. But I got up a supper somehow. I am noted for getting up suppers. The bread was from the Carmody bakery, and I made good tea and excellent toast. Besides, I found a can of peaches in the pantry, which, as they were bought, I wasn't afraid to eat. That tea and toast mellowed Alexander Abraham in spite of himself. He ate the last crust and didn't growl when I gave William Adolphus all the cream that was left. Mr. Riley did not seem to want anything. He had no appetite. By this time the doctor's boy had arrived with my valise. Alexander Abraham gave me quite civilly to understand that there was a spare room across the hall and that I might take possession of it. I went to it and put on a wrapper. There was a set of fine furniture in the room and comfortable bed. But the dust! William Adolphus had followed me in, and his paws left marks everywhere he walked. "Now," I said briskly, returning to the kitchen, "I'm going to clean up, and I shall begin with this kitchen. You'd better betake yourself to the sitting room, Mr. Bennet, so as to be out of the way." Alexander Abraham glared at me. "I'm not going to have my house meddled with," he snapped. "It suits me. If you don't like it, you can leave it." "No, I can't. That is just the trouble," I said pleasantly. "If I could leave it, I shouldn't be here for a moment. Since I can't, it simply has to be clean. I can tolerate men and dogs when I am compelled to, but I cannot and will not tolerate dirt and disorder. Go into the sitting room." Alexander Abraham went. As he closed the door, I heard him say in capitals, "What an awful woman." I cleared that kitchen and pantry adjoining. It was 10 o'clock when I got through, and Alexander Abraham had gone to bed without deigning further speech. I locked Mr. Riley in one room and William Adolphus in another, and went to bed too. I had never felt so dead tired in my life before. It had been a hard day. But I got up bright and early the next morning and got a tip-top breakfast, which Alexander Abraham condescended to eat. When the provision man came into the yard, I called to him from the window to bring me a box of soap in the afternoon, and then I tackled the sitting room. It took me the best part of a week to get that house in order, but I did it thoroughly. I am noted for doing things thoroughly. At the end of the time it was clean from garret to cellar. Alexander Abraham made no comments on my operations, though he groaned loud and often, and said caustic things to poor Mr. Riley, who hadn't the spirit to answer back after his drubbing by William Adolphus. I made allowances for Alexander Abraham because his vaccination had taken, and his arm was real sore, and I cooked elegant meals, not having much else to do, for once I had got things scoured up. The house was full of provisions. Alexander Abraham wasn't mean about such things, I will say that for him. Altogether, I was more comfortable than I had expected to be. When Alexander Abraham wouldn't talk, I let him alone, and when he would, I just said as sarcastic things as he did, only I said them smiling and pleasant. I could see he had a wholesome awe for me. But now and then he seemed to forget his disposition, and talked like a human being. We had one or two real interesting conversations. Alexander Abraham was an intelligent man, though he had got terribly warped. I told him once I thought he must have been nice when he was a boy. One day he astonished me by appearing at the dinner table with his hair brushed and a white collar on. We had a tip-top dinner that day, and I had made a pudding that was far too good for a woman-hater. When Alexander Abraham had disposed of 2 large platefuls of it, he sighed and said, "You can certainly cook. It's a pity you're such a detestable crank in other respects." "It's kind of convenient being a crank," I said. "People are careful how they meddle with you. Haven't you found that out in your own experience?" "I am not a crank," growled Alexander Abraham resentfully. "All I ask is to be let alone." "That's the very crankiest kind of crank," I said. "A person who wants to be let alone flies in the face of Providence, who decreed that folks for their own good were not to be let alone. But cheer up, Mr. Bennet. The quarantine will be up on Tuesday, and then you'll certainly be let alone for the rest of your natural life, as far as William Adolphus and I are concerned. You may then return to your wallowing in the mire and be as dirty and comfortable as of yore." Alexander Abraham growled again. The prospect didn't seem to cheer him up as much as I should have expected. Then he did an amazing thing. He poured some cream into a saucer and set it down before William Adolphus. William Adolphus lapped it up, keeping one eye on Alexander Abraham lest the latter should change his mind. Not to be outdone, I handed Mr. Riley a bone. Neither Alexander Abraham nor I had worried much about the smallpox. We didn't believe he would take it, for he hadn't even seen the girl who was sick. But the very next morning I heard him calling me from the upstairs landing. "Miss Macpherson," he said in a voice so uncommonly mild that it gave me an uncanny feeling, "what are the symptoms of smallpox?" "Chills and flushes, pain in the limbs and back, nausea and vomiting," I answered promptly, for I had been reading them up in a patent medicine almanac. "I've got them all," said Alexander Abraham hollowly. I didn't feel as much scared as I should have expected. After enduring a woman-hater and a brindled dog and the early disorder of that house, and coming off best with all 3. Smallpox seemed rather insignificant. I went to the window and called to Thomas Wright to send for the doctor. The doctor came down from Alexander Abraham's room, looking grave. "It's impossible to pronounce on the disease yet," he said. "There is certainly no certainty until the eruption appears. But of course there is every likelihood that it is the smallpox. It is very unfortunate. I am afraid that it will be difficult to get a nurse. All the nurses in town who will take smallpox cases are over busy now, for the epidemic is still raging there. However, I'll go into town tonight and do my best. Meanwhile, at present, you must not go near him, Peter." I wasn't going to take orders from any man, and as soon as the doctor had gone I marched straight up to Alexander Abraham's room with some dinner for him on a tray. There was a lemon cream I thought he could eat even if he had the smallpox. "You shouldn't come near me," he growled. "You are risking your life." "I am not going to see a fellow creature starve to death, even if he is a man," I retorted. "The worst of it all," groaned Alexander Abraham between mouthfuls of lemon cream, "is that the doctor says I got to have a nurse. I've gotten so kind of used to you being in the house that I don't mind you, but the thought of another woman coming here is too much. Did you give my poor dog anything to eat?" "He has had a better dinner than many a Christian," I said severely. Alexander Abraham need not have worried about another woman coming in. The doctor came back that night with care on his brow. "I don't know what is to be done," he said. "I can't get a soul to come here." "I shall nurse Mr. Bennet," I said with dignity. "It is my duty, and I never shirk my duty. I am noted for that. He is a man, and he has smallpox, and he keeps a vile dog, but I am not going to let him die for lack of care, for all that." "You're a good soul, Peter," said the doctor, looking relieved, manlike, as soon as he found a woman to shoulder the responsibility. I nursed Alexander Abraham through the smallpox, and I didn't mind it much. He was more amiable, sick than well, and he had the disease in a very mild form. Below stairs I reigned supreme, and Mr. Riley and William Adolphus lay down together like the lion and the lamb. I fed Mr. Riley regularly, and once, seeing him looking lonesome, I patted him gingerly. It was nicer than I thought it would be. Mr. Riley lifted his head and looked at me with an expression in his eyes which cured me of wondering why on earth Alexander Abraham was so fond of the beast. When Alexander Abraham was able to sit up, he began to make up for the time he'd lost being pleasant. Anything more sarcastic than that man in his convalescence you couldn't imagine. I just laughed at him, having found out that that could be depended on to irritate him. To irritate him still further, I cleaned the house all over again. But what vexed him most of all was that Mr. Riley took to following me about and wagging what he had of a tail at me. It wasn't enough that you should come into my peaceful home and turn it upside down, but you have to alienate the affections of my dog, complained Alexander Abraham. He'll get fond of you again when I go home, I said comfortingly. Dogs aren't very particular that way. What they want is bones. Cats now, they love disinterestedly. William Adolphus has never swerved in his allegiance to me, although you do give him cream in the pantry on the sly. Alexander Abraham looked foolish. He hadn't thought I knew that. I didn't take the smallpox, and in another week the doctor came out and sent the policeman home. I was disinfected, and William Adolphus was fumigated, and we were free to go. "Good-bye, Mr. Bennet," I said, offering to shake hands in a forgiving spirit. "I've no doubt that you are glad to be rid of me, but you are no gladder than I am to go. I suppose this house will be dirtier than ever in a month's time, and Mr. Riley will have discarded the little polish his manners have taken on. Reformation with men and dogs never goes very deep." With this Parthian shaft I walked out of the house, supposing that I had seen the last of it and Alexander Abraham. I was glad to get back home, of course, but it did seem queer and lonesome. The cats hardly knew me, and William Adolphus roamed about forlornly and appeared to feel like an exile. I didn't take as much pleasure in the cooking as usual, for it seemed kind of foolish to be fussing over oneself. The sight of a bone made me think of poor Mr. Riley. The neighbors avoided me pointedly, for they couldn't get rid of the fear that I might erupt into smallpox at any moment. My Sunday school class had been given to another woman, and altogether I felt as if I didn't belong anywhere. I had existed like this for a fortnight when Alexander Abraham suddenly appeared. He walked in one evening at dusk, but at first sight I didn't know him, he was so spruced and barbered up. But William Adolphus knew him. Will you believe it? William Adolphus, my own William Adolphus, rubbed up against that man's trouser leg with an undisguised purr of satisfaction. "I had to come, Angelina," said Alexander Abraham. "I couldn't stand it any longer." "My name is Peter," I said coldly, although I was feeling ridiculously glad about something. "It isn't," said Alexander Abraham stubbornly. "It is Angelina for me and always will be. I shall never call you Peter. Angelina just suits you exactly, and Angelina Bennet would suit you still better. You must come back, Angelina. Mr. Riley is moping for you, and I can't get along without somebody to appreciate my sarcasms now that you have accustomed me to the luxury." "What about the other 5 cats?" I demanded. Alexander Abraham sighed. "I suppose they'll have to come too," he sighed, "though no doubt they'll chase poor Mr. Riley clean off the premises. But I can live without him, and I can't without you. How soon can you be ready to marry me?" "I haven't said that I was going to marry you at all, have I?" I said tartly, just to be consistent. For I wasn't feeling tart. "No, but you will, won't you?" said Alexander Abraham anxiously. "Because if you won't, I wish you'd let me die of the smallpox. Do, dear Angelina." To think a man should dare to call me his dear Angelina! And to think that I shouldn't mind! "Where I go, William Adolphus goes," I said. "But I shall give away the other 5 cats for the sake of Mr. Riley." End of The Quarantine at Alexander Abraham's by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Recording by Sweet Pea.
The Literary Life of Thingumbob Esquire by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Literary Life of Thingumbob Esquire, late editor of the Goosteroomfoodle, by himself. I am now growing in years, and, since I understand that Shakespeare and Mr. Emmons are deceased, it is not impossible that I may even die. It has occurred to me, therefore, that I may as well retire from the field of letters and repose upon my laurels. but I am ambitious of signalizing my abdication of the literary sceptre by some important bequest to posterity, and perhaps I cannot do a better thing than just pen for it an account of my earlier career. My name indeed has been so long and so constantly before the public eye, that I am not only willing to admit the naturalness of the interest which it has everywhere excited, but ready to satisfy the extreme curiosity which it has inspired. In fact, it is no more than the duty of him who achieves greatness to leave behind him in his ascent such landmarks as may guide others to be great. I propose, therefore, in the present paper, which I had some idea of calling Memoranda to serve for the literary history of America, to give a detail of those important yet feeble and tottering first steps, by which at length I attained the high road to the pinnacle of human renown. Of one's very remote ancestors it is superfluous to say much. My father, Thomas Bob, Esquire, stood for many years at the summit of his profession, which was that of a merchant barber in the city of Smug. His warehouse was the resort of all the principal people of the place, and especially of the editorial corps, a body which inspires all about it with profound veneration and awe. For my own part, I regarded them as gods, and drank in with avidity the rich wit and wisdom which continuously flowed from their august mouths during the process of what is styled lather. My first moment of positive inspiration must be dated from that ever memorable epoch, when the brilliant conductor of the gadfly, in the intervals of the important process just mentioned, recited aloud before a conclave of our apprentices an inimitable poem in honor of the only genuine oil of Bob, so called from its talented inventor, my father, and for which effusion the editor of the Fly was remunerated, with a regal liberality, by the firm of Thomas Bob and Company, merchant barbers. The genius of the stanzas to the Oil of Bob first breathed into me, I say, the divine afflatus. I resolved at once to become a great man, and to commence by becoming a great poet. That very evening I fell upon my knees at the feet of my father. "Father," I said, "pardon me, but I have a soul above lather. It is my firm intention to cut the shop. I would be an editor. I would be a poet. I would pen stanzas to the Oil of Bob. Pardon me, and aid me to be great." "My dear Thingham," replied my father, I had been christened Thingham after a wealthy relative so surnamed. "My dear Thingham," he said, raising me from my knees by the ears, "Thingham, my boy, you're a trump, and take after your father in having a soul. You have an immense head, too, and it must hold a great many brains. This I have long seen, and therefore had thoughts of making you a lawyer. The business, however, has grown ungenteel, and that of a politician don't pay. Upon the whole, you judge wisely. The trade of editor is best. And if you can be a poet at the same time, as most of the editors are, by the by, why, you will kill two birds with one stone. To encourage you in the beginning of things, I will allow you a garret, pen, ink and paper, a rhyming dictionary, and a copy of the Gadfly. I suppose you would scarcely demand any more." "I would be an ungrateful villain if I did," I replied with enthusiasm. "Your generosity is boundless. I will repay it by making you the father of a genius." Thus ended my conference with the best of men, and immediately upon its termination I betook myself with zeal to my poetical labours, as upon these, chiefly, I founded my hopes of ultimate elevation to the editorial chair. In my first attempts at composition, I found the stanzas to the Oil of Bob rather a drawback than otherwise. Their splendour dazzled more than they enlightened me. The contemplation of their excellence tended naturally to discourage me, by comparison with my own abortions, so that for a long time I laboured in vain. At length there came into my head one of those exquisitely original ideas which now and then will permeate the brain of a man of genius. It was this, or rather, thus was it carried into execution. From the rubbish of an old bookstall in a very remote corner of the town, I got together several antique and altogether unknown or forgotten volumes. The bookseller sold them to me for a song. From one of these, which purported to be a translation of one Dante's Inferno, I copied with remarkable neatness a long passage about a man named Ugolino, who had a parcel of brats. From another, which contained a good many old plays by some person whose name I forget, I extracted in the same manner, and with the same care, a great number of lines about angels, and ministers saying grace, and goblins damned, and more besides of that sort. From a third, which was a composition of some blind man or other, either a Greek or a Choctaw, I cannot be at pains of remembering every trifle exactly, I took about 50 verses, beginning with Achilles' wrath, and Greece, and something else. From a fourth, which I recollect was also the work of a blind man, I selected a page or two all about hail and holy light. And although a blind man has no business to write about light, still the verses were sufficiently good in their way. Having made fair copies of these poems, I signed every one of them Opiteldoc, a fine sonorous name. And doing each up nicely in a separate envelope, I dispatched one to each of the 4 principal magazines, with a request for speedy insertion and prompt pay. The result of this well-conceived plan, however, the success of which would have saved me much trouble in after life, served to convince me that some editors are not to be bamboozled, and gave the coup de grace, as they say in France, to my nascent hopes, as they say in the city of the Transcendentals. The fact is that each and every one of the magazines in question gave Mr. Opiteldoc a complete using up in the monthly notices to correspondents. The Humdrum gave him a dressing after this fashion. Opiteldoc, whoever he is, has sent us a long tirade concerning a bedlamite whom he styles Ugolino, who had a great many children that should have been all whipped and sent to bed without their suppers. The whole affair is exceedingly tame, not to say flat. Opiteldoc, whoever he is entirely devoid of imagination, and imagination, in our humble opinion, is not only the soul of poesy, but also its very heart. Opiteldoc, whoever he is, has the audacity to demand of us for his twaddle a speedy insertion and prompt pay. We neither insert nor purchase any stuff of the sort. There can be no doubt, however, that he would meet with a ready sale for all the balderdash he can scribble at the office of either the Rowdy Dow, the Lollipop, or the Goosterum Foodle. All this, it must be acknowledged, was very severe upon Opiteldoc, but the unkindest cut was putting the word poesy in small caps. In those 5 preeminent letters, what a world of bitterness is there not involved. But Opiteldoc was punished with equal severity in the Rowdy Dow, which spoke thus: "We have received a most singular and insolent communication from a person, whoever he is, signing himself Opiteldoc, thus desecrating the greatness of the illustrious Roman Emperor so named. Accompanying the letter of Opiteldoc, whoever he is, we find sundry lines of most disgusting and unmeaning rant about angels and ministers of grace, rant such as no madman short of a Nat Lee or an Opiteldoc could possibly perpetrate. And for this trash of trash we are modestly requested to pay promptly. No, sir, no, we pay for nothing of that sort. Apply to the Humdrum, the Lollipop, or the Goosterum Foodle. These periodicals will undoubtedly accept any literary offal you may send them, and as undoubtedly promise to pay for it." This was bitter indeed upon poor Opiteldoc, but in this instance the weight of the satire falls upon the Humdrum, the Lollipop, and the Goosterum Foodle, who are pungently styled periodicals, in italics too, a thing that must have cut them to the heart. Scarcely less savage was the Lollipop, which thus discoursed: "Some individual who rejoices in the appellation Opiteldoc, to what low uses are the names of the illustrious dead too often applied, has enclosed us some 50 or 60 verses, commencing after this fashion: Achilles' wrath to grease the direful spring of woes unnumbered, etc., 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 etc. Opiteldoc, whoever he is respectfully informed that there is not a printer's devil in our office who is not in the daily habit of composing better lines. Those of Opiteldoc will not scan. Opiteldoc should learn to count. But why he should have received the idea that we, of all others we, would disgrace our pages with his ineffable nonsense is utterly beyond comprehension. Why the absurd twaddle is scarcely good enough for the Humdrum, the Rowdy Dow, the Goosterum Foodle, things that are in the practice of publishing Mother Goose's melodies as original lyrics. And Opiteldoc, whoever he is, has even the assurance to demand pay for this drivel. Does Opiteldoc, whoever he is, know, is he aware that we could not be paid to insert it?" As I perused this, I felt myself growing gradually smaller and smaller, and when I came to the point at which the editor sneered at the poem as verses, there was little more than an ounce of me left. As for Opiteldoc, I began to experience compassion for the poor fellow. But the Goosterum Foodle showed, if possible, less mercy than the Lollipop. It was the Goosterum Foodle that said: "A wretched poetaster who signs himself Opiteldoc is silly enough to fancy that we will print and pay for a medley of incoherent and ungrammatical bombast which he has transmitted to us, and which commences with the following most intelligible line: Hail, holy light, offspring of heaven, firstborn. We say most intelligible. Doc, whoever he is, will be kind enough to tell us perhaps how hail can be holy light. We always regarded it as frozen rain. Will he inform us also how frozen rain can be at one and the same time both holy light, whatever that is, and an offspring, which latter term, if we understand anything about English, is only employed with propriety in reference to small babies of about 6 weeks old. But it is preposterous to descant upon such absurdity, although Doc, whoever he is, has the unparalleled effrontery to suppose that we will not only insert his ignorant ravings, but absolutely pay for them. Now this is fine, it is rich, and we have half a mind to punish this young scribbler for his egotism by really publishing his effusion verbatim et literatim as he has written it. We could inflict no punishment so severe, and we would inflict it, but for the boredom which we should cause our readers in so doing. Let Doc, whoever he is, send any future composition of like character to the humdrum, the lollipop, or the rowdy-dow. They will insert it. They insert every month just such stuff. Send it to them. We are not to be insulted with impunity. This made an end of me. As for the humdrum, the rowdy-dow, and the lollipop, I never could comprehend how they survived it. The putting them in the smallest possible minion, that was the rub, thereby insinuating their lowness, their baseness, while we stood looking down upon them in gigantic capitals. Oh, it was too bitter. It was wormwood. It was gall. Had I been either of those periodicals, I would have spared no pains to have the Goose Thurmfoodle prosecuted. It might have been done under the Act for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. As for Doc, whoever he was, I had by this time lost all patience with the fellow, and sympathized with him no longer. He was a fool beyond doubt, whoever he was, and got not a kick more than he deserved. The result of my experiment with the old books convinced me, in the first place, that honesty is the best policy, and, in the second, that if I could not write better than Mr. Dante and the Two Blind Men, and the rest of the old set, it would at least be a difficult matter to write worse. I took heart, therefore, and determined to prosecute the entirely original, as they say on the covers of the magazines, at whatever cost of study and pains. I again placed before my eyes, as a model, the brilliant stanzas on the Oil of Bob by the editor of the Gadfly, and resolved to construct an ode on the same sublime theme, in rivalry of what had already been done. With my first verse I had no material difficulty. It ran thus: To pen an ode upon the Oil of Bob. Having carefully looked out, however, all the legitimate rhymes to Bob, I found it impossible to proceed. In this dilemma I had recourse to paternal aid, and after some hours of mature thought, my father and I thus constructed the poem: To pen an ode upon the Oil of Bob is all sorts of a job. Signed, Snob. To be sure, this composition was of no very great length, but I have yet to learn, as they say in the Edinburgh Review, that the mere extent of a literary work has anything to do with its merit. As for the quarterly cant about sustained effort, it is impossible to see the sense of it. Upon the whole, therefore, I was satisfied with the success of my maiden attempt, and now the only question regarded the disposal I should make of it. My father suggested that I should send it to the Gadfly, but there were 2 reasons which operated to prevent me from so doing. I dreaded the jealousy of the editor, and I had ascertained that he did not pay for original contributions. I therefore, after due deliberation, consigned the article to the more dignified pages of the Lollipop, and awaited the event in anxiety, but with resignation. In the very next published number I had the proud satisfaction of seeing my poem printed at length as the leading article, with the following significant words prefixed in italics and between brackets: We call the attention of our readers to the subjoined admirable stanzas on the Oil of Bob. We need say nothing of their sublimity or of their pathos. It is impossible to peruse them without tears. Those who have been nauseated with a sad dose on the same august topic from the goose quill of the editor of the Gadfly will do well to compare the 2 compositions. P.S. We are consumed with anxiety to probe the mystery which envelops the pseudonym Snob. May we hope for a personal interview? All this was scarcely more than justice, but it was, I confess, rather more than I had expected. I acknowledge this, be it observed, to the everlasting disgrace of my country and of mankind. I lost no time, however, in calling upon the editor of the Lollipop, and had the good fortune to find this gentleman at home. He saluted me with an air of profound respect, slightly blended with a fatherly and patronizing admiration, wrought in him, no doubt, by my appearance of extreme youth and inexperience. Begging me to be seated, he entered at once upon the subject of my poem. but modesty will ever forbid me to repeat the 1,000 compliments which he lavished upon me. The eulogies of Mr. Crabbe, such was the editor's name, were, however, by no means fulsomely indiscriminate. He analyzed my composition with much freedom and great ability, not hesitating to point out a few trivial defects, a circumstance which elevated him highly in my esteem. The gadfly was, of course, brought upon the tapis, and I hope never to be subjected to a criticism so searching or to rebukes so withering as were bestowed by Mr. Crabbe upon that unhappy effusion. I had been accustomed to regard the editor of the gadfly as something superhuman, but Mr. Crabbe soon disabused me of that idea. He set the literary as well as the personal character of the fly, so Mr. C. satirically designated the rival editor, in its true light. He, the fly, was very little better than he should be. He had written infamous things. He was a penny-a-liner and a buffoon. He was a villain. He had composed a tragedy which set the whole country in a guffaw, and a farce which deluged the universe in tears. Besides all this, he had the impudence to pen what he meant for a lampoon upon himself, Mr. Crabbe, and the temerity to style him an ass. Should I at any time wish to express my opinion of Mr. Fly, the pages of the Lollipop, Mr. Crabbe assured me, were at my unlimited disposal. In the meantime, as it was very certain that I would be attacked in the Fly for my attempt at composing a rival poem on the oil of Bob, he, Mr. Crabbe, would take it upon himself to attend pointedly to my private and personal interests. If I were not made a man of at once, it should not be the fault of himself, Mr. Crabbe. Mr. Crabbe, having now paused in his discourse, the latter portion of which I found it impossible to comprehend, I ventured to suggest something about the remuneration which I had been taught to expect for my poem, by an announcement on the cover of the Lollipop, declaring that it, the Lollipop, insisted upon being permitted to pay exorbitant prices for all accepted contributions, frequently expending more money for a single brief poem than the annual cost of the humdrum, the rowdy-dow, and the goose-thrum-foodle combined. As I mentioned the word remuneration, Mr. Crabbe first opened his eyes, and then his mouth, to quite a remarkable extent, causing his personal appearance to resemble that of a highly agitated elderly duck in the act of quacking. And in this condition he remained, ever and anon pressing his hands tightly to his forehead, as if in a state of desperate bewilderment, until I had nearly made an end of what I had to say. Upon my conclusion, he sank back in his seat as if much overcome, letting his arms fall lifelessly by his side, but keeping his mouth still rigorously open after the fashion of the duck. While I remained in speechless astonishment at behavior so alarming, he suddenly leapt to his feet and made a rush at the bell-rope. But just as he reached this, he appeared to have altered his intention, whatever it was, for he dived under a table and immediately reappeared with a cudgel. This he was in the act of uplifting, for what purpose I am at a loss to imagine, when, all at once, there came a benign smile over his features, and he sank placidly back in his chair. "Mr. Bob," he said, for I had sent up my cart before ascending myself. "Mr. Bob, you are a young man, I presume." "Very?" I assented, adding that I had not yet concluded my third lustrum. "Ah," he replied, "very good. I see how it is. Say no more. Touching this matter of compensation, what you observe is very just. In fact, it is excessively so. But, the first contribution. The first, I say. It is never the magazine custom to pay for. You comprehend, eh? The truth is, we are usually the recipients in such case." Mr. Crabbe smiled blandly as he emphasized the word recipients. "For the most part, we are paid for the insertion of a maiden attempt, especially in verse. In the second place, Mr. Bob, the magazine rule is never to disperse what we term in France the argent comptant. I have no doubt you understand. In a quarter or two after the publication of the article, or in a year or two, we make no objection to giving our note at 9 months, provided always that we can so arrange our affairs as to be quite certain of a burst-up in 6. I really do hope, Mr. Bob, that you will look upon this explanation as satisfactory." Here Mr. Crabbe concluded, and the tears stood in his eyes. Grieved to the soul at having been, however innocently, the cause of pain to so eminent and so sensitive a man, I hastened to apologize, and to reassure him by expressing my perfect coincidence with his views, as well as my entire appreciation of the delicacy of his position. Having done all this in a neat speech, I took leave. One fine morning, very shortly afterwards, I awoke and found myself famous. The extent of my renown will be best estimated by reference to the editorial opinions of the day. These opinions, it will be seen, were embodied in critical notices of the number of the lollipop containing my poem, and are perfectly satisfactory, conclusive, and clear, with the exception perhaps of the hieroglyphical marks September 15, 1T, appended to each of the critiques. The Owl, a journal of profound sagacity, and well known for the deliberate gravity of its literary decisions. The Owl, I say, spoke as follows. The Lollipop, the October number of this delicious magazine, surpasses its predecessors. It sets competition at defiance. In the beauty of its typography and paper, in the number and excellence of its steel plates, as well as in the literary merit of its contributions, the Lollipop compares with its slow-paced rivals as Hyperion with a satyr. The Humdrum, the Rowdy-Dow, and the Goosetherum-Foodle excel, it is true, in braggadocio, but in all other points give us the Lollipop. How this celebrated journal can sustain its evidently tremendous expenses is more than we can understand. To be sure, it has a circulation of 100,000, and its subscription list has increased 1/4 during the last month. But on the other hand, the sums it disperses constantly for contributions are inconceivable. It is reported that Mr. Slyus received no less than 37½ cents for his inimitable paper on pigs. With Mr. Crabbe as editor, and with such names upon the list of contributors as Snob and Slyus, there can be no such word as fail for the Lollipop. Go and subscribe. September 15, 1T. I must say that I was gratified with this high-toned notice from a paper so respectable as the Owl. The placing my name, that is to say, my nom de guerre, in priority of station to that of the great Slyus, was a compliment as happy as I felt it to be deserved. My attention was next arrested by these paragraphs in the Toad, a print highly distinguished for its uprightness and independence, for its entire freedom from sycophancy and subservience to the givers of dinners. The Lollipop for October is out in advance of all its contemporaries, and infinitely surpasses them, of course, in the splendor of its embellishments, as well as in the richness of its literary contents. The Humdrum, the Rowdy-Dow, and the Goosetherum-Foodle excel, we admit, in braggadocio, but in all other points give us the Lollipop. How this celebrated magazine can sustain its evidently tremendous expenses is more than we can understand. To be sure, it has a circulation of 200,000, and its subscription list has increased 1/3 in the last fortnight. But, on the other hand, the sums it disperses monthly for contributions are fearfully great. We learn that Mr. Mumblethumb received no less than 50 cents for his late Monody in a Mud Puddle. Among the original contributors to the present number we notice, besides the eminent editor, Mr. Crabbe, such men as Snob, Slyus, and Mumblethumb. Apart from the editorial matter, the most valuable paper, nevertheless, is, we think, a poetical gem by Snob on the Oil of Bob. But our readers must not suppose from the title of this incomparable bijou that it bears any similitude to some balderdash on the same subject by a certain contemptible individual whose name is unmentionable to ears polite. The present poem, On the Oil of Bob, has excited universal anxiety and curiosity in respect to the owner of the evident pseudonym, Snob, a curiosity which, happily, we have it in our power to satisfy. Snob is the nom de plume of Mr. Thingumbob of this city, a relative of the great Mr. Thingham, after whom he is named, and otherwise connected with the most illustrious families of the state. His father, Thomas Bob, Esquire, is an opulent merchant in Smug. September 15, 1T. This generous approbation touched me to the heart, the more especially as it emanated from the source so avowedly, so proverbially pure as the Toad. The word balderdash, as applied to the Oil of Bob of the Fly, I considered singularly pungent and appropriate. The words gem and bijou, however, used in reference to my composition, struck me as being in some degree feeble. They seemed to me to be deficient in force. They were not proficiently prononcés, as we have it in France. I had hardly finished reading the Toad when a friend placed in my hands a copy of the Mole, a daily, enjoying high reputation for the keenness of its perception about matters in general, and for the open, honest, above-ground style of its editorials. The Mole spoke of the Lollipop as follows. We have just received the Lollipop for October, and must say that never before have we perused any single number of any periodical which afforded us a felicity so supreme. We speak advisedly. The Humdrum, the Rowdy-Dow, and the Goosetherum-Foodle must look well to their laurels. These prints no doubt surpass everything in loudness of pretension, but in all other points give us the Lollipop. How this celebrated magazine can sustain its evidently tremendous expenses is more than we can comprehend. To be sure, it has a circulation of 300,000, and its subscription list has increased 1/2 within the last week. But then the sum it disburses monthly for contributions is astoundingly enormous. We have it upon good authority that Mr. Fatquack received no less than 62 cents and a half for his late domestic novelette, The Dishclout. The contributors to the number before us are Mr. Crabbe, the eminent editor, Snob, Mumblethumb, Fatquack, and others. But after the inimitable compositions of the editor himself, we prefer a diamond-like effusion from the pen of a rising poet who writes over the signature Snob, a nom de guerre which we predict will one day extinguish the radiance of Boz. Snob, we learn, is a Thingum-Bob Esquire, sole heir of a wealthy merchant of this city, Thomas Bob Esquire, and a near relative of the distinguished Mr. Thingham. The title of Mr. B.'s admirable poem is The Oil of Bob, a somewhat unfortunate name, by the by, as some contemptible vagabond connected with the penny press has already disgusted the town with a great deal of drivel upon the same topic. There will be no danger, however, of confounding the compositions. September 15, 1t. The generous approbation of so clear-sighted a journal as The Mole penetrated my soul with delight. The only objection which occurred to me was, that the terms contemptible vagabond might have been better written odious and contemptible, wretched villain and vagabond. This would have sounded more gracefully, I think. Diamond-like, also, was scarcely, it will be admitted, of sufficient intensity to express what the Mole evidently thought of the brilliancy of the Oil of Bob. On the same afternoon in which I saw these notices in the Owl, the Toad, and the Mole, I happened to meet with a copy of the Daddy Longlegs, a periodical proverbial for the extreme extent of its understanding, and it was the Daddy Longlegs which spoke thus. The Lollipop! This gorgeous magazine is already before the public for October. The question of preeminence is forever put to rest, and hereafter it will be excessively preposterous in the humdrum, the rowdy-dow, or the goose-the-rumfoodle to make any farther spasmodic attempts at competition. These journals may excel the Lollipop in outcry, but in all other points give us the Lollipop. How this celebrated magazine can sustain its evidently tremendous expenses is past comprehension. To be sure, it has a circulation of precisely 500,000, and its subscription list has increased 75% within the last couple of days. But then the sums it disburses monthly for contributions are scarcely credible. We are cognizant of the fact that Mademoiselle Cribblelittle received no less than 87 cents and a half for her late valuable revolutionary tale entitled The Yorktown Katydid and the Bunker Hill Katy Didn't. The most able papers in the present number are, of course, those furnished by the editor, the eminent Mr. Crabbe. But there are numerous magnificent contributions from such names as Snob, Mademoiselle Cribblelittle, Slyus, Mrs. Fibblelittle, Mumblethumb, Mrs. Squibblelittle, and last, though not least, Fatquack. The world may well be challenged to produce so rich a galaxy of genius. The poem over the signature Snob is, we find, attracting universal commendation, and we are constrained to say deserves, if possible, even more applause than it has received. The Oil of Bob is the title of this masterpiece of eloquence and art. One or two of our readers may have a very faint, although sufficiently disgusting, recollection of a poem similarly entitled, The Perpetration of a Miserable Penny-a-liner, Mendicant, and Cutthroat, connected in the capacity of scullion, we believe, with one of the indecent prints about the purlieus of the city. We beg them not to confound the compositions. The author of The Oil of Bob is, we hear, Thingumbob Esquire, a gentleman of high genius, and a scholar. Snob is merely a nom de guerre. September 15, 1t. I could scarcely restrain my indignation while I perused the concluding portions of this diatribe. It was clear to me that the yea-nay manner, not to mention the gentleness, the positive forbearance with which the Daddy Longlegs spoke of that pig, the editor of the Gadfly. It was evident to me, I say, that this gentleness of speech could proceed from nothing else than a partiality for the fly, whom it was clearly the intention of the Daddy Longlegs to elevate into reputation at my expense. Anyone indeed might perceive with half an eye that, had the real design of the Daddy been what it wished to appear, it, the Daddy, might have expressed itself in terms more direct, more pungent, and altogether more to the purpose. The words penny-a-liner, mendicant, scullion, and cutthroat were epithets so intentionally inexpressive and equivocal as to be worse than nothing when applied to the author of the very worst stanzas ever penned by one of the human race. We all know what is meant by damning with faint praise, and, on the other hand, who could fail to see through the covert purpose of the daddy, that of glorifying with feeble abuse? What the daddy chose to say of the fly, however, was no business of mine. What it said of myself was. After the noble manner in which the owl, the toad, the mole had expressed themselves in respect to my ability, it was rather too much to be coolly spoken of by a thing like the daddy longlegs as merely a gentleman of high genius and a scholar. Gentleman, indeed! I made up my mind at once either to get a written apology from the daddy longlegs or to call it out. For this purpose I looked about me to find a friend whom I can entrust with a message to his daddyship, and as the editor of the Lollipop had given me marked tokens of regard, I at length concluded to seek assistance upon the present occasion. I have never yet been able to account, in the manner satisfactory to my own understanding, for the very peculiar countenance and demeanour with which Mr. Crabbe listened to me as I unfolded to him my design. He again went through the scene of the bell-rope and the cudgel, and did not omit the duck. At one period I thought he really intended to quack. His fit nevertheless finally subsided as before, and he began to act and speak in a rational way. He declined bearing the cartel, however, and in fact dissuaded me from sending it at all, but was candid enough to admit that the daddy longlegs had been disgracefully in the wrong, more especially in what related to the epithets gentleman and scholar. Toward the end of this interview with Mr. Crabbe, who really appeared to take a paternal interest in my welfare, he suggested to me that I might turn an honest penny, and at the same time advance my reputation, by occasionally playing Thomas Hawk for the Lollipop. I begged Mr. Crabbe to inform me who was Mr. Thomas Hawk, and how it was expected that I should play him. Here Mr. Crabbe again made great eyes, as we say in Germany, but at length, recovering himself from a profound attack of astonishment, he assured me that he employed the words Thomas Hawk to avoid the colloquialism Tommy, which was low, but that the true idea was Tommyhawk or tomahawk, and that by playing tomahawk he referred to scalping, browbeating, and otherwise using up the herd of poor devil authors. I assured my patron that, if this was all, I was perfectly resigned to the task of playing Thomas Hawk. Hereupon Mr. Crabbe desired me to use up the editor of the Gadfly forthwith, in the fiercest style within the scope of my ability, and as a specimen of my power. This I did upon the spot, in a review of the original Oil of Bob, occupying 36 pages of the Lollipop. I found playing Thomas Hawk, indeed, a far less onerous occupation than poetizing, for I went upon system altogether, and thus it was easy to do the thing thoroughly and well. My practice was this. I bought auction copies, cheap, of Lord Brougham's speeches, Cobbett's complete works, the new slang syllabus, the whole art of snubbing, Prentice's Billingsgate, folio edition, and Lewis G. Clark on tongue. These works I cut up thoroughly with a currycomb, and then, throwing the shreds into a sieve, shifted out carefully all that might be thought decent, a mere trifle, reserving the hard phrases, which I threw into a large tin pepper caster with longitudinal holes, so that an entire sentence could get through without material injury. The mixture was then ready to use. When called upon to play Thomas Hawk, I anointed a sheet of foolscap with the white of a gander's egg, then shredding the thing to be reviewed as I had previously shredded the books, only with more care so as to get every word separate, I threw the latter shreds in with the former, screwed on the lid of the caster, gave it a shake, and so dusted out the mixture upon the egged foolscap, where it stuck. The effect was beautiful to behold. It was captivating. Indeed, the reviews I brought to pass by this simple expedient have never been approached, and were the wonder of the world. At first, through bashfulness, the result of inexperience, I was a little put out by a certain inconsistency, a certain air of the bizarre, as we say in France, worn by the composition as a whole. All the phrases did not fit, as we say in the Anglo-Saxon. Many were quite awry. Some even were upside down, and there were none of them which were not in some measure injured in regard to effect by this latter species of accident when it occurred, with the exception of Mr. Lewis Clark's paragraphs, which were so vigorous and altogether stout that they seemed not particularly disconcerted by any extreme of position, but looked equally happy and satisfactory whether on their heads or on their heels. What became of the editor of the Gadfly after the publication of my criticism on his Oil of Bob is somewhat difficult to determine. The most reasonable conclusion is that he wept himself to death. At all events, he disappeared instantaneously from the face of the earth, and no man has seen even the ghost of him since. This matter having been properly accomplished, and the furies appeased, I grew at once into high favour with Mr. Crabbe. He took me into his confidence, gave me a permanent situation as Thomas Hawk of the Lollipop, and, as for the present he could afford me no salary, allowed me to profit, at discretion, by his advice. "My dear Thingham," said he to me one day after dinner, "I respect your abilities and love you as a son. You shall be my heir. When I die I will bequeath you the Lollipop. In the meantime I will make a man of you. I will, provided always that you follow my counsel. The first thing to do is to get rid of the old boar." "Boar?" said I inquiringly. "Pig, eh? Oper, as we say in Latin. Who? Where?" "Your father," said he. "Precisely," I replied. "Pig." "You have your fortune to make, Thingham," resumed Mr. Crabbe, "and that governor of yours is a millstone about your neck. We must cut him at once." Here I took out my knife. "We must cut him," continued Mr. Crabbe, "decidedly and forever. He won't do. He won't. Upon second thoughts you had better kick him, or cane him, or something of that kind." "What do you say," I suggested modestly, "to my kicking him in the first instance, caning him afterwards, and winding up by tweaking his nose?" Mr. Crabbe looked at me musingly for some moments, and then answered, "I think, Mr. Bob, that what you propose would answer sufficiently well. Indeed, remarkably well. That is to say, as far as it went. But barbers are exceedingly hard to cut, and I think upon the whole that, having performed upon Thomas Bob the operations you suggest, it would be advisable to blacken with your fists both his eyes, very carefully and thoroughly, to prevent his ever seeing you again in fashionable promenades. After doing this, I really do not perceive that you can do any more. However, it might be just as well to roll him once or twice in the gutter, and then to put him in charge of the police. Any time the next morning you can call at the watch-house and swear an assault." I was much affected by the kindness of feeling towards me personally which was evinced in this excellent advice of Mr. Crabbe, and I did not fail to profit by it forthwith. The result was that I got rid of the old boar, and began to feel a little independent and gentlemanlike. The want of money, however, was for a few weeks a source of some discomfort. But at length, by carefully putting to use my two eyes, and observing how matters went just in front of my nose, I perceived how the thing was to be brought about. I say thing, be it observed, for they tell me the Latin for it is rem. By the way, talking of Latin, can anyone tell me the meaning of quocunque? Or what is the meaning of modo? My plan was exceedingly simple. I bought, for a song, 1/16 of the snapping turtle. That was all. The thing was done, and I put money in my purse. There were some trivial arrangements afterwards, to be sure, but these formed no portion of the plan. They were a consequence, a result. For example, I bought pen, ink, and paper, and put them into furious activity. Having thus completed a magazine article, I gave it for appellation Fall Lol, by the author of the Oil of Bob, and enveloped it to the Goosetherum Foodle. That journal, however, having pronounced it twaddle in the monthly notices to correspondents, I reheaded the paper Hey Diddle Diddle by Thingham Bob Esquire, author of the Ode on the Oil of Bob, and editor of the Snapping Turtle. With this amendment I re-enclosed it to the Goosetherum Foodle, and, while I awaited a reply, published daily in the Turtle 6 columns of what may be termed philosophical and analytical investigation of the literary merits of the Goosetherum Foodle, as well as the personal character of the editor of the Goosetherum Foodle. At the end of a week, the Goosetherum Foodle discovered that it had, by some odd mistake, confounded a stupid article headed Hey Diddle Diddle, and composed by some unknown ignoramus, with a gem of splendid lustre similarly entitled, The Work of Thingham Bob Esquire, the celebrated author of Oil of Bob. The Goosetherum Foodle deeply regretted this very natural accident, and promised, moreover, an insertion of the genuine Hey Diddle Diddle in the very next number of the magazine. The fact is, I really thought at the time, I thought then, and have no reason for thinking otherwise now, that the Goosetherum Foodle did make a mistake. With the best intentions in the world, I never knew anything that made as many singular mistakes as the Goosetherum Foodle. From that day I took a liking to the Goosetherum Foodle, and the result was I soon saw into the very depths of its literary merits, and did not fail to expatiate upon them in the Turtle whenever a fitting opportunity occurred. And it is to be regarded as a very peculiar coincidence, as one of those positively remarkable coincidences which set a man to serious thinking, that just such a total revolution of opinion, just such entire bouleversement, as we say in French, just such thorough topsy-turviness, if I may be permitted to employ a rather forcible term of Choctaws, as happened pro and con between myself on the one part and the Goosterum on the other, did actually again happen in a brief period afterwards, and with precisely similar circumstances, in the case of myself and the Rowdy-Dow, and in the case of myself and the Humdrum. Thus it was that, by a master stroke of genius, I at length consummated my triumphs by putting money in my purse, and thus may be said really and fairly to have commenced that brilliant and eventful career which rendered me illustrious, and which now enables me to say, with Chateaubriand, I have made history. J'ai fait l'histoire. I have indeed made history. From the bright epoch which I now record, my actions, my works, are the property of mankind. They are familiar to the world. It is, then, needless for me to detail how, soaring rapidly, I fell heir to the lollipop, how I merged this journal in the Humdrum, how again I made purchase of the Rowdy-Dow, thus combining the three periodicals, how, lastly, I effected a bargain for the sole remaining rival, and united all the literature of the country in one magnificent magazine, known everywhere as the Rowdy-Dow, Lollipop, Humdrum, and Goosterum. Yes, I have made history. My fame is universal. It extends to the uttermost ends of the earth. You cannot take up a common newspaper in which you shall not see some allusion to the immortal Thingumbob. It is Mr. Thingumbob said so, and Mr. Thingumbob wrote this, and Mr. Thingumbob did that. But I am meek, and expire with an humble heart. After all, what is it, this indescribable something which men will persist in terming genius? I agree with Buffon, with Hogarth. It is but diligence, after all. Look at me, how I labored, how I toiled, how I wrote. Ye gods, did I not write? I knew not the word ease. By day I adhered to my desk, and at night, a pale student, I consumed the midnight oil. You should have seen me. You should. I leaned to the right. I leaned to the left. I sat forward. I sat backward. I sat upon end. I sat tête baissée, as they have it in the Kickapoo, bowing my head close to the alabaster page, and through it all I wrote. Through joy and through sorrow I wrote. Through hunger and through thirst I wrote. Through good report and ill report I wrote. Through sunshine and through moonshine I wrote. What I wrote is unnecessary to say. The style, that was the thing. I caught it from Fat Quack. Whiz, fizz! And I am giving you a specimen of it now. End of The Literary Life of Thingumbob, Esquire, by Edgar Allan Poe.
Redgwick's Romantic Disposition by C.H. Boville. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Ed Humple. All I ask of life, murmured Redgwick, gazing dreamily out to sea, is to be loved for myself. For yourself? What do you mean? Laughed Miss Tompkins, looking at him mischievously. You don't expect anyone to love you for Harry Lauder or the Archbishop of Canterbury, do you? Redgwick explained that when he said loved for himself, he meant as opposed to being loved for his money. But you haven't got any, objected Miss Tompkins, who found the cold facts of life quite sufficiently puzzling without these unnecessary excursions into the realms of hypothesis. But suppose I had, persisted the young man, with all a lover's obstinacy, £10,000 a year, say, would you still love me? Miss Tompkins was dubious. I dare say I should still be fond of you, in a sort of way, she admitted, after some thought. But I expect I should find myself getting gradually more and more drawn to your income. But why let us talk about it? You haven't got it. If you had, it would simply spoil everything. Mistaking Redgwick's look of anxiety for one of astonishment, Miss Tompkins hastened to explain. The dream of my life has always been to marry some dear, nice man, she pressed Redgwick's hand affectionately, who was quite poor, and to help him and inspire him in his struggle up the ladder of success. That's what I'm going to do for you. Don't you think it will be just splendid? Splendid, agreed Rudgwick, who had never struggled up anything without the assistance of a lift. Absolutely gorgeous. Very well then, dear, said Miss Tompkins, holding out her hand so that he might help her up from the shingle. If somebody dies and leaves you a lot of money just before our wedding day, you'd better not tell me anything about it, or I shall probably throw you over in favor of some poor but honest rival. The words were lightly spoken, but they succeeded, with some little assistance from a typical seaside mattress, in keeping Rudgwick awake half the night. Over and over again he asked himself, as he tossed and turned, was he to lose the happiness which had seemed to be within his grasp, simply because a wicked uncle had elected to saddle him with an incubus of something like £250,000 sterling? Rudgwick's case was peculiarly deserving. He suffered from an incurably romantic disposition. Do what he would, it never seemed to get any better. Now, to be romantic in any circumstances is difficult enough, goodness knows. But to be romantic in circumstances which are disgustingly comfortable is practically impossible. Rudgwick found this out at a very early stage in his career. Still he continued to do his best, though the results were far from encouraging. As he had quite truthfully explained to Miss Tompkins, all he asked of life was to be loved for himself. Not much to ask, perhaps, but with so formidable a rival as an income running well into 5 figures, one is not likely to get it. Rudgwick, in point of fact, did not get it, or even go near getting it. What used to happen, with monotonous regularity, was this. Rudgwick would get engaged, without any difficulty, to some charming girl who knew all about the very satisfactory state of his investments, and then, just as his friends were beginning to search for the best shop at which to buy something costing not more than 30 shillings, suitable for presentation to a wealthy man from whom much subsequent hospitality was to be expected, that ass would go and, as he called it, test the sincerity of his fiancée's affections, by suddenly announcing to her that he had lost all his money except a beggarly £300 a year. One or two of the darlings, I believe, had the immortal impudence to murmur some amusing nonsense to the effect that it was only the reluctance to being a drag on a young man just on the threshold of life that compelled them to release him from his engagement. But most of them lost no time in calling for their big brothers to come upstairs and heave Rudgwick out into the street. Afterwards, of course, when they discovered the trick that he had played on them, they threatened him with legal proceedings. But Rudgwick paid up quite cheerfully. Anything was better, he declared, than being tied for life to a woman who did not love you. Friendly attempts to make him understand that this was not half so exhausting as being tied for life to a woman who did love you, he received with disfavor. Consequently, when Rudgwick met Miss Tompkins on the esplanade of one of our most popular seaside resorts, and decided, directly their eyes met, that the only possible girl had at last come into his life, he also decided that on this occasion his love story would begin a little differently. Never again would he give himself the trouble of falling passionately in love with a woman, only to discover, after living blissfully in a fool's paradise for a time, that the facts of the case compelled an affirmative reply to the torturing question, "Is it my money she wants?" This time the object of his adoration should be given not the slightest inkling that he was a man of means, until she had shown that she possessed sufficient force of character to love a man for what he was, and not for what he had got. Then she should have her reward. In the meantime she should be wooed in some modest, yet withal gentlemanly guise. After mature consideration, Rudgwick came to the conclusion that the role of bank clerk combined modesty and gentility in about the most suitable proportions. A woman did not love a bank clerk because he was a bank clerk, but because, in spite of the souring nature of his occupation, he had contrived to remain a very charming fellow. It was, then, as Mr. Ballpen, a bank clerk on his holiday, that Rudgwick, having vacated his palatial quarters at the Esplanade Hotel, took up his abode at Magenta House, the select boarding establishment to which he had tracked the fair unknown. Redgwick had never been in a boarding house before, the best rooms in the best available hotel having hitherto always met his modest needs quite satisfactorily. But for the sake of settling himself comfortably in life, he was prepared to run some risks. Once established in Magenta House, Redgwick lost no time in setting about the task of winning Miss Tompkins' young affections. And they were worth winning, in spite of the fact that her papa was apparently not one of the old noblesse. To be precise, he was a speculative builder of some eminence, and that her relentless godparents had pushed her out onto life's stormy waters with such a millstone as Ermyntrude about her neck. She was about as nice a girl as any man could wish to meet. Ermyntrude, it must be confessed, was a bit of a shock to Redgwick just at first. Like most of us, he had always imagined that it was the Mrs. Harris of feminine nomenclature, invented by alleged comic authors for their own blackguardly purposes. To discover that not only did such a name exist, but was actually borne by the very woman with whom he had every intention of falling madly in love, was rather overwhelming. For the matter of that, though, his own name was Oswald, so undoubtedly there would have to be a fair amount of give and take on both sides. Before he had enjoyed 5 minutes of her acquaintance, Redgwick had the good fortune to do something that attracted Miss Tompkins' very favourable attention. The guests at Magenta House were discussing, sotto voce, the hot lunch much virtue, unless the prospectus lied, lay in that matter of temperature, and Redgwick had just had placed before him some savoury mess that a subtle instinct of self-preservation warned him would probably be a little too rich for his comparatively untrained digestion. Debating what he should do, Redgwick's eye rested thoughtfully on Sancho, the dog of the house, a pug, well on in his teens, who spent most of his time wandering asthmatically about the rooms, tripping people up, and making himself generally obnoxious. After lunch, when they were all standing out on the front doorstep, hoping that the sea breeze might pull them together a little, Miss Tompkins commented favourably upon Redgwick's fondness for animals. "It was good of you, Mr. Ballpen," she exclaimed admiringly. "Fancy giving all the best bits off your plate to that horrid little pug. I like to see a man denying himself for the sake of a dog. Generally, men are so greedy." Redgwick gave a careless, "Oh, that's nothing" sort of laugh, and explained to her that dogs were a passion with him. He would do anything for a dog. Then Miss Tompkins told him about her dog. It was a wonderful animal, it seemed, quite the talk of the suburb from which Miss Tompkins hailed. She had been thinking of showing it, only the difficulty was to know for which class it ought to be entered. The experts appeared to be divided as to whether it was a dachshund or a red setter. It had such a look of both breeds. Redgwick hastened to say that if Miss Tompkins would allow him to call when he got back to town and inspect the dog, probably he would be able to give her an authoritative opinion, one way or the other. He rather hinted that the Kennel Club frequently consulted him as a sort of unofficial referee to unravel these intricate cases. Miss Tompkins thanked him very graciously for his kind offer, and said that she would speak to Pa about it. A fortnight later, under the lee of breakwater number 27, Miss Tompkins was confessing shyly to Redgwick that she did love him. He could hardly believe his ears. Earth, sea, and sky became mingled in one vast blur. The music of a million harps swept through the air. Was it possible that at last he had found true love? Thinking, from his wildly skeptical expression, that he had perhaps not heard her aright, Miss Tompkins repeated her words. "Yes, dear Oswald, I do love you, and I will be yours." The turbulence of Redgwick's emotions found expression at last in one painfully stammered word. "Why?" The question was just a little startling, but Miss Tompkins, after a momentary hesitation, answered quite frankly. "Well, dear, as you ask me, I will tell you. I love you, not because you are particularly good-looking or clever, but because you are nice. And I am willing to marry you because I do think you want a woman to look after you more than any man I ever met. I shall be able to give you just the help you need." Just as Rudgwick was about to fold her in his arms and assure her that the only help he would require from his sweet little wife would be in the direction of spending his superfluous wealth, Miss Tomkins went on: "Papa will be furious, though. I'm afraid he will never give his consent. But I don't care. I will marry you without it." This was the point at which Rudgwick's romantic disposition elected to butt in and proceed to play the hopeless fool. It had been his intention to reveal to Miss Tomkins the truth about himself directly he was assured that she loved him for his own sake and not for the sake of what he had got. But her last remark suggested possibilities which Rudgwick felt he simply could not allow to go unexploited. Hitherto the course of true love had always been for him as smooth as a water chute. At the slightest indication of a penchant, the lady, her parents, and everybody concerned tumbled over themselves in their anxiety to make things as easy for him as possible. But here was a vastly different state of affairs. A delicious vista of clandestine meetings, stormy scenes with an infuriated father, and possibly, glory of glories, an elopement at the end of it all, spread itself before Rudgwick's mental vision. To cut this moving drama short at the end of the very first act would be nothing short of a crime. So Rudgwick allowed the poor innocent girl at his side to rattle on with her clever schemes for making ends meet on an income of less than £150 a year. While things were going on in this pleasant serio-comic fashion, Ermentrude's father suddenly took it into his head one Saturday morning that he would like to run down and spend a week-end in his daughter's society. He gave no intimation of his coming, his idea being to afford his daughter a pleasant little surprise. As things turned out, it was Mr. Tomkins who got the little surprise. Rather unfortunately, Rudgwick and Ermentrude were out when he arrived, so Mr. Tomkins had an opportunity to enjoy a long and somewhat perturbing chat with the chatelaine of Magenta House, a lady amongst whose faults a lack of powers of observation or undue secretiveness could certainly not be reckoned. Matters of the first importance, to which Ermentrude had not made the remotest reference in her daily picture postcard to the home circle, were brought to Mr. Tomkins' knowledge. His manner, when his daughter and Rudgwick came in together to tea, after a long delirious tete-a-tete behind their favourite breakwater, was the reverse of genial. "I didn't catch your name," he said truculently to Rudgwick, when Ermentrude, obviously flustered by the unexpected apparition of her papa, had floundered through an incoherent introduction. "My name," said Rudgwick pleasantly, "is Ballpen, Oswald Ballpen." "Ballpen? Ballpen?" said Mr. Tomkins, turning the name distastefully on his tongue, as if he were a wine-taster about to pass sentence on some alleged claret. "I want to have a few words with you, Mr. Ballpen." "Certainly," was Rudgwick's affable rejoinder. He leant easily against the mantelpiece, prepared to listen cheerfully to anything which Mr. Tomkins might have to say. Suddenly he caught sight of Ermentrude making violent signals to him from behind her father's back to sit down. Slightly mystified, he took her pantomimic advice, for which he was afterwards not sorry. Miss Tomkins knew what she was about. She had seen her father having a few words with young men before. "And now, Mr. Ballpen," said Tompkins père, leaning forward in his seat, with a fat hand planted aggressively on either knee, and plunging with praiseworthy directness in media res, "I should like you just to tell me what you mean by having the sauce to make up to my daughter. What are you, hey?" "I'm a clerk in a bank," replied Rudgwick, with unruffled composure. He had never before enjoyed the experience of being regarded as an undesirable party, and he found it delightful. "I'm a clerk in a bank, and as you are evidently of an inquiring turn of mind, I may add that my salary is at present £110 per annum. Some day, if I am lucky, it may be a little more. Not much, though." A large vein in Mr. Tomkins' forehead began to behave like a cinematograph picture. He turned to his daughter and said, in an awful voice, "Leave the room, Ermentrude. I'm going to talk." "Nonsense," said Rudgwick, laying a detaining hand on Miss Tomkins' arm, as she rose hastily to obey the paternal mandate. Stay where you are, dear. We're both on in this performance. Performance was undoubtedly the word, though Redgwick had long ago lost sight of the fact that he was only playing a part. "May I ask," demanded Mr. Tompkins, after a brief struggle with some obscure laryngital trouble, "if you propose to marry my daughter, Mr. Ballspond?" "I do," was Redgwick's terse reply. "I love her, and she has given me to understand that she loves me. There does not therefore seem to be anything in the way of our happiness." "Loves you!" howled Mr. Tompkins, rising from his chair so that his emotions might have freer play. "Loves you! A rat of a clerk!" He rendered the offensive word doubly so by making it rhyme with work. "A rat of a bank clerk, when the biggest house and estate agency in North London is only waiting for a suitable opportunity to say the word to her! Do you think a daughter of mine is going to pig it on £110 per annum when she could have the thick end of 2,000? Do you think she's clean off her onion?" "No," replied Redgwick blandly, "although that vegetable appears with unnecessary frequency at the table here. I cannot say that Ermentrude has yet shown any marked symptoms of satiety." Mr. Tompkins seized from the mantelpiece behind him a colossal mock Dresden vase, which had been giving Redgwick bad dreams ever since his first view of it, and balanced it in his twitching fingers for a minute or more. Then, to Redgwick's deep regret, he replaced it, uninjured. "Then might I further ask," inquired Mr. Tompkins, when his voice was once more under control, "whether you think I'm going to keep you, or have you," this with biting sarcasm, "private money of your own?" "I have no private means," answered Redgwick boldly. He was determined to put Ermentrude's affection to the severest possible test. "But that really doesn't matter, Mr. Tompkins," he went on cheerfully. "There are other things in this world besides money. You don't know it, but I know it, and Ermentrude, God bless her, knows it too." Ermentrude did know it. Before her eyes there swam a beatific vision of herself mothering this helpless young man along life's stormy way. "Now, look here," said Mr. Tompkins, squaring himself resolutely. "I've had enough of this rot. It's sickening. Ermentrude, go and pack your box. You come back to London with me on the very next train. As for you, Mr. Balderdash," Mr. Tompkins seemed to find some slight measure of relief in these variations of what he fondly imagined to be Redgwick's name. "As for you, if I ever catch you trying to communicate with my daughter again, in any form whatsoever, well, you look out, that's all." "Thanks," replied Redgwick quietly. "I will." Mr. Tompkins was as good as his word. In half an hour Ermentrude, weeping wildly out of the window of a rickety fly, was being borne towards the station. Redgwick waited on the steps of Magenta House only long enough to wave her out of sight, and then hurried round to the garage. His chauffeur being, as a result of 3 weeks' idleness, a great deal too intoxicated to be entrusted with the guidance of anything more complicated than a wheelbarrow, Redgwick drove himself back to town, singing wildly to himself as the car flew over the roads. Life was worth living after all, he told himself. Romance was not yet dead. Then followed for Redgwick the happiest 3 months that he had ever known. Existence ceased to be a dreary, drab reality, and became instead a delightful comedy, at which Redgwick sat and watched his own adventures with breathless interest. Incredible strategy was required to keep up communications with Ermentrude. The intelligence which he expended merely upon smuggling his voluminous correspondence into her hands was in excess of all the previous intellectual efforts of his life put together. Redgwick was seen no more at race meetings, to which the bankruptcy of more than one Leviathan of the ring was directly attributed. His motor cars ceased to enrich country exchequers. The wits of his various clubs had to search for new inspiration. Redgwick had no time for anything but waiting at street corners in the rain on the off chance of being able to steal 5 minutes' hurried conversation with the object of his affections. So much ardor, however, did he contrive to compress into these brief interviews that at last, after saying no fewer than 200 times that she would never do it, Ermentrude consented one morning to elope with him on the following Tuesday. She thoughtfully selected Tuesday because that was her father's busy day. The houses he had finished on the previous Saturday fell down on Tuesday, or something of that kind. Rudgwick could scarcely contain himself when he heard her whisper assent to his complicated scheme. "My darling," he cried, in tones of rapture so ecstatic as to cause the waitress (they were in a tea shop) to come over and ask if he felt ill. "My darling," he went on in a cavernous whisper, when the waitress had haughtily retired out of earshot, "can it really be that you love me enough to make this sacrifice for my sake?" Miss Tomkins, who, thanks to paternal behavior, was finding the assertion that there is no place like home to be capable of more than one interpretation, assured her adorer that flying into his arms was not at all in the nature of a sacrifice. "But I'm so poor," murmured Rudgwick sadly, watching her narrowly out of the corner of his eye. "Well, of course, 110 per ann isn't much," admitted Miss Tomkins, "but I can manage. You see if I can't. But you'll be getting your rise soon, with me at your side to inspire you, and anyhow, Papa is sure to come around." "Not to our house, I hope," said Rudgwick anxiously. As they walked home arm in arm in the gloom of the December evening, they settled the details of their plans for the momentous Tuesday. Early in the morning, long before the rest of the household was astir, Ermentrude was to slip out the side gate and join her lover, who would have a taxicab waiting down the road. A brief visit to the registry office, lunch at the Trocadero (Miss Tomkins opened her eyes at the magnificence of this item), and then off for a happy fortnight to some jolly seaside place, the exact locality of which Rudgwick refused for the time being to divulge. He smiled to himself as he thought of what Ermentrude would say when she found out the jolly seaside place was Monte Carlo. At 6:45 on a foggy December morning, the streets of London are uninviting. Rudgwick, shivering in the bleak air, found that romance has its trials as well as its joys. Anticipation of the day before him had kept him awake practically all night, and he had an extremely bad cold in the head. Much as he loved Ermentrude, he could find it in his heart to be vexed with her for being 20 minutes behind time. If a woman could not be punctual for her elopement, what could she be punctual for? It was cold hanging about in this raw air, and a tiresome policeman kept coming up and looking at him in a very annoying way. Rudgwick made his way cautiously toward the side gate of the Tomkins mansion. It was so dark that, even if anybody was about, there was no danger of his being recognized. Not a sign of Ermentrude anywhere. Growing desperate with impatience, he opened the gate very quietly and put his head and shoulders inside. Instantaneously he found himself roughly seized by two men who leapt from behind the wall and thrown heavily to the ground. One of the men, approximate weight as estimated by Rudgwick at the time, 20 stone, knelt on his chest, while the other blew a police whistle with disturbing violence. The officious policeman, of whose face Rudgwick had grown so tired during his vigil outside, came lumbering up to the scene. A voice which Rudgwick recognized as that of Ermentrude's father suggested, "We'll take the perishing little image into the greenhouse." "Right you are, sir," said the officious constable. "I've had him under observation for some time. I believe we shall find he's somebody." "Yes, I dare say we shall," agreed Mr. Tomkins dryly. "You don't suppose I should want your help if it was nobody, do you? There, take hold of his legs." Between them they carried Rudgwick, his clothes a mass of clammy mold, into the greenhouse, and sat him on the floor with his back against an empty barrel. "And now we're going to have a little chat," said Mr. Tomkins, carefully closing the door of the greenhouse. "Constable!" exclaimed Rudgwick, pointing an accusing finger at Mr. Tomkins, "I give that man in charge for a most unwarrantable assault, of which you were a witness." When the constable had done wiping his eyes, and had told the others for the 4th time how much the magistrate would enjoy this joke when he heard it, and had made a careful note of the prisoner's bon mot in his book, Mr. Tomkins said, "Oh, I know this chap well, constable. He goes in for being a comic. That's not half so funny as some of the things he says and does. He came here this morning to elope with my daughter. That's not bad, is it?" "Elope with your daughter, sir!" exclaimed the policeman, in horrified accents. "That's most suspicious. What is he, might I ask?" "He says he's a bank clerk," said Mr. Tompkins, looking at Rudgwick with ineffable contempt. "A bank clerk on £110 per annum." "In that case, sir," said the constable very decidedly, "I think we'd better search him." Rudgwick's temperature dropped a few more degrees with apprehension. Only the day before he had called at the bank to lay up a good supply of funds for the honeymoon. Rudgwick's idea of what constituted a cozy little sum for a month's jaunt on the continent ran well into 4 figures. At the present moment he had on his person banknotes to the value of something like £1,200. And there was another thing. Only the week before the bank had been defrauded of large sums by a very ingenious swindler. Rudgwick remembered that yesterday he had chaffed the cashier about it while the latter was getting him his money. The cashier did not seem to think the incident so humorous as Rudgwick had tried to make out. Supposing the constable found this large sum of money on him, in notes stamped with the impress of the very bank which all the world knew had been so recently robbed, good heavens! He might think the worst. It was exactly what the constable did think. Very few constables ever think anything else. P.C. Parker's eyes grew bigger and bigger as he counted the notes in Rudgwick's case. When he had got over the 1,000, hope gave way to certainty. P.C. Parker saw himself a sergeant on a comfortable West End beat. P.C. Parker also saw himself receiving a very handsome present from a grateful board of directors. "Good heavens!" he cried, trembling with excitement. "I believe we've got the man that robbed the London and Northwestern Bank. I've heard that one of the clerks was suspected. I must take this chap to the station at once, sir." "Must you?" Mr. Tompkins' tone implied acute disappointment. "Couldn't you let me step on and off him once or twice before he goes?" "You'd better," he urged, as the constable shook his head doubtfully. "He might be violent if we don't hammer a little of the devil out of him as a precaution." The constable was just beginning to show some signs of giving way to Mr. Tompkins' kindly importunity, when the door of the greenhouse was flung violently open and Ermentrude tottered in, followed by 2 dishevelled domestics. "We tried to hold her, sir, as you told us," one of them panted, "but she fought like a demon." By this time Ermentrude was on her knees at Rudgwick's side. "My poor darling," she moaned, kissing his grimy cheeks, "what have these wretches done to you?" Rudgwick gave her to understand in a faint voice that the recital of what they had not done would involve less of a physical strain. Ermentrude turned flashing eyes upon her father. "I'll never forgive you for this, never." "That'll do, Erm," her father replied, not unkindly. "You'll forgive me fast enough, and you'll be everlasting grateful to me for having saved you from this young scoundrel. Do you know what he is? A thief. The man that robbed the London and Northwestern Bank. Look at that." He pointed to the bundle of notes in the constable's hand. £1,450 I make it," announced P.C. Parker in a tone which implied that grave suspicion would attach to anybody who made it something else. "Where could a chap on 110 a year get all that money?" demanded Mr. Tompkins relentlessly of his daughter. "It's as clear as mud that he stole it, to elope with you." "How much will he get, do you think?" faltered Miss Tompkins, after a heart-breaking pause. 5 years, if he's lucky," came the reply from the legal expert present. Ermentrude turned to Rudgwick and murmured shakily, "Oswald, I'll wait for you. I know it was wrong of you to steal, but you did it for my sake. I'm to blame as much as you are." Rudgwick opened his eyes and looked around him wearily. He had had about enough romance for one morning. "My name," he said dully, "is not Ballpen, but Rudgwick, as that intelligent ass in blue will discover if he takes the trouble to look a little more closely into that pocketbook of mine. I'm not a bank clerk. I'm romantic. That's what's the matter with me. But I don't think I shall ever have a recurrence of the attack. I pretended to be a bank clerk for reasons which nobody here, not even you, Ermentrude, would understand. If you will kindly telephone to the address on my card and ask them to send one of my motors here to take me home, I shall be very much obliged." It was a long time before they could be persuaded to do it. When the motor car at last arrived, with Rudgwick's valet and his doctor and the manager of the bank and several other people, who seemed to be very much perturbed at seeing his condition, Rudgwick asked to be left alone for a few minutes with Miss Tompkins. "Well, Ermentrude, I suppose it's got to be good-bye," he said sadly, when the sound of Mr. Tompkins' excited explanations and apologies had been partially deadened by an intervening door. "I'm not very poor, unfortunately, and I rather gather that a poor and struggling husband whom you could help and look after is the only sort you could have any use for." "My dear boy," replied Ermentrude, with robust good sense, "you want looking after more than any human being I ever met. I don't intend ever to let you out of my sight again." End of Rudgwick's Romantic Disposition by C.H. Boville.
The Hunger Artist by Franz Kafka. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. The Hunger Artist by Franz Kafka, translated from German by Ian Johnston. In the last decades, interest in hunger artists has declined considerably. Whereas in earlier days there was good money to be earned putting on major productions of this sort under one's own management, nowadays that is totally impossible. Those were different times. Back then, the hunger artist captured the attention of the entire city. From day to day, while the fasting lasted, participation increased. Everyone wanted to see the hunger artist at least daily. During the final days, there were people with subscription tickets who sat all day in front of the small barred cage, and there were even viewing hours at night, their impact heightened by torchlight. On fine days, the cage was dragged out into the open air, and then the hunger artist was put on display particularly for the children. While for grown-ups the hunger artist was often merely a joke, something they participated in because it was fashionable, the children looked on amazed, their mouths open, holding each other's hands for safety, as he sat there on scattered straw, spurning a chair, in black tights, looking pale, with his ribs sticking out prominently, sometimes nodding politely, answering questions with a forced smile, even sticking his arm out through the bars to let people feel how emaciated he was, but then completely sinking back into himself so that he paid no attention to anything, not even to what was so important to him, the striking of the clock, which was the single furnishing in the cage, merely looking out in front of him with his eyes almost shut, and now and then sipping from a tiny glass of water to moisten his lips. Apart from the changing groups of spectators, there were also constant observers chosen by the public. Strangely enough, they were usually butchers, who, always 3 at a time, were given the task of observing the hunger artist day and night, so that he didn't get something to eat in some secret manner. It was, however, merely a formality, introduced to reassure the masses, for those who understood knew well enough that during the period of fasting the hunger artist would never, under any circumstances, have eaten the slightest thing, not even if compelled by force. The honor of his art forbade it. Naturally, none of the watchers understood that. Sometimes there were nightly groups of watchers who carried out their vigil very laxly, deliberately sitting together in a distant corner and putting all their attention into playing cards there. clearly intending to allow the hunger artist a small refreshment, which, according to their way of thinking, he could get from some secret supplies. Nothing was more excruciating to the hunger artist than such watchers. They depressed him. They made his fasting terribly difficult. Sometimes he overcame his weakness and sang during the time they were observing, for as long as he could keep it up, to show people how unjust their suspicions about him were. But that was little help, for then they just wondered among themselves about his skill at being able to eat even while singing. He much preferred the observers who sat down right against the bars and, not satisfied with the dim backlighting of the room, illuminated him with electric flashlights. The glaring light didn't bother him in the slightest. Generally, he couldn't sleep at all, and he could always doze under any lighting and at any hour, even in an overcrowded, noisy auditorium. With such observers, he was very happily prepared to spend the entire night without sleeping. He was very pleased to joke with them, to recount stories from his nomadic life, and then, in turn, to listen to their stories, doing everything just to keep them awake, so that he could keep showing them once again that he had nothing to eat in his cage, and that he was fasting as none of them could. He was happiest, however, when morning came and a lavish breakfast was brought for them at his own expense, on which they hurled themselves with the appetite of healthy men after a hard night's work without sleep. True, there were still people who wanted to see in this breakfast an unfair means of influencing the observers, but that was going too far. And if they were asked whether they wanted to undertake the observers' night shift for its own sake without the breakfast, they excused themselves. But nonetheless, they stood by their suspicions. However it was, in general, part of fasting that these doubts were inextricably associated with it, for in fact no one was in a position to spend time watching the hunger artist every day and night, so no one could know on the basis of his own observation whether this was a case of truly uninterrupted, flawless fasting. The hunger artist himself was the only one who could know that, and at the same time the only spectator capable of being completely satisfied with his own fasting. But the reason he was never satisfied was something different. Perhaps it was not fasting at all which made him so very emaciated that many people, to their own regret, had to stay away from his performance because they couldn't bear to look at him. For he was also so skeletal out of dissatisfaction with himself, because he alone knew something that even initiates didn't know, how easy it was to fast. It was the easiest thing in the world. About this he did not remain silent, but people did not believe him. At best they thought he was being modest. Most of them, however, believed he was a publicity seeker or a total swindler, for whom, at all events, fasting was easy because he understood how to make it easy, and then had the nerve to half admit it. He had to accept all that. Over the years he'd become accustomed to it, but this dissatisfaction kept gnawing at his insides all the time, and never yet, and this one had to say to his credit, had he left the cage of his own free will after any period of fasting. The impresario had set the maximum length of time for the fast at 40 days. He would never allow the fasting to go on beyond that point, not even in the cosmopolitan cities, and in fact he had a good reason. Experience had shown that for about 40 days one could increasingly whip up a city's interest by gradually increasing advertising, but that then the people turned away. One could demonstrate a significant decline in popularity. In this respect, there were, of course, small differences among different towns and among different countries, but as a rule it was true that 40 days was the maximum length of time. So then on the 40th day, the door of the cage, which was covered with flowers, was opened. An enthusiastic audience filled the amphitheater, a military band played, 2 doctors entered the cage in order to take the necessary measurements of the hunger artist. The results were announced to the auditorium through a megaphone. And finally, two young ladies arrived, happy about the fact that they were the ones who'd just been selected by lot, seeking to lead the hunger artist down a couple of steps out of the cage, where on a small table a carefully chosen hospital meal was laid out. And at this moment the hunger artist always fought back. Of course, he still freely laid his bony arms in the helpful outstretched hands of the ladies bending over him, but he did not want to stand up. Why stop right now after 40 days? He could have kept going for even longer, for an unlimited length of time. Why stop right now when he was in his best form? Indeed, not yet even in his best fasting form. Why did people want to rob him of the fame of fasting longer? Not just so that he could become the greatest hunger artist of all time, which he probably was already, but also so that he could surpass himself in some unimaginable way, for he felt there were no limits to his capacity for fasting. Why did this crowd, which pretended to admire him so much, have so little patience with him? If he kept going and kept fasting longer, why would they not tolerate it? Then, too, he was tired and felt good sitting in the straw. Now he was supposed to stand up straight and tall and go to eat, something which, when he just imagined it, made him feel nauseous right away. With great difficulty he repressed mentioning this only out of consideration for the women, and he looked up into the eyes of these women, apparently so friendly but in reality so cruel, and shook his excessively heavy head on his feeble neck. But then happened what always happened. The impresario came, and in silence, the music made talking impossible, raised his arms over the hunger artist as if inviting heaven to look upon its work here on the straw, this unfortunate martyr, something the hunger artist certainly was, only in a completely different sense. Then grabbed the hunger artist around his thin waist, in the process wanting, with his exaggerated caution, to make people believe that here he had to deal with something fragile, and handed him over, not without secretly shaking him a little, so that the hunger artist's legs and upper body swung back and forth uncontrollably, to the women, who had in the meantime turned as pale as death. At this point the hunger artist endured everything. His head lay on his chest. It was as if it had inexplicably rolled around and just stopped there. His body was arched back. His legs, in an impulse of self-preservation, pressed themselves together at the knees, but scraped the ground, as if they were not really on the floor, but were looking for the real ground. And the entire weight of his body, admittedly very small, lay against one of the women, who appealed for help with flustered breath, for she had not imagined her post of honor would be like this, and then stretched her neck as far as possible to keep her face from the least contact with the hunger artist. But then, when she couldn't manage this, and her more fortunate companion didn't come to her assistance, but trembled, and remained content to hold in front of her the hunger artist's hand, that small bundle of knuckles, she broke into tears, to the delighted laughter of the auditorium, and had to be relieved by an attendant who'd been standing ready for some time. Then came the meal. The impresario put a little food into the mouth of the hunger artist, now half unconscious as if fainting, and kept up a cheerful patter designed to divert attention away from the hunger artist's condition. Then a toast was proposed to the public, which was supposedly whispered to the impresario by the hunger artist. The orchestra confirmed everything with a great fanfare. People dispersed, and no one had the right to be dissatisfied with the event, no one except the hunger artist. He was always the only one. He lived this way, taking small, regular breaks for many years, apparently in the spotlight, honored by the world, but for all that his mood was usually gloomy, and it kept growing gloomier all the time because no one understood how to take him seriously. But how was he to find consolation? What was there left for him to wish for? And if a good-natured man who felt sorry for him ever wanted to explain to him that his sadness probably came from his fasting, then it could happen that the hunger artist responded with an outburst of rage and began to shake the bars like an animal, frightening everyone. But the impresario had a way of punishing moments like this, something he was happy to use. He would make an apology for the hunger artist to the assembled public, conceding that the irritability had been provoked only by his fasting, something quite intelligible to well-fed people and capable of excusing the behavior of the hunger artist without further explanation. From there, he would move on to speak about the equally hard-to-understand claim of the hunger artist that he could go on fasting for much longer than he was doing. He would praise the lofty striving, the goodwill, and the great self-denial no doubt contained in this claim, but then would try to contradict it simply by producing photographs, which were also on sale, for in the pictures one could see the hunger artist on the 40th day of his fast, in bed, almost dead from exhaustion. Although the hunger artist was very familiar with this perversion of the truth, it always strained his nerves again and was too much for him. What was a result of the premature ending of the fast, people were now proposing as its cause. It was impossible to fight against this lack of understanding, against this world of misunderstanding. In good faith, he always listened eagerly to the impresario at the bars of his cage, but each time, once the photographs came out, he would let go of the bars and, with a sigh, sink back into the straw, and a reassured public could come up again and view him. When those who had witnessed such scenes thought back on them a few years later, often they were unable to understand themselves, for in the meantime that change mentioned above had set in. It happened almost immediately. There may have been more profound reasons for it, but who bothered to discover what they were? At any rate, one day the pampered hunger artist saw himself abandoned by the crowd of pleasure-seekers who preferred to stream to other attractions. The impresario chased around half of Europe one more time with him to see whether he could still rediscover the old interest here and there. It was all futile. It was as if a secret agreement against the fasting performances had developed everywhere. Naturally, it couldn't really have happened all at once, and people later remembered some things which in the days of intoxicating success they hadn't paid sufficient attention to, some inadequately suppressed indications, but now it was too late to do anything to counter them. Of course, it was certain that the popularity of fasting would return once more someday, but for those now alive that was no consolation. What was the hunger artist to do now? A man whom thousands of people had cheered on could not display himself in show booths at small fun fairs. The hunger artist was not only too old to take up a different profession, but was fanatically devoted to fasting more than anything else. So he said farewell to the impresario, an incomparable companion on his life's road, and let himself be hired by a large circus. In order to spare his own feelings, he didn't even look at the terms of his contract at all. A large circus with its huge number of men, animals, and gimmicks, which are constantly being let go and replenished, can use anyone at any time, even a hunger artist, provided, of course, his demands are modest. Moreover, in this particular case, it was not the hunger artist himself who was engaged, but also his old and famous name. In fact, given the characteristic nature of his art, which was not diminished by his advancing age, one could never claim that a worn-out artist who no longer stood at the pinnacle of his ability wanted to escape to a quiet position in the circus. On the contrary, the hunger artist declared that he could fast just as well as in earlier times, something that was entirely credible. Indeed, he even affirmed that if people would let him do what he wanted, and he was promised this without further ado, he would really now legitimately amaze the world for the first time, an assertion which, however, given the mood of the time, which the hunger artist in his enthusiasm easily overlooked, only brought smiles from the experts. However, basically, the hunger artist had not forgotten his sense of the way things really were, and he took it as self-evident that people would not set him and his cage up as the star attraction somewhere in the middle of the arena, but would move him outside in some other readily accessible spot near the animal stalls. Huge, brightly painted signs surrounded the cage and announced what there was to look at there. During the intervals in the main performance, when the general public pushed out toward the menagerie in order to see the animals, they could hardly avoid moving past the hunger artist and stopping there a moment. They would perhaps have remained with him longer if those pushing up behind them in the narrow passageway, who did not understand this pause on the way to the animal stalls they wanted to see, had not made a longer, peaceful observation impossible. This was also the reason why the hunger artist began to tremble at these visiting hours, which he naturally used to long for as the main purpose of his life. In the early days, he could hardly wait for the pauses in the performances. He had looked forward with delight to the crowd pouring around him until he became convinced only too quickly, and even the most stubborn, almost deliberate self-deception could not hold out against the experience, that, judging by their intentions, most of these people were, again and again without exception, only visiting the menagerie. And this view from a distance still remained his most beautiful moment. For when they had come right up to him, he immediately got an earful from the shouting of the two steadily increasing groups, the ones who wanted to take their time looking at the hunger artist, not with any understanding, but on a whim or from mere defiance. For him these ones were soon the more painful, and a second group of people whose only demand was to go straight to the animal stalls. Once the large crowds had passed, the latecomers would arrive, and although there was nothing preventing these people any more from sticking around for as long as they wanted, they rushed past him with long strides, almost without a sideways glance, to get to the animals in time. And it was an all too rare stroke of luck when the father of a family came by with his children, pointed his finger at the hunger artist, gave a detailed explanation about what was going on here, and talked of earlier years when he'd been present at similar but incomparably more magnificent performances. And then the children, because they had been inadequately prepared at school and in life, always stood around still uncomprehendingly. What was fasting to them? But nonetheless, the brightness of the look in their searching eyes revealed something of new and more gracious times coming. Perhaps the hunger artist said to himself sometimes, everything would be a little better if his location were not quite so near the animal stalls. That way it would be easy for people to make their choice, to say nothing of the fact that he was very upset and constantly depressed by the stink from the stalls, the animals' commotion at night, the pieces of raw meat dragged past him for the carnivorous beasts, and the roars at feeding time. But he did not dare to approach the administration about it. In any case, he had the animals to thank for the crowds of visitors, among whom, here and there could be one destined for him, and who knew where they would hide him if he wished to remind them of his existence, and along with that of the fact that, strictly speaking, he was only an obstacle on the way to the menagerie. A small obstacle, at any rate, a constantly diminishing obstacle. People got used to the strange notion that in these times they would want to pay attention to a hunger artist, and with this habitual awareness the judgment on him was pronounced. He might fast as well as he could, and he did, but nothing could save him any more. People went straight past him. Try to explain the art of fasting to anyone. If someone doesn't feel it, then he cannot be made to understand it. The beautiful size became dirty and illegible. People tore them down, and no one thought of replacing them. The small table with the number of days the fasting had lasted, which early on had been carefully renewed every day, remained unchanged for a long time, for after the first weeks the staff grew tired of even this small task. And so the hunger artist kept fasting on, as he once had dreamed about in earlier times. And he had no difficulty succeeding in achieving what he'd predicted back then, but no one was counting the days. No one, not even the hunger artist himself, knew how great his achievement was by this point, and his heart grew heavy. And when once in a while a person strolling past stood there making fun of the old number and talking of a swindle, that was in a sense the stupidest lie which indifference and innate maliciousness could invent, for the hunger artist was not being deceptive. He was working honestly, but the world was cheating him of his reward. Many days went by once more, and this too came to an end. Finally, the cage caught the attention of a supervisor, and he asked the attendant why they had left this perfectly useful cage standing there unused with rotting straw inside. Nobody knew until one man, with the help of the table with the number on it, remembered the hunger artist. They pushed the straw around with a pole and found the hunger artist in there. "Are you still fasting?" the supervisor asked. "When are you finally going to stop?" "Forgive me everything," whispered the hunger artist. Only the supervisor, who was pressing his ear up against the cage, understood him. "Certainly," said the supervisor, tapping his forehead with his finger in order to indicate to the spectators the state the hunger artist was in. "We forgive you." "I always wanted you to admire my fasting," said the hunger artist. "But we do admire it," said the supervisor obligingly. "But you shouldn't admire it," said the hunger artist. "Well, then, we don't admire it," said the supervisor. "But why shouldn't we admire it?" "Because I had to fast. I can't do anything else," said the hunger artist. "Just look at you," said the supervisor. "Why can't you do anything else?" "Because," said the hunger artist, lifting his head a little and, with his lips pursed as if for a kiss, speaking right into the supervisor's ear so that he wouldn't miss anything, "because I couldn't find a food which I enjoyed. If I had found that, believe me, I would not have made a spectacle of myself, and would have eaten to my heart's content like you and everyone else." Those were his last words, but in his failing eyes there was the firm, if no longer proud, conviction that he was continuing to fast. "All right, tidy this up now," said the supervisor, and they buried the hunger artist along with the straw. But in his cage they put a young panther. Even for a person with the dullest mind, it was clearly refreshing to see this wild animal throwing itself around in this cage, which had been dreary for such a long time. It lacked nothing. Without thinking about it for any length of time, the guards brought the animal food. It enjoyed the taste and never seemed to miss its freedom. This noble body, equipped with everything necessary almost to the point of bursting, also appeared to carry freedom around with it. That seemed to be located somewhere or other in its teeth. And its joy in living came with such strong passion from its throat that it was not easy for spectators to keep watching, but they controlled themselves, kept pressing around the cage and had no desire to move on. End of A Hunger Artist by Franz Kafka. A Report for an Academy by Franz Kafka. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. A Report for an Academy by Franz Kafka. Translated from German by Ian Johnston. Esteemed gentlemen of the Academy, you show me the honor of calling upon me to submit a report to the Academy concerning my previous life as an ape. In this sense, unfortunately, I cannot comply with your request. Almost 5 years separate me from my existence as an ape, a short time perhaps when measured by the calendar, but endlessly long to gallop through as I have done, at times accompanied by splendid men, advice, applause, and orchestral music, but basically alone, since all those accompanying me held themselves back a long way from the barrier in order to preserve the image. This achievement would have been impossible if I had stubbornly wished to hold on to my origin, onto the memories of my youth. Giving up that obstinacy was, in fact, the highest command that I gave myself. I, a free ape, submitted myself to this yoke. In so doing, however, my memories, for their part, constantly closed themselves off against me. If people had wanted it, my journey back at first would have been possible through the entire gateway which heaven builds over the earth. But as my development was whipped onwards, the gate simultaneously grew lower and narrower all the time. I felt myself more comfortable and more enclosed in the world of human beings. The storm which blew me out of my past eased off. Today it is only a gentle breeze which cools my heels, and the distant hole through which it comes and through which I once came has become so small that even if I had sufficient power and will to run back there, I would have to scrape the fur off my body in order to get through. Speaking frankly, as much as I like choosing metaphors for these things, speaking frankly, your experience as apes, gentlemen, to the extent that you have something of that sort behind you, cannot be more distant from you than mine is from me, but it tickles at the heels of everyone who walks here on earth, the small chimpanzee as well as the great Achilles. In the narrowest sense, however, I can perhaps answer your question nonetheless, and indeed I do so with great pleasure. The first thing I learned was to give a handshake. The handshake displays candor. Today, when I stand at the high point of my career, may I add to that first handshake also my candid words. For the Academy, it will not provide anything essentially new and will fall far short of what people have asked of me, and what with the best will I cannot speak about. But nonetheless, it should demonstrate the line by which someone who was an ape was forced into the world of men, and which he has continued there. Yet I would certainly not permit myself to say even the trivial things which follow, if I were not completely sure of myself, and if my position on all the great music hall stages of the civilized world had not established itself unassailably. I come from the Gold Coast. For an account of how I was captured, I rely on the reports of strangers. A hunting expedition from the firm of Hagenbach. Incidentally, since then I have already emptied a number of bottles of good wine with the leader of that expedition. Lay hidden in the bushes by the shore when I ran down in the evening in the middle of a band of apes for a drink. Someone fired a shot. I was the only one struck. I received 2 hits. One was in the cheek. That was superficial, but it left behind a large hairless red scar which earned me the name Red Peter, a revolting name, completely inappropriate, presumably something invented by an ape, as if the only difference between me and the recently deceased trained ape Peter, who was well known here and there, was the red patch on my cheek. But this is only by the way. The second shot hit me below the hip. It was serious. It's the reason that today I still limp a little. Recently I read in an article by one of the 10,000 gossipers who vent their opinions about me in the newspapers that my ape nature is not yet entirely repressed. The proof is that when visitors come, I take pleasure in pulling off my trousers to show the entry wound caused by this shot. That fellow should have each finger of his writing hand shot off one by one. So far as I'm concerned, I may pull my trousers down in front of anyone I like. People will not find there anything other than well cared for fur and the scar from, let us select here a precise word for a precise purpose, something that will not be misunderstood, the scar from a wicked shot. Everything is perfectly open. There's nothing to hide. When it comes to a question of the truth, every great mind discards the most subtle refinements of manners. However, if that writer were to pull down his trousers when he gets a visitor, that would certainly produce a different sight. And I'll take it as a sign of reason that he does not do that. But then he should not bother me with his delicate sensibilities. After those shots, I woke up, and here my own memory gradually begins, in a cage between decks on the Hagenbeck steamship. It was no 4-sided cage with bars, but only 3 walls fixed to a crate, so that the crate constituted the 4th wall. The whole thing was too low to stand upright and too narrow for sitting down, so I crouched with bent knees, which shook all the time, and since at first I probably did not wish to see anyone and to remain constantly in the darkness, I turned towards the crate while the bars of the cage cut into the flesh on my back. People consider such confinement of wild animals beneficial in the very first period of time. And today I cannot deny, on the basis of my own experience, that in a human sense that is, in fact, the case. But at that time I didn't think about it. For the first time in my life I was without a way out. At least there was no direct way out. Right in front of me was the crate, its boards fitted closely together. Well, there was a hole running right through the boards. When I first discovered it, I welcomed it with a blissfully happy howl of ignorance. But this hole was not nearly big enough to stick my tail through, and all the power of an ape could not make it any bigger. According to what I was told later, I am supposed to have made remarkably little noise. From that, people concluded that either I must soon die, or if I succeeded in surviving the first critical period, I would be very capable of being trained. I survived this period, muffled sobbing, painfully searching out fleas, wearily licking a coconut, banging my skull against the wall of the crate, sticking out my tongue when anyone came near. These were the first occupations in my new life. In all of them, however, there was only one feeling: no way out. Nowadays, of course, I can portray those ape-like feelings only with human words, and, as a result, I misrepresent them, But even if I can no longer attain the old truth of the ape, at least it lies in the direction I have described. Of that there is no doubt. Up until then, I had had so many ways out, and now I no longer had one. I was tied down. If they nailed me down, my freedom to move would not have been any less. And why? If you scratch raw the flesh between your toes, you won't find the reason. If you press your back against the bars of the cage until it almost slices you in two, you won't find the answer. I had no way out, but I had to come up with one for myself, for without that I could not live. Always in front of that great wall, I would inevitably have died a miserable death. But according to Hagenbeck, apes belong at the great wall. Well, that meant I had to cease being an ape. A clear and beautiful train of thought, which I must have planned somehow with my belly, since apes think with their bellies. I'm worried that people do not understand precisely what I mean by a way out. I use the word in its most common and fullest sense. I am deliberately not saying freedom. I do not mean this great feeling of freedom on all sides. As an ape, I perhaps recognized it, and I've met human beings who yearn for it. But as far as I'm concerned, I did not demand freedom either then or today. Incidentally, among human beings, people all too often are deceived by freedom. And since freedom is reckoned among the most sublime feelings, the corresponding disappointment is also among the most sublime. In the variety shows before my entrance, I have often watched a pair of artists busy on trapezes high up in the roof. They swung themselves, they rocked back and forth, they jumped, they hung in each other's arms. One held the other by clenching the hair with his teeth. That, too, is human freedom, I thought. Self-controlled movement. What a mockery of sacred nature. At such a sight, no structure would stand up to the laughter of the apes. No, I didn't want freedom, only a way out. To the right or left or anywhere at all. I made no other demands, even if the way out should be only an illusion. The demand was small. The disappointment would not be any greater. To move on further, only not to stand still with arms raised, pressed against a great wall. Today I see clearly that without the greatest inner calm, I would never have been able to get out. And in fact, I probably owe everything that I've become to the calmness which came over me after the first days there on the ship. And in turn, I owe that calmness to the people on the ship. They're good people, in spite of everything. Today, I still enjoy remembering the clang of their heavy steps, which used to echo then in my half-sleep. They had the habit of tackling everything extremely slowly. If one of them wanted to rub his eyes, he raised his hand as if it were a hanging weight. Their jokes were gross, but hearty. Their laughter was always mixed with a rasp, which sounded dangerous, but meant nothing. They always had something in their mouths to spit out, and they didn't care where they spat. They always complained that my fleas sprung over onto them, but they were never seriously angry at me because of it. They even knew that fleas like being in my fur and that fleas are jumpers. They learned to live with that. When they had no duty, sometimes a few of them sat down in a semicircle around me. They didn't speak much, but only made noises to each other and smoked their pipes, stretched out on the crates. They slapped their knees as soon as I made the slightest movement, and from time to time one of them would pick up a stick and tickle me where I liked it. If I were invited today to make a journey on that ship, I certainly declined the invitation, but it's equally certain that the memories I could dwell on of the time there between the decks would not be totally hateful. The calmness which I acquired in this circle of people prevented me above all from any attempt to escape. Looking at it nowadays, it seems to me as if I had at least sensed that I had to find a way out if I wanted to live, but that this way out could not be reached by escaping. I no longer know if escape was possible, but I think it was. For an ape, it should always be possible to flee. With my present teeth, I have to be careful even with the ordinary task of cracking a nut. But then I must have been able, over time, to succeed in chewing through the lock on the door. I didn't do that. What would I have achieved by doing that? No sooner would I have stuck my head out than they would have captured me again and locked me up in an even worse cage. Or I could have taken refuge unnoticed among the other animals, say the boa constrictors opposite me, and breathed my last in their embraces. Or I could have managed to steal way up to the deck and jumped overboard. Then I'd have tossed back and forth for a while on the ocean and drowned. Acts of despair. I did not think things through in such a human way, but under the influence of my surroundings conducted myself as if I had worked things out. I did not work things out, but I observed well in complete tranquillity. I saw these men going back and forth, always the same faces, the same movements. Often it seemed to me as if there was only one man. So the man or these men went undisturbed. A lofty purpose dawned on me. No one promised me that if I could become like them, the cage would be removed. Such promises, apparently impossible to fulfill, were not made. But if one makes the fulfillment good, then later the promises appear precisely there where one had looked for them earlier without success. Now, these men in themselves were nothing which attracted me very much. If I'd been a follower of that freedom I just mentioned, I would certainly have preferred the ocean to the way out displayed in the dull gaze of these men. But in any case, I observed them for a long time before I even thought about such things. In fact, the accumulated observations first pushed me in the proper direction. It was so easy to imitate these people. I could already spit on the first day. We used to spit in each other's faces. The only difference was that I licked my face clean afterwards, and they did not. Soon I was smoking a pipe like an old man, and if I then pressed my thumb down into the bowl of the pipe, the entire area between the decks cheered. Still, for a long time, I did not understand the difference between an empty and a full pipe. I had the greatest difficulty with the bottle of alcohol. The smell was torture to me. I forced myself with all my power, but weeks went by before I could overcome my reaction. Curiously enough, the people took this inner struggle more seriously than anything else about me. In my memories, I don't distinguish the people, but there was one who always came back, alone or with comrades, day and night at different times. He'd stand with a bottle in front of me and give me instructions. He did not understand me. He wanted to solve the riddle of my being. He used to uncork the bottle slowly and then look at me in order to test if I had understood. I confess that I always looked at him with wildly overeager attentiveness. No human teacher has ever found in the entire world such a student of human beings. After he'd uncorked the bottle, he'd raise it to his mouth. I'd gaze at him, right at his throat. He would nod, pleased with me, and set the bottle to his lips. Delighted with my gradual understanding, I'd squeal and scratch myself all over, wherever it was convenient. He was happy. He'd set the bottle to his mouth and take a swallow, Impatient and desperate to emulate him, I would defecate over myself in my cage, and that again gave him great satisfaction. Then, holding the bottle at arm's length and bringing it up again with a swing, he'd drink it down with one gulp, exaggerating his backward bending as a way of instructing me. Exhausted with so much great effort, I could no longer follow, and hung weakly onto the bars, while he ended the theoretical lesson by rubbing his belly and grinning. Now the practical exercises first began. Was I not already too tired by the theoretical part? Yes, indeed, far too weary. That's part of my fate. Nonetheless, I grabbed the preferred bottle as well as I could and uncorked it, trembling. Once I'd managed to do that, new forces gradually take over. I lift the bottle, with hardly any difference between me and the original, put it to my lips, and throw it away in disgust, although it's empty and filled only with the smell. Throw it with disgust onto the floor. To the sorrow of my teacher, to my own greater sorrow. And I still did not console him or myself when, after throwing away the bottle, I do not forget to give my belly a splendid rub and to grin as I do so. All too often the lesson went that way, and to my teacher's credit, he was not angry with me. Well, sometimes he held his burning pipe against my fur in some place or other which I could reach only with difficulty until it began to burn. But then he'd put it out himself with his huge good hand. He wasn't angry with me. He realized that we were fighting on the same side against ape nature, and that I had the more difficult part. What a victory it was for him, and for me, however, when one evening, in front of a large circle of onlookers, perhaps it was a celebration, a gramophone was playing, an officer was wandering around among the people, when on this evening, at a moment when no one was watching, I grabbed a bottle of alcohol which had been inadvertently left standing in front of my cage, uncorked it just as I'd been taught amid the rising attention of the group, set it against my mouth, and without hesitating, with my mouth making no grimace like an expert drinker, with my eyes rolling around, splashing the liquid in my throat, I really and truly drank the bottle empty, and then threw it away, no longer in despair, but like an artist. Well, I did forget to scratch my belly, but instead of that, because I couldn't do anything else, because I had to, because my senses were roaring, I cried out a short and good, "Hello!" breaking out into human sounds. And with this cry, I sprang into the community of human beings, and I felt its echo. Just listen, he's talking, like a kiss on my entire sweat-soaked body. I'll say it again. Imitating human beings was not something which pleased me. I imitated them because I was looking for a way out for no other reason, and even in that victory little was achieved. My voice immediately failed me again. It first came back months later. My distaste for the bottle of alcohol became even stronger, but at least my direction was given to me once and for all. When I was handed over in Hamburg to my first trainer, I soon realized the two possibilities open to me: the zoological garden or the music hall. I did not hesitate. I said to myself, use all your energy to get into the music hall. That is the way out. The zoological garden is only a new barred cage. If you go there, you're lost. And I learned, gentlemen, alas, one learns when one has to. One learns when one wants a way out. One learns ruthlessly. One supervises oneself with a whip and tears oneself apart at the slightest resistance. My ape nature ran off head over heels out of me, so that in the process my first teacher himself almost became an ape, and soon had to give up training and be carried off to a mental hospital. Fortunately, he was soon discharged again. But I went through many teachers, indeed, even several teachers at once. As I became more confident of my abilities and the general public followed my progress and my future began to brighten, I took on teachers myself, let them sit down in 5 interconnected rooms, and studied with them all simultaneously by constantly leaping from one room to another. And such progress, the penetrating effects of the rays of knowledge from all sides of my awakening brain, I don't deny the fact. I was delighted with it, but I also confess that I did not overestimate it, not even then, and even less today. With an effort which up to this point has never been repeated on earth, I have attained the average education of a European. That would perhaps not amount to much, but it is something insofar as it helped me out of the cage and created the special way out for me, the way out of human beings. There is an excellent German expression, to beat one's way through the bushes. That I have done. I've beaten my way through the bushes. I had no other way, always assuming that freedom was not a choice. If I review my development and its goal up to this point, I do not complain. I am even satisfied. With my hands in my trouser pockets, the bottle of wine on the table, I half lie and half sit on my rocking chair and gaze out the window. If I have a visitor, I welcome him as is appropriate. My impresario sits in the parlor. If I ring, he comes and listens to what I have to say. In the evening, I almost always have a performance, and my success could hardly rise any higher. When I come home late from banquets, from scientific societies, or from social gatherings in someone's home, a small half-trained female chimpanzee is waiting for me, and I take my pleasure with her the way apes do. During the day, I don't want to see her, for she has in her gaze the madness of a bewildered trained animal. I'm the only one who recognizes that, and I cannot bear it. On the whole, at any rate, I've achieved what I wished to achieve. You shouldn't say it wasn't worth the effort. In any case, I don't want any man's judgment. I only want to expand knowledge. I simply report, even to you, esteemed gentlemen of the Academy, I have only made a report. End of Report for an Academy by Franz Kafka.
Charlotte's Ladies by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sweet Pea, Charlotte's Ladies. Just as soon as dinner was over at the asylum, Charlotte sped away to the gap in the fence, the northwest corner gap. There was a gap in the southeast corner, too. The asylum fence was in a rather poor condition, but the southeast gap was interesting only after tea, and it was never at any time quite as interesting as the northwest gap. Charlotte ran as fast as her legs could carry her, for she did not want any of the other orphans to see her. As a rule, Charlotte liked the company of the other orphans and was a favorite with them, but somehow she did not want them to know about the gaps. She was sure they would not understand. Charlotte had discovered the gaps only a week before. They had not been there in the autumn, but the snowdrifts had lain heavily against the fence all winter, and one spring day, when Charlotte was creeping through the shrubbery in the northwest corner, in search of the little yellow daffodils that always grew there in spring, she found a delightful space where a board had fallen off, whence she could look out on a bit of woodsy road with a little footpath winding along by the fence under the wide-spreading boughs of the asylum trees. Charlotte felt a wild impulse to slip out and run fast and far down that lovely, sunny, tempting, fenceless road. but that would have been wrong, for it was against the asylum rules, and Charlotte, though she hated most of the asylum rules with all her heart, never disobeyed or broke them. So she subdued the vagrant longing with a sigh and sat down among the daffodils to peer wistfully out of the gap and feast her eyes on this glimpse of a world where there were no brick walls and prim walks and never varying rules. Then, as Charlotte watched, the pretty lady with the blue eyes came along the footpath. Charlotte had never seen her before, and hadn't the slightest idea in the world who she was, but that was what she called her as soon as she saw her. The lady was so pretty, with lovely blue eyes that were very sad, although somehow as you looked at them you felt that they ought to be laughing, merry eyes instead. At least Charlotte thought so, and wished at once that she knew how to make them laugh. Besides, the lady had lovely golden hair, and the most beautiful pink cheeks, and Charlotte, who had mouse-colored hair and any number of freckles, had an unbounded admiration for golden locks and rose-leaf complexions. The lady was dressed in black, which Charlotte didn't like, principally because the matron of the asylum wore black, and Charlotte didn't exactly like the matron. When the pretty lady with the blue eyes had gone by, Charlotte drew a long breath. "If I could pick out a mother, I'd pick out one that looked just like her," she said. Nice things sometimes happen close together, even in an orphan asylum, and that very evening Charlotte discovered the southeast gap, and found herself peering into the most beautiful garden you could imagine, a garden where daffodils and tulips grew in great ribbon-like beds, and there were hedges of white and purple lilacs, and winding paths under blossoming trees. It was such a garden as Charlotte had pictured in happy dreams and never expected to see in real life. And yet here it had been all the time, divided from her only by a high board fence. "I wouldn't have supposed there could be such a lovely place so near an orphan asylum," mused Charlotte. "It's the very loveliest place I ever saw. Oh, I do wish I could go and walk in it. Well, I do declare! If there isn't a lady in it too!" Sure enough, there was a lady, helping an unruly young vine to run in the way it should go over a little arbor. Charlotte instantly named her the tall lady with the black eyes. She was not nearly so young or so pretty as the lady with the blue eyes, but she looked very kind and jolly. "I'd like her for an aunt," reflected Charlotte. "Not for a mother, oh no, not for a mother, but for an aunt. I know she'd make a splendid aunt. And oh, just look at her cat!" Charlotte looked at the cat with all her might and main. She loved cats, but cats were not allowed in an orphan asylum, although Charlotte sometimes wondered if there were no orphan kitties in the world which would be appropriate for such an institution. The tall lady's cat was so big and furry, with a splendid tail and elegant stripes. A very handsome cat, Charlotte called him mentally, seeing the capitals as plainly as if they had been printed out. Charlotte's fingers tingled to stroke his glossy coat, but she folded them sternly together. "You know you can't," she said to herself reproachfully. "So what is the use of wanting to, Charlotte Turner? You ought to be thankful just to see the garden and the very handsome cat." Charlotte watched the tall lady and the cat until they went away into a fine big house further up the garden, then she sighed and went back through the cherry trees to the asylum playground, where the other orphans were playing games. But somehow games had lost their flavor compared with those fascinating gaps. It did not take Charlotte long to discover that the pretty lady always walked past the northwest gap about 1 o'clock every day, and never at any other time, at least at no other time when Charlotte was free to watch her, and that the tall lady was almost always in her garden at 5 in the afternoon, accompanied by the very handsome cat, pruning and trimming some of her flowers. Charlotte never missed being at the gaps at the proper times if she could possibly manage it, and her heart was full of dreams about her two ladies. But the other orphans thought all the fun had gone out of her, and the matron noticed her absent-mindedness and dosed her with sulphur and molasses for it. Charlotte took the dose meekly, as she took everything else. It was all part and parcel with being an orphan in an asylum. "But if the pretty lady with the blue eyes was my mother, she wouldn't make me swallow such dreadful stuff," sighed Charlotte. "I don't believe even the tall lady with the black eyes would, though perhaps she might, aunts not being quite as good as mothers." "Do you know," said Maggie Brunt, coming up to Charlotte at this moment, "that Lizzie Parker is going to be adopted? A lady is going to adopt her." "Oh!" cried Charlotte breathlessly. An adoption was always a wonderful event in the asylum, as well as a somewhat rare one. "Oh, how splendid!" "Yes, isn't it?" said Maggie enviously. "She picked out Lizzie because she was pretty and had curls. I don't think it is fair." Charlotte sighed. "Nobody will ever want to adopt me, because I've mousy hair and freckles," she said. "But somebody may want you some day, Maggie. You have such lovely black hair." "But it isn't curly," said Maggie forlornly, "and the matron won't let me put it up in curl papers at night. I just wish I was Lizzie." Charlotte shook her head. "I don't. I'd love to be adopted, but I really wouldn't like to be anybody but myself, even if I am homely. It's better to be yourself, with mousy hair and freckles, than somebody else who is ever so beautiful. But I do envy Lizzie, though the matron says it's wicked to envy anyone." Envy of the fortunate Lizzie did not long possess Charlotte's mind, however, for that very day a wonderful thing happened at noon hour by the Northwest Gap. Charlotte had always been very careful not to let the pretty lady see her, but today, after the pretty lady had gone past, Charlotte leaned out of the gap to watch her as far as she could. And just at that very moment the pretty lady looked back, and there, peering at her from the asylum fence, was a little scrap of a girl, with mouse-colored hair and big freckles, and the sweetest, brightest, most winsome little face the pretty lady had ever seen. The pretty lady smiled right down at Charlotte, and for just a moment her eyes looked as Charlotte had always known they ought to look. Charlotte was feeling rather frightened down in her heart, but she smiled bravely back. "Are you thinking of running away?" said the pretty lady, and oh, what a sweet voice she had, sweet and tender, just like a mother's voice ought to be. "No," said Charlotte, shaking her head gravely. "I should like to run away, but it would be of no use, because there is no place to run to." "Why would you like to run away?" asked the pretty lady, still smiling. "Don't you like living here?" Charlotte opened her big eyes very widely. "Why, it's an orphan asylum!" she exclaimed. "Nobody could like living in an orphan asylum. But of course, orphans should be very thankful to have any place to live in, and I am thankful. I'd be thankfuller still if the matron wouldn't make me take sulphur and molasses. If you had a little girl, would you make her take sulphur and molasses?" "I didn't when I had a little girl," said the pretty lady wistfully, and her eyes were sad again. "Oh, did you really have a little girl once?" asked Charlotte softly. "Yes, and she died," said the pretty lady in a trembling voice. "Oh, I am sorry," said Charlotte, more softly still. Did she have lovely golden hair and pink cheeks like yours?" "No," the pretty lady smiled again, though it was a very sad smile. "No, she had mouse-colored hair and freckles." "Oh, and weren't you sorry?" "No, I was glad of it, because it made her look like her father. I've always loved little girls with mouse-colored hair and freckles ever since. Well, I must hurry along. I'm late now, and schools have a dreadful habit of going in sharp on time. If you should happen to be here tomorrow, I'm going to stop and ask your name." Of course Charlotte was at the Gap the next day, and they had a lovely talk. In a week they were the best of friends. Charlotte soon found out that she could make the pretty lady's eyes look as they ought to, for a little while at least, and she spent all her spare time and lay awake at nights devising speeches to make the pretty lady laugh. Then another wonderful thing happened. One evening when Charlotte went to the Southeast Gap, the tall lady with the black eyes was not in the garden, at least Charlotte thought she wasn't, but the very handsome cat was, sitting gravely under a syringa bush, and looking quite proud of himself for being a cat. "You very handsome cat," said Charlotte. "Won't you come here and let me stroke you?" The very handsome cat did come, just as if he understood English, and he purred with delight when Charlotte took him in her arms and buried her face in his fur. Then Charlotte thought she would really sink into the ground, for the tall lady herself came around a lilac bush and stood before the Gap. "Please, ma'am," stammered Charlotte in an agony of embarrassment, "I wasn't meaning to do any harm to your very handsome cat. I just wanted to pet him. I am very fond of cats, and they are not allowed in orphan asylums." "I've always thought asylums weren't run on proper principles," said the tall lady briskly. "Bless your heart, child, don't look so scared. You're welcome to pet the cat all you like." Come in, and I'll give you some flowers." "Thank you, but I am not allowed to go off the grounds," said Charlotte firmly, "and I think I'd rather not have any flowers, because the matron might want to know where I got them, and then she would have this gap closed up. I live in mortal dread for fear it will be closed anyhow. It's very uncomfortable living in mortal dread." The tall lady laughed a very jolly laugh. "Yes, I should think it would be," she agreed. "I haven't had that experience." Then they had a jolly talk, and every evening after that Charlotte went to the Gap and stroked the very handsome cat, and chatted to the tall lady. "Do you live all alone in that big house?" she asked wonderingly one day. "All alone," said the tall lady. "Did you always live alone?" "No, I had a sister living with me once, but I don't want to talk about her. You'll oblige me, Charlotte, by not talking about her." "I won't, then," agreed Charlotte. "I can understand why people don't like to have their sisters talked about sometimes. Lily Mitchell has a big sister who was sent to jail for stealing. Of course Lily doesn't like to talk about her." The tall lady laughed a little bitterly. "My sister didn't steal. She married a man I detested, that's all." "Did he drink?" asked Charlotte gravely. "The matron's husband drank, and that was why she left him and took to running an orphan asylum. I think I'd rather put up with a drunken husband than live in an orphan asylum." "My sister's husband didn't drink," said the tall lady grimly. "He was beneath her, that was all. I told her I'd never forgive her, and I never shall. He's dead now; he died a year after she married him, and she's working for her living. I dare say she doesn't find it very pleasant. She wasn't brought up to that. Here, Charlotte, is a turnover for you. I made it on purpose for you. Eat it, and tell me if you don't think I'm a good cook. I'm dying for a compliment. I never get any now that I've got old. It's a dismal thing to get old and have nobody to love you except a cat, Charlotte." "I think it is just as bad to be young and have nobody to love you, not even a cat," sighed Charlotte, enjoying the turnover nevertheless. "I dare say it is," agreed the tall lady, looking as if she had been struck by a new and rather startling idea. "I like the tall lady with the black eyes ever so much," thought Charlotte that night as she lay in bed, "but I love the pretty lady. I have more fun with the tall lady and the very handsome cat, but I always feel nicer with the pretty lady. Oh, I'm so glad her little girl had mouse-colored hair." Then the most wonderful thing of all happened. One day, a week later, the pretty lady said, "Would you like to come and live with me, Charlotte?" Charlotte looked at her. "Are you in earnest?" she asked in a whisper. "Indeed I am. I want you for my little girl, and if you'd like to come you shall. I'm poor, Charlotte, really I'm dreadfully poor, but I can make my salary stretch far enough for two, and we'll love each other enough to cover the thin spots. Will you come?" "Well, I should just think I will," said Charlotte emphatically. "Oh, I wish I was sure I'm not dreaming. I do love you so much, and it will be so delightful to be your little girl." "Very well, sweetheart. I'll come tomorrow afternoon; it is Saturday, so I'll have the whole blessed day off, and see the matron about it. Oh, we'll have lovely times together, dearest. I only wish I'd discovered you long ago." Charlotte may have eaten and studied and played and kept the rules the rest of that day and part of the next of it, but if so, she has no recollection of it. She went about like a girl in a dream, and the matron concluded that something more than sulphur and molasses was needed, and decided to speak to the doctor about her. But she never did, because a lady came that afternoon and told her she wanted to adopt Charlotte. Charlotte obeyed the summons to the matron's room in a tingle of excitement. But when she went in, she saw only the matron and the tall lady with the black eyes. Before Charlotte could look around for the pretty lady, the matron said, "Charlotte, this lady, Miss Herbert, wishes to adopt you. It is a splendid thing for you, and you ought to be a very thankful little girl." Charlotte's head fairly whirled. She clasped her hands, and the tears brimmed up in her eyes. "Oh, I like the tall lady," she gasped, "but I love the pretty lady, and I promised her I'd be her little girl. I can't break my promise." "What on earth is the child talking about?" said the mystified matron. And just then the maid showed in the pretty lady. Charlotte flew to her and flung her arms about her. "Oh, tell them I am your little girl," she begged. "Tell them I promised you first. I don't want to hurt the tall lady's feelings, because I truly do like her so very much, but I want to be your little girl." The pretty lady had given one glance at the tall lady and flushed red. The tall lady, on the contrary, had grown very pale. The matron felt uncomfortable. Everybody knew that Miss Herbert and Mrs. Bond hadn't spoken to each other for years, even if they were sisters and alone in the world except for each other. Mrs. Bond turned to the matron. "I have come to ask permission to adopt this little girl," she said. "Oh, I'm very sorry," stammered the matron, "but Miss Herbert has just asked for her, and I have consented." Charlotte gave a great gulp of disappointment, but the pretty lady suddenly wheeled round to face the tall lady with quivering lips and tearful eyes. "Don't take her from me, Alma," she pleaded humbly. She is so like my own baby, and I'm so lonely. Any other child will suit you as well." "Not at all," said the tall lady brusquely. "Not at all, Anna. No other child will suit me at all. And may I ask what you intend to keep her on? I know your salary is barely enough for yourself." "That is my concern," said the pretty lady a little proudly. "Humph!" The tall lady shrugged her shoulders. "Just as independent as ever, Anna, I see. Well, child, what do you say? Which of us will you come with? Remember, I have the cat on my side, and Anna can't make half as good turnovers as I can. Remember all this, Charlotte." "Oh, I like you so much," stammered Charlotte, "and I wish I could live with you both. But since I can't, I must go with the pretty lady, because I promised, and because I loved her first." "And best?" queried the tall lady. "And best," admitted Charlotte, bound to be truthful, even at the risk of hurting the tall lady's feelings. "But I do like you too, next best. And you really don't need me as much as she does, for you have your very handsome cat, and she hasn't anything." "A cat no longer satisfies the aching void in my soul," said the tall lady stubbornly. "Nothing will satisfy it but a little girl with mouse-colored hair and freckles. No, Anna, I've got to have Charlotte. But I think that with her usual astuteness she has already solved the problem for us by saying she'd like to live with us both. Why can't she? You just come back home and we'll let bygones be bygones. We both have something to forgive, but I was an obstinate old fool, and I've known it for years, though I never confessed it to anybody but the cat." The pretty lady softened, trembled, smiled. She went right up to the tall lady and put her arms about her neck. "Oh, I've wanted so much to be friends with you again," she sobbed. "But I thought you would never relent, and I've been so lonely." "There, there," whispered the tall lady, "don't cry under the matron's eye. Wait till we get home. I may have some crying to do myself then. Charlotte, go and get your hat and come right over with us. We can sign the necessary papers later on, but we must have you right off. The cat is waiting for you on the back porch, and there is the turnover cooling on the pantry window that is just your size." "I am so happy," remarked Charlotte, "that I feel like crying myself." End of Charlotte's Ladies by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
The Game That Wasn't Cricket by Evelyn Sharp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginny. Down the alley where I happen to live, playtime draws a sharp line between the sexes. It is not so noticeable during working hours, when girls and boys, banded together by the common grievance of compulsory education, trot off to school almost as allies, even hand in hand in those cases where protection is sought from the little girl by the little boy who raced her into the world and lost, or won, by half a length. But when school is over, sex antagonism, largely fostered by the parent, immediately sets in. Knowing the size of the average backyard in my neighborhood, I have plenty of sympathy for the mother who wishes to keep it clear of children. But I always want to know why, in order to secure this privacy, she gives the boy a piece of bread and dripping and a ball, while the girl is given a piece of bread and dripping and a baby. And I have not yet decided which of the two toys is the more destructive of my peace. Every evening during the summer, cricket is played just below my window in the hour preceding sunset. Cricket, as played in my alley, is less noisy than football, in which anything that comes handy as a substitute for the ball may be used, preferably an old jagged salmon tin. But cricket lasts longer, the nerves of the parents whose windows overlook the cricket ground being able to stand it better. As the best working hour of my day is destroyed equally by both, I have no feeling either way, except that the cricket, as showing a more masterly evasion of difficulties, appeals to me rather more. It is comparatively easy to achieve some resemblance to a game of football, even in a narrow strip of pavement bordered by houses, where you can place one goal in the porch of the model dwellings at the blind end of the alley, and the other goal among the motor traffic at the street end. But first-class cricket is more difficult of attainment when the field is so crowded as to make it hard to decide which player out of 3 or 4 has caught you out, while your only chance of not being run out first ball is to take the wicket with you. Always a possibility when the wicket is somebody's coat that has a way of getting mixed up with the batsman's feet. In spite of obstacles, however, the cricket goes on every evening before sunset, and all the while the little girl, who tripped to school on such a gay basis of equality with her brother only a few hours back, sits on the doorstep minding the baby. I do not say that she actively objects to this. I only know with acute certainty that the baby objects to it. And for a long time I felt that it would be at least interesting to see what would happen if the little girl were to stand up at the wicket for a change, while her brother dealt with the baby. And the other evening this did happen. A mother, making one of these sorties from the domestic stronghold that in my alley always have the effect of bringing a look of guilt into the faces of the innocent, shouted something I did not hear, picked up the wicket, cuffed somebody's head with it, and made him put it on, gave the baby to a brother, and sent his sister off to the oil shop with a jar in one hand and a penny tightly clasped in the other. The interruption over, the scattered field reformed automatically. Somebody else's jacket was made into a mound, and cricket was resumed with the loss of one player, who, by the way, showed an astonishing talent for minding the baby. Then the little girl came back from the oil shop. I know not what spirit of revolt entered suddenly her small, subdued soul. Perhaps the sight of a boy minding the baby suggested an upheaval of the universe that demanded her instant cooperation. Perhaps she had no distinct idea in her mind beyond a wish to rebel. Whatever her reasons, there she stood, hat in hand, waiting for the ball, while the baby crowed delightedly in the unusual embrace of a boy who, by all the laws of custom, was unsexing himself. Another instant, and the air was rent with sound and fury. In front of the wicket stood the spirit of revolt, with tumbled hair and defiant eyes, breathless with much running, intoxicated with success. Around her, an outraged cricket team, strong in the conventions of a lifetime, was protesting fiercely. What had happened was quite simple. Grasping in an instant of time the only possible way of eluding the crowd of fielders in the narrow space, the little impromptu batswoman had done the obvious thing and struck the ball against the wall high over their heads, whence it bounded into the open street and got lost in the traffic. Then she ran till she could run no more. Why wasn't it fair, she wanted to know. "'Cause it ain't, there," was one illuminating reply. "'Cause we don't never play that way," was another upon which she was quick to pounce. "You never thought of it, that's why," she retorted shrewdly. She was desperately outnumbered. It was magnificent, but it wasn't cricket. Moreover, her place was the doorstep, as she was speedily reminded when the door reopened and avenging motherhood once more swooped down upon the scene. A shake here, a push there, and the boy was back again at the wicket, while a weeping baby lay unheeded on the lap of a weeping spirit of revolt. And the queer thing is that the innovation made by the small batswoman in her one instant of wild rebellion has now been adopted by the team that plays cricket down my alley every evening before sunset. End of The Game That Wasn't Cricket by Evelyn Sharp.
The Fads of David Dadd by John Arthur Barry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Longworth. The Dadds had been married 12 months and lived very happily together until Mr. Dadd began to develop fads. He was a civil servant, a post office employee, with a salary of £250 per annum. While staying at a farm near Golborne, on the occasion of his yearly holiday, he met his wife, a hearty, jolly, sensible young countrywoman who, when the smart clerk asked her to share his fortunes with her, could hardly bring herself to believe that he was in earnest. They lived now in a comfortable cottage in one of the remoter marine suburbs of Sydney, and until David commenced his course of fads, his wife was accustomed to think herself a very lucky woman. Mr. Dadd, although scarcely 30 years of age, was a person who took himself very seriously. Still, on the whole, he was, what his acquaintances called him, a very decent chap, and one who, while not liable to astonish the world by any outbursts of exceptional ability, could, it might be imagined, be depended upon to abjure all experiments of the kind he presently began to make a trial of. "There's a nice bit of fillet for dinner tonight, dear," remarked his wife, as David, having got himself into his house clothes, came into the dining room. "I'm afraid you'll have to eat it yourself then, Georgie." Mrs. Dadd had been christened Georgina, replied her husband. "No more meat for me. I'm convinced that it's the source of half the social mischief in this country. I've been reading the subject up lately, and I find that vegetarianism is the one thing needful for the betterment of both mind and body. Will you see, dear, that there are always plenty of them on the table?" "But surely, Dave," asked Mrs. Dadd in amazement, "not at every meal?" "Certainly," replied her husband. "I don't expect to ever touch meat again in any shape or form. Some more peas and potatoes, please." "Just a spoonful of gravy, then?" implored his wife, almost in tears. "Not even a suspicion," said David, as he heroically munched his vegetables. "And presently, dear, when you see how well the new diet agrees with me, I hope you will follow my example." But somehow, as time passed, David, neither in health nor temper, showed the expected advantage to be derived from the new departure. His wife, being a sensible woman, made no remarks. On the contrary, she tried to vary his diet as much as possible, and learned to cook no less than a dozen different sorts of vegetables, each in as many fashions. Even when Mr. Dadd allowed his hair to grow longer than is usual with the majority of sane citizens, she forbore to remonstrate. She, however, firmly resisted all David's persuasion to join him in his obsession, and contented herself with preparing appetizing little dishes for herself, careless, apparently, that the savour of these reaching her husband, as he sat forcing his appetite into a compote of carrots, a fraudulent imitation of a mutton chop constructed out of peas, cauliflowers and potatoes, or a beefsteak whose foundation consisted mainly of turnips and tomatoes, seemed to make him unhappy, not to say morose. Always spare of body, David presently began to get so fine that his friends nicknamed him Radish. Thereupon he added apples and nuts to his dietary, consuming enormous quantities of these fruits. But to no purpose. David was of all men one adapted by nature for a generous diet, and daily he grew visibly more miserable, while the grateful fumes from Georgie's side of the table at times tried his self-control, almost beyond the limits of endurance. And at last came the psychological moment, not entirely unexpected by the wife. Before her was a dish of stewed tripe, cooked as few women but herself could cook it, aforetime David's favourite dish. The appetizing odour titillated his tortured nostrils with a very frenzy of desire. All at once there sprang up in his stomach an irresistible loathing towards the mess before him, and suddenly, in angry, almost savage accents, he shouted, For heaven's sake, Georgie, give a man something fit to eat." For a few months David, having cut his hair and abjured vegetarianism, put on flesh, and leavened his somewhat didactic temperament with a cheeriness born of good living, let well alone, and essayed no new experiments or divagations. Presently, however, he took to studying the effect of clothing on the human frame in conjunction with climatic environment. At least, that is how he put it to Georgie. It was then about the middle of summer, and as a result of his cogitations, he took to white and bore with equanimity the salutes of the small boys who yelled hokey pokey after him, as well as with the notable increase in the laundry bills. "There cannot be a doubt," remarked David, "that in a semi-tropical climate such as ours, is drill, or some equally suitable material, is the rational dress for men. The only wonder is that the garb has not long ere now become universal. All through this torrid weather I am enabled to keep my body cool and my brain in good working order, while my colleagues at the office, in their heavy tweeds, perspire and indulge in irritable growlings." Presently he left off wearing woolen underclothing and took to cotton, having become thoroughly convinced that cotton was not only lighter, but warmer, to say nothing of the question of economy. To all his wife's suggestions that colds and chills would probably be the outcome of the business, David turned a deaf ear. The weather continued fine and hot, and he marvelled that nobody else followed his example. Then one day, happening to be working overtime, he was caught on the way home by a bitter southerly, and chilled to the very marrow of his bones. A sharp attack of pneumonia followed, which the doctor brutally told him served him right, and when David was able to get about again, although never tired of inveighing against the treachery of the climate, he gave up rational dress once and for all. But to an inquiring mind like his, inaction was impossible, and one evening he arrived at his home carrying an electric battery under his arm. He had been reading up certain medical treatises recommending electricity as a cure for most human ailments, and now proceeded to fill himself with what he called the vital spark. He attempted to induce his wife to join him in the experiment, but after the first shock Mrs. Dadd said she believed it did not agree with her, and she left him to pursue his latest fad alone. He would sit for hours at a time, holding the handles of the machine and declaring that he was being gradually permeated with the current, and that it was making a new man of him. His wife, however, could discover no difference, and the eternal buzz became a decided nuisance. Presently, however, he came across a book strongly recommending all people, whether well or ill, to live as much as possible in the open air. Doors and windows were to be kept open winter and summer, night and day, and thorough ventilation encouraged in every possible manner. The promised results were a practical immunity from every description of disease. The scheme tickled David's fancy mightily, but Georgie was still strong in protest. "It's like offering a premium to burglars," she said. "Besides, you know how susceptible to cold you are, and living in droughts will only mean another big doctor's bill." "That's exactly the reason, dear," replied David eagerly. "We ought to give the thing a trial. Dr. Smith, the great scientist, says that a course of such treatment, if persevered in, will so harden and improve our constitutions as to render them practically impenetrable to the attacks of hostile bacteria or bacilli. And as for burglars, the last house they would dream of entering would be one thrown wide open. In such cases they always suspect a trap. By dint of such argument, David at last gained an unwilling assent to the new venture. The result could scarcely be called encouraging. Georgie was unable to sleep for fear of thieves. Her husband was never free of coughs and colds. It was winter, and Burley Cottage, standing on rather high ground, was simply enfiladed by the winds, the westerlies especially holding high revel along the passages and in the rooms. But David bore it all with the stoicism of a martyr. In spite of colds in the head and colds in the throat, of sneezings and hawkings and catarrhs, he declared that he felt himself perceptibly benefited. They had of late employed a general, but the fresh air supply was too plentiful for her, and she left, after calling David a raging lunatic, and prophesying that some night they would awake with their throats cut. So far as Mrs. Dadd was concerned, the position was becoming intolerable, and her husband seemed deaf to remonstrance or ridicule. She, therefore, determined by hook or by crook to end this worst fad of all, and presently she hit upon a scheme that she thought might answer. Burley Cottage was in a very isolated position, and at the back of the garden was a clump of rocks, among which, in a sort of cave, lived an old troglodyte, who now and again was called in to "do up" the paths and cut the grass on the small lawn. The only name by which the Dadds knew the man was Bill, and to Bill Mrs. Dadd applied for help in her extremity. "Yes, lady, I understands," he replied, as Georgie unfolded her plan, and a sly grin curled his thick lips as he repeated her instructions. "Everything o' the boss's, hats, boots, socks, all his wearing togs, and a few o' your dresses and knickerknacks. Yus, lady, certainly. And you're going to stay the night in a friend's house, and then I'm to bring the swag to me camp yonder and plant it. Then by and by, when the hue and cry's all hover, I'm to bring 'em back again and say how I found 'em all stowed away in a cave where the burglars hid 'em in, thinking as how they was pursued." "That's quite correct, Bill," replied poor Georgie, strong in her faith in the honesty of the troglodyte, dirty of person and unprepossessing of feature though he might be, and little guessing that all the time he was hard put to it to keep from sniggering at the transparent simplicity of her scheme, to give her husband a lesson, and to teach him for the future to keep a closed house o' nights. "And you won't make a noise, Bill?" continued Georgie. "Not me, lady," said Bill with a scornful sniff. "I've been too long I means as I'm that light-footed a fellow you wouldn't believe. There ain't nothing locked in the crib, is there, lady?" he suddenly asked. "No," replied Georgie, "but of course everything you want will be in the wardrobe." "O' course, lady, in course," agreed Bill emphatically. "You may take your solemn days as nothing else won't be touched." On the appointed night, as luck would have it, David, by way of enlarging his experiment, had determined to sleep on the veranda. The house, however, remained open as ever. Thus the troglodyte's task was an absurdly easy one, and when Georgie arrived in time to get David's breakfast, she found that her instructions had been exceeded to in a preposterous extent. David greeted her in his sleeping suit, having been able to discover nothing else. That was all right so far, but then she discovered, in addition, that she herself possessed only what clothes she carried on her back, and that her jewellery, as well as George's, was missing, together with any of the wedding presents worth taking away. Mrs. Dadd simply collapsed and hysterically wept. Simple as she might have been in her estimate of the troglodyte's character, she was quick enough to perceive that here was catastrophe, not pretence. David, who was hoarse to voicelessness from his night's sojourn on the veranda, gesticulated wildly and made husky, grating sounds, in which were unintelligible but none the less smacked of language as known in the police courts. The nearest neighbour was about a mile away. To the nearest police station was 3 miles. Leaving poor Georgie to her devices, David set off to the neighbour's house. In the tramp through the bush, his slippers came off repeatedly. He cut his feet among the rocks. He also stubbed his toes. When at last he arrived, with a keen westerly playing all sorts of pranks among his pyjamas, 2 women, the only people at home, slammed the door in his face and shrieked at the top of their voices. In vain he waved his hands and pointed and shook his head and tried by gestures to interpret his woes. There was a lunatic asylum not far away, and presently a shotgun wavering, but otherwise fairly direct, covered him from one of the windows. At this hint David departed, looking more like a maniac than ever. Later on he arrived, in a rainstorm, at a suburban railway station, and, appearing on the crowded platform, was quickly hustled into a cloakroom, and there secured, pending the arrival of a constable. Having to some extent recovered his voice, he tried to explain and expostulate, and in return the officials soothed him with promises. They said they quite believed in his sanity, and were sure that he could prove that he had not escaped from the asylum over yonder, was indeed a responsible civil servant, and that they were only detaining him because he was wet and might catch a dangerous cold if allowed to go any further in such violent weather. They also gave him a blanket and a cup of hot coffee. Presently the police arrived, and haled poor protesting, shivering David off to the local lock-up, where eventually he was detained on a magistrate's order for medical examination, and while inquiries were being made. And the various newspapers came out with announcements to the effect that an alleged escaped lunatic, calling himself the Postmaster General, had been apprehended. It was added that, although exhibiting violent symptoms at first, the maniac appeared to be on the whole of a mild description. Meanwhile, at Burley Cottage, Georgie had pulled herself together a little, and was endeavouring to make a more detailed inventory of their losses than had been possible in the first rush of despair. She never doubted that David would presently return with the police, to whom she had determined to make a clean breast of the whole business. A letter that the afternoon post brought, however, completely altered this resolution. It contained news of a legacy. No great sum, certainly, but more than enough to cover the value of all the troglodyte's plunder 100 times over. Thus, when later on David arrived in a cart, escorted by 2 constables, they heard only a curtailed story. But to David, after imparting to him the tidings of good fortune, following fast on the heels of evil hap, to a limp, bedraggled, disgruntled and ashamed David, his wife made a full confession. And David, somewhat rehabilitated thereby in his own esteem, but still suffering from the successive shocks to both his self-conceit and to his physical system, rose to the occasion with all the magnanimity of the injured male, and said, "There, there, dear, don't say a word more about the wretched business. I freely forgive you for it all, and there have been no more fads in the Dad's household since, and these matters were history years ago." End of The Fads of David Dadd by John Arthur Barry.
First Hate by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. They had been shooting all day. The weather had been perfect and the powder straight, so that when they assembled in the smoking room after dinner they were well pleased with themselves. From discussing the day's sport and the weather outlook, the conversation drifted to other, though still cognate, fields. Lawson, the crack shot of the party, mentioned the instinctive recognition all animals feel for their natural enemies, and gave several instances in which he had tested it: tame rats with a ferret, birds with a snake, and so forth. Even after being domesticated for generations, he said, they recognize their natural enemy at once by instinct, an enemy they can never even have seen before. It's infallible. They know instantly. Undoubtedly, said a voice from the corner chair, and so do we. The speaker was Ericsson, their host, a great hunter before the Lord, generally uncommunicative but a good listener, leaving the talk to others. For this latter reason, as well as for a certain note of challenge in his voice, his abrupt statement gained attention. "What do you mean exactly by 'so do we'?" asked three men together, after waiting some seconds to see whether he meant to elaborate, which he evidently did not. "We belong to the animal kingdom, of course," put in a fourth, for behind the challenge there obviously lay a story, though a story that might be difficult to drag out of him. It was. Ericsson, who had leaned forward a moment so that his strong, humorous face was in clear light, now sank back again into his chair, his expression concealed by the red lampshade at his side. The light played tricks, obliterating the humorous, almost tender lines, while emphasizing the strength of the jaw and nose. The red glare lent to the whole a rather grim expression. Lawson, man of authority among them, broke the little pause. "You're dead right," he observed. "But how do you know it?" For John Ericsson never made a positive statement without a good reason for it. That good reason, he felt sure, involved a personal proof, but a story Ericsson would never tell before a general audience. He would tell it later, however, when the others had left. "There's such a thing as instinctive antipathy, of course," he added with a laugh, looking around him. "That's what you mean, probably." "I meant exactly what I said," replied the host bluntly. "There's first love, there's first hate, too." "Hate's a strong word," remarked Lawson. "So is love," put in another. "Hate's strongest," said Ericsson grimly. "In the animal kingdom, at least," he added suggestively, and then kept his lips closed except to sip his liquor for the rest of the evening, until the party at length broke up, leaving Lawson and one other man, both old trusted friends of many years' standing. "It's not a tale I'd tell to everybody," he began when they were alone. "It's true, for one thing. For another, you see, some of those good fellows," he indicated the empty chairs with an expressive nod of his great head, "some of 'em knew him. You both knew him too, probably." "The man you hated," said the understanding Lawson. "And who hated me," came the quiet confirmation. "My other reason," he went on, "for keeping quiet was that the tale involves my wife." The two listeners said nothing, but each remembered the curiously long courtship that had been the prelude to his marriage. No engagement had been announced. The pair were devoted to one another. There was no known rival on either side. Yet the courtship continued without coming to its expected conclusion. Many stories were afloat in consequence. It was the social mystery that intrigued the gossip. "I may tell you two," Ericsson continued, The reason my wife refused for so long to marry me. It's hard to believe, perhaps, but it is true. Another man wished to make her his wife, and she would not consent to marry me until that other man was dead. Quixotic, absurd, unreasonable, if you like. I'll tell you what she said." He looked up with a significant expression in his face which proved that he, at least, did not now judge her reason foolish. "Because it would be murder," she told me. "Another man who wants to marry me would kill you." "She had some proof for the assertion, no doubt?" suggested Lawson. "None whatsoever," was the reply. "Merely her woman's instinct. Moreover, I did not know who the other man was, nor would she ever tell me." "Otherwise you might have murdered him instead?" said Baines, the second listener. "I did," said Erickson grimly, "but without knowing he was the man." He sipped his whiskey and relit his pipe. The others waited. "Our marriage took place 2 months later, just after Hazel's disappearance." "Hazel!" exclaimed Lawson and Baines in a single breath. "Hazel, member of the Hunters?" His mysterious disappearance had been a 9 days' wonder some 10 years ago. It had never been explained. They had all been members of the Hunters Club together. "That's the chap," Erickson said. "Now I'll tell you the tale if you care to hear it." They settled back in their chairs to listen, and Erickson, who had evidently never told the affair to another living soul except his own wife, doubtless seemed glad this time to tell it to 2 men. "It began some 12 years ago when my brother Jack and I came home from a shooting trip in China. I've often told you about our adventures there, and you see the heads hanging up here in the smoking room. Some of them." He glanced proudly round at the walls. "We were glad to be in town again after 2 years roughing it, and we looked forward to our first good dinner at the club to make up for the rotten cooking we had endured so long. We had ordered that dinner in anticipatory detail many a time together. Well, we had it, and enjoyed it up to a point, the point of the entree to be exact. Up to that point it was delicious, and we let ourselves go, I can tell you. We had ordered the very wine we had planned months before when we were snowbound and half starving in the mountains. He smacked his lips as he mentioned it. "I was just starting on a beautifully cooked grouse," he went on, "when a figure went by our table, and Jack looked up and nodded. The 2 exchanged a brief word of greeting and explanation, and the other man passed on. Evidently they knew each other just enough to make a word or two necessary, but enough." "Who's that?" I asked. "A new member named Hazel," Jack told me. "A great shot." He knew him slightly, he explained. He had once been a client of his. Jack was a barrister, you remember, and had defended him in some financial case or other. Rather an unpleasant case, he added. Jack did not care about the fellow, he told me, as he went on with his tender wing of grouse. Erickson paused to relight his pipe a moment. "Not care about him," he continued. "It didn't surprise me, for my own feeling, the instant I set eyes on the fellow, was one of violent, instinctive dislike that amounted to loathing. Loathing! No, I'll give it the right word. Hatred. I simply couldn't help myself. I hated the man from the very first go-off. A wave of repulsion swept over me as I followed him down the room a moment with my eyes, till he took his seat at a distant table and was out of sight. He was a big, fat-faced man with an eyeglass glued into one of his pale blue, cod-like eyes, out of condition, ugly as a toad, with a smug expression of intense self-satisfaction on his jowl that made me long to... I leave it to you to guess what I would have liked to do to him. But the instinctive loathing he inspired in me had another aspect too. Jack had not introduced us during the momentary pause beside our table, but as I looked up, I caught the fellow's eye on mine. He was glaring at me instead of at Jack, to whom he was talking, with an expression of malignant dislike as keen evidently as my own. That's the other aspect I meant. He hated me as violently as I hated him. We were instinctive enemies, just as the rat and ferret are instinctive enemies. Each recognized a mortal foe. It was a case, I swear it, of whoever got first chance. "Bad as that?" exclaimed Baines. "I knew him by sight. He wasn't pretty, I'll admit." "I knew him to nod to," Lawson mentioned. "I never heard anything particularly against him." He shrugged his shoulders. Erickson went on. "It was not his character or qualities I hated," he said. I didn't even know them. That's the whole point. There's no reason you fellows should have disliked him. My hatred, our mutual hatred, was instinctive as first love. A man knows his natural mate, also he knows his natural enemy. I did at any rate, both with him and with my wife. Given the chance, Hazel would have done me in, just as surely given the chance I would have done him in. No blame to either of us, what's more, in my opinion.
I felt dislike, but never hatred like that, Baines mentioned. I came across it in a book once, though. The writer did not mention the instinctive fear of the human animal for its natural enemy or anything of that sort. He thought it was a continuance of a bitter feud begun in an earlier existence. He called it memory.
Possibly, said Erickson briefly. My mind is not speculative, but I'm glad you spoke of fear. I left that out. The truth is, I feared the fellow, too, in a way, and had we ever met face to face in some wild country without witnesses, I should have felt justified in drawing on him at sight, and he would have felt the same. Murder, if you like. I should call it self-defense. Anyhow, the fellow polluted the room for me. He spoilt the enjoyment of that dinner we had ordered months before in China.
But you saw him again, of course, later?
Lots of times. Not that night because we went on to a theater, but in the club we were always running across one another, in the houses of friends at lunch or dinner, at race meetings, all over the place. In fact, I even had some trouble to avoid being introduced to him, and every time we met our eyes betrayed us. He felt in his heart what I felt in mine. He was as loathsome to me as leprosy, and as dangerous. Odd, isn't it? The most intense feeling except love I've ever known. I remember, he laughed gruffly, I used to feel quite sorry for him. If he felt what I felt, and I'm convinced he did, he must have suffered. His one object, to get me out of the way for good, was so impossible. Then fate played a hand in the game. I'll tell you how. My brother died a year or two later, and I went abroad to try and forget it. I went salmon fishing in Canada. But though the sport was good, it was not like the old times with Jack. The camp never felt the same without him. I missed him badly. But I forgot Hazel for the time. Hating did not seem worthwhile somehow. When the best of the fishing was over on the Atlantic side, I took a run back to Vancouver and fished there for a bit. I went up the Campbell River, which was not so crowded then as it is now, and had some rattling sport. Then I grew tired of the rod and decided to go after wapiti for a change. I came back to Victoria and learned what I could about the best places, and decided finally to go up to the west coast of the island. By luck I happened to pick up a good guide, who was in the town at the moment on business, and we started off together in one of those little Canadian Pacific Railway boats that ply along that coast. Outfitting 2 days later at a small place the steamer stopped at, the guide said we needed another man to help pack our kit over portages and so forth, but the only fellow available was a Siwash of whom he disapproved. My guide would not have had him at any price. He was lazy, a drunkard, a liar, and even worse, for on one occasion he came back without the sportsman he had taken up country on a shooting trip, and his story was not convincing, to say the least. These disappearances are always awkward, of course, as you both know. We preferred, anyhow, to go without the Siwash, and off we started. At first our luck was bad. I saw many wapiti, but no good heads. Only after a fortnight's hunting did I manage to get a decent head, though even that was not so good as I should have liked. We were then near the headwaters of a little river that ran down into the inlet. Heavy rains had made the water rise. Running downstream was a risky job, what with old log jams shifting and new ones forming. And after many narrow escapes, we upset one afternoon, and the misfortune to lose a lot of our kit, amongst it most of our cartridges. We could only muster a few between us. The guide had a dozen, I had 2. Just enough, we considered, to take us out all right. Still, it was an infernal nuisance. We camped at once to dry out our soaked things in front of a big fire, and while this laundry work was going on, the guide suggested my filling in the time by taking a look at the next little valley, which ran parallel to ours. He had seen some good heads over there a few weeks ago. Possibly I might come upon the herd. I started at once, taking my 2 cartridges with me. It was the devil of a job getting over the divide, for it was a badly bushed up place, and where there were no bushes there were boulders and fallen trees, and the going was slow and tiring. But I got across at last and came out upon another stream at the bottom of the new valley. Signs of wapiti were plentiful, though I never came up with a single beast all the afternoon. Black-tailed deer were everywhere, but the wapiti remained invisible. Providence, or whatever you like to call that which there is no escaping in our lives, made me save my 2 cartridges. Erickson stopped a minute then. It was not to light his pipe or sip his whiskey, nor was it because the remainder of his story failed in the recollection of any vivid detail. He paused a moment to think. "Tell us the lot," pleaded Lawson. "Don't leave out anything." Erickson looked up. His friend's remark had helped him to make up his mind, apparently. He had hesitated about something or other, but the hesitation passed. He glanced at both his listeners. "Right," he said. "I'll tell you everything. I'm not imaginative, as you know, and my amount of superstition I should judge as microscopic." He took a longer breath, then lowered his voice a trifle. "Anyhow," he went on, "it's true, so I don't see why I should feel shy about admitting it. But as I stood there in that lonely valley, where only the noises of wind and water were audible, and no human being, except my guide, some miles away, was within reach, a curious feeling came over me I find difficult to describe. I felt—" Obviously he had made an effort to get the word out. "I felt creepy." "You?" murmured Lawson with an incredulous smile. "You creepy?" he repeated under his breath. "I felt creepy and afraid," continued the other with conviction. "I had the sensation of being seen by someone, as if someone, was watching me. It was so unlikely that anyone was near me in that God-forsaken bit of wilderness that I simply couldn't believe it at first. But the feeling persisted. I felt absolutely positive someone was not far away among the red maples, behind a boulder, across a little stream perhaps, somewhere at any rate so near that I was plainly visible to him. It was not an animal. It was human. Also, it was hostile. I was in danger. You may laugh, both of you, but I assure you the feeling was so positive that I crouched down instinctively to hide myself behind a rock. My first thought that the guide had followed me for some reason or other I at once discarded. It was not the guide. It was an enemy. No, I thought of no one in particular. No name, no face occurred to me. Merely that an enemy was on my trail, that he saw me and I did not see him, and that he was near enough to me to take instant action. This deep instinctive feeling of danger, of fear, of anything you like to call it, was simply overwhelming. Another curious detail I must also mention. About half an hour before, having given up all hope of seeing wapiti, I had decided to kill a black-tailed deer for meat. A good shot offered itself, not 30 yards away. I aimed, but just as I was going to pull the trigger, a queer emotion touched me, and I lowered the rifle. It was exactly as though a voice said, "Don't." I heard no voice, mind you. It was an emotion only, a feeling, a sudden inexplicable change of mind. A warning, if you like. I didn't fire, anyhow. But now, as I crouched behind that rock, I remembered this curious little incident, and was glad I had not used up my last 2 cartridges. More than that I cannot tell you. Things of that kind are new to me. They're difficult enough to tell, let alone to explain. But they were real. I crouched there, wondering what on earth was happening to me, and feeling a bit of a fool, if you want to know, when suddenly over the top of the boulder I saw something moving. It was a man's hat. I peered cautiously. Some 60 yards away the bushes parted, and 2 men came out onto the river's bank, and I knew them both. One was the Siwash I had seen at the store. The other was Hazel. Before I had time to think, I cocked my rifle. "Hazel! Good Lord!" exclaimed the listeners. For a moment I was too surprised to do anything but cock that rifle. I waited, for what puzzled me was that, after all, Hazel had not seen me. It was only the feeling of his beastly proximity that had made me feel I was seen and watched by him. There was something else, too, that made me pause before doing anything. 2 other things, in fact. One was that I was so intensely interested in watching the fellow's actions. Obviously he had the same uneasy sensation that I had. He shared with me the nasty feeling that danger was about. His rifle, I saw, was cocked and ready. He kept looking behind him, over his shoulder, peering this way and that, and sometimes addressing a remark to the Siwash at his side. I caught the laughter of the latter. The Siwash evidently did not think there was danger anywhere. It was, of course, unlikely enough. "And the other thing that stopped you?" urged Lawson, impatiently interrupting. Erickson turned with a look of grim humor on his face. "Some confounded or perverted sense of chivalry in me, I suppose," he said, "that made it impossible to shoot him down in cold blood, or rather without letting him have a chance. For my blood, as a matter of fact, was far from cold at the moment. Perhaps, too, I wanted the added satisfaction of letting him know who fired the shot that was to end his vile existence." He laughed again. "It was rat and ferret in the human kingdom," he went on. "But I wanted my rat to have a chance, I suppose. Anyhow, though I had a perfect shot in front of me at easy distance, I did not fire. Instead, I got up, holding my cocked rifle ready, finger on trigger, and came out of my hiding place. I called to him, 'Hazel, you beast! So there you are, at last!' He turned, but turned away from me, offering his horrid back. The direction of the voice he misjudged. He pointed downstream, and the Siwash turned to look. Neither of them had seen me yet. There was a big log jam below them. The roar of the water in their ears concealed my footsteps. I was, perhaps, 20 paces from them when Hazel, with a jerk of his whole body, abruptly turned clean round and faced me. We stared into each other's eyes. The amazement on his face changed instantly to hatred and resolve. He acted with incredible rapidity. I think the unexpected suddenness of his turn made me lose a precious second or two. Anyhow, he was ahead of me. He flung his rifle to his shoulder. "You devil!" I heard his voice. "I've got you at last!" His rifle cracked, for he let drive the same instant. The hair stirred just above my ear. He had missed. Before he could draw back his bolt for another shot, I had acted. "You're not fit to live!" I shouted as my bullet crashed into his temple. I had the satisfaction, too, of knowing that he heard my words. I saw the swift expression of frustrated loathing in his eyes. He fell like an ox, his face splashing in the stream. I shoved the body out. I saw it sucked beneath the logjam instantly. It disappeared. There could be no inquest on him, I reflected comfortably. Hazel was gone. Gone from this earth, from my life, our mutual hatred over at last. The speaker paused a moment. "Odd," he continued presently. "Very odd indeed." He turned to the others. "I felt quite sorry for him suddenly. I suppose," he added, "the philosophers are right when they gas about hate being very close to love." His friends contributed no remark. "Then I came away," he resumed shortly. "My wife, well, you know the rest, don't you? I told her the whole thing. She said nothing. But she married me, you see." There was a moment's silence. Baines was the first to break it. "But the Siwash?" he asked. "The witness?" Lawson turned upon him with something of contemptuous impatience. "He told you he had 2 cartridges." Erickson, smiling grimly, said nothing at all. End of First Hate. Recording by David Mack.
Markheim by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Green. Markheim by Robert Louis Stevenson. "Yes," said the dealer, "our windfalls are of various kinds. Some customers are ignorant, and then I touch a dividend on my superior knowledge. Some are dishonest," and here he held up the candle so that the light fell strongly on his visitor. "And in that case," he continued, "I profit by my virtue." Markheim had but just entered from the daylight streets, and his eyes had not yet grown familiar with the mingled shine and darkness in the shop. At these pointed words, and before the near presence of the flame, he blinked painfully and looked aside. The dealer chuckled. "You come to me on Christmas Day," he resumed, "when you know that I am alone in my house, put up my shutters, and make a point of refusing business. Well, you will have to pay for that. You will have to pay for my loss of time when I should be balancing my books. You will have to pay, besides, for a kind of manner that I remark in you today very strongly. I am the essence of discretion, and ask no awkward questions. But when a customer cannot look me in the eye, he has to pay for it." The dealer once more chuckled, and then, changing to his usual business voice, though still with a note of irony, "You can give, as usual, a clear account of how you came into the possession of the object," he continued. "Still your uncle's cabinet?" "A remarkable collector, sir." And the little, pale, round-shouldered dealer stood almost on tiptoe, looking over the top of his gold spectacles, and nodding his head with every mark of disbelief. Markheim returned his gaze with one of infinite pity and a touch of horror. "This time," said he, "you are in error. I have not come to sell, but to buy. I have no curios to dispose of. My uncle's cabinet is bare to the wainscot. Even were it still intact, I have done well on the stock exchange, and should more likely add to it than otherwise. And my errand today is simplicity itself. I seek a Christmas present for a lady," he continued, waxing more fluent as he struck into the speech he had prepared. "And certainly I owe you every excuse for thus disturbing you upon so small a matter, but the thing was neglected yesterday. I must produce my little compliment at dinner. And as you very well know, a rich marriage is not a thing to be neglected." There followed a pause, during which the dealer seemed to weigh this statement incredulously. The ticking of many clocks among the curious lumber of the shop, and the faint rushing of the cabs in a near thoroughfare, filled up the interval of silence. "Well, sir," said the dealer, "be it so. You are an old customer after all, and if, as you say, you have the chance of a good marriage, far be it from me to be an obstacle. Here is a nice thing for a lady now," he went on. "This hand-glass, 15th century warranted, comes from a good collection, too. But I reserve the name, in the interests of my customer, who was, just like yourself, my dear sir, the nephew and sole heir of a remarkable collector." The dealer, while he thus ran on in his dry and biting voice, had stooped to take the object from its place. And as he had done so, a shock had passed through Markheim, a start both of hand and foot, a sudden leap of many tumultuous passions to the face. It passed as swiftly as it came, and left no trace beyond a certain trembling of the hand that now received the glass. "A glass," he said hoarsely, and then paused, and repeated it more clearly. "A glass? For Christmas? Surely not." "And why not?" cried the dealer. "Why not a glass?" Markheim was looking upon him with an indefinable expression. "You ask me why not?" he said. "Why, look here, look in it, look at yourself. Do you like to see it? No, nor I, nor any man." The little man had jumped back when Markheim had so suddenly confronted him with the mirror, but now, perceiving there was nothing worse on hand, he chuckled. "Your future lady, sir, must be pretty hard favored," said he. "I ask you," said Markheim, "for a Christmas present, and you give me this damned reminder of years and sins and follies, this hand conscience. Did you mean it? Had you a thought in your mind? Tell me. It will be better for you if you do. Come, tell me about yourself. I hazard a guess now that you are in secret a very charitable man." The dealer looked closely at his companion. It was very odd. Markheim did not appear to be laughing. There was something in his face like an eager sparkle of hope, but nothing of mirth. "What are you driving at?" the dealer asked. "Not charitable?" returned the other gloomily. "Not charitable, not pious, not scrupulous, unloving, unbeloved. A hand to get money, a safe to keep it. Is that all? Dear God, man, is that all?" "I will tell you what it is," began the dealer with some sharpness, and then broke off again into a chuckle. "But I see this is a love match of yours, and you have been drinking the lady's health." "Ah!" cried Markheim, with a strange curiosity. "Ah! Have you been in love? Tell me about that." "I!" cried the dealer. "I in love! I never had the time, nor have I the time to-day for all this nonsense. Will you take the glass?" "Where is the hurry?" returned Markheim. "It is very pleasant to stand here talking, and life is so short and insecure that I would not hurry away from any pleasure, no, not even from so mild a one as this. We should rather cling to what little we can get, like a man at a cliff's edge. Every second is a cliff, if you think upon it, a cliff a mile high, high enough, if we fall, to dash us out of every feature of humanity. Hence it's best to talk pleasantly. Let us talk of each other. Why should we wear this mask? Let us be confidential. Who knows? We might become friends." "I have just one word to say to you," said the dealer. "Either make your purchase, or walk out of my shop." "True, true," said Markheim. "Enough fooling. To business. Show me something else." The dealer stooped once more, this time to replace the glass upon the shelf, his thin blond hair falling over his eyes as he did so. Markheim moved a little nearer, with one hand in the pocket of his greatcoat. He drew himself up and filled his lungs. At the same time, many different emotions were depicted together on his face: terror, horror, and resolve, fascination, and a physical repulsion. And through a haggard lift of his upper lip, his teeth looked out. "This, perhaps, may suit," observed the dealer. And then, as he began to re-arise, Markheim bounded from behind upon his victim. The long, skewer-like dagger flashed and fell. The dealer struggled like a hen, striking his temple on the shelf, and then tumbled on the floor in a heap. Time had some score of small voices in that shop, some stately and slow, as was becoming to their great age, others garrulous and hurried. All these told out the seconds in an intricate chorus of tickings. Then the passage of a lad's feet, heavily running on the pavement, broke in upon these smaller voices, and startled Markheim into the consciousness of his surroundings. He looked about him awfully. The candle stood on the counter, its flame solemnly wagging in a draught. And by that inconsiderable movement the whole room was filled with noiseless bustle, and kept heaving like a sea, the tall shadows nodding, the gross blots of darkness swelling and dwindling as with respiration, the faces of the portraits and the china gods changing and wavering like images in water. The inner door stood ajar, and peered into that leaguer of shadows with a long slit of daylight, like a pointing finger. From these fear-stricken rovings, Markheim's eyes returned to the body of his victim, where it lay both humped and sprawling, incredibly small and strangely meaner than in life. In these poor miserly clothes, in that ungainly attitude, the dealer lay, like so much sawdust. Markheim had feared to see it, and lo, it was nothing. And yet, as he gazed, this bundle of old clothes and pool of blood began to find eloquent voices. There it must lie. There was none to work the cunning hinges or direct the miracle of locomotion. There it must lie till it was found. Found! Aye, and then? Then would this dead flesh lift up a cry that would ring over England, and fill the world with the echoes of pursuit. Aye, dead or not, this was still the enemy. Time was that when the brains were out, he thought, and the first word struck into his mind. Time. Now that the deed was accomplished, time, which had closed for the victim, had become instant and momentous for the slayer. The thought was yet in his mind, when first one and then another, with every variety of pace and voice, one deep as the bell from a cathedral turret, another ringing on its treble notes the prelude of a waltz. The clocks began to strike the hour of 3 in the afternoon. The sudden outbreak of so many tongues in that dumb chamber staggered him. He began to bestir himself, going to and fro with the candle, beleaguered by moving shadows, and startled to the soul by chance reflections. In many rich mirrors, some of home design, some from Venice or Amsterdam, he saw his face repeated and repeated, as it were an army of spies. His own eyes met and detected him, and the sounds of his own steps, lightly as they fell, vexed the surrounding quiet. And still, as he continued to fill his pockets, his mind accused him with a sickening iteration of the thousand faults of his design. He should have chosen a more quiet hour. He should have prepared an alibi. He should not have used a knife. He should have been more cautious, and only bound and gagged the dealer, and not killed him. He should have been more bold, and killed the servant also. He should have done all things otherwise. Poignant regrets, weary, incessant toiling of the mind to change what was unchangeable, to plan what was now useless, to be the architect of the irrevocable past. Meanwhile, and behind all this activity, brute terrors, like the scurrying of rats in a deserted attic, filled the more remote chambers of his brain with riot. The hand of the constable would fall heavy on his shoulder, and his nerves would jerk like a hooked fish. Or he beheld, in galloping defile, the dock, the prison, the gallows, and the black coffin. Terror of the people in the street sat down before his mind like a besieging army. It was impossible, he thought, but that some rumor of the struggle must have reached their ears, and set on edge their curiosity, and now in all the neighboring houses he divined them, sitting motionless and with uplifted ear, solitary people, condemned to spend Christmas dwelling alone on memories of the past, and now startlingly recalled from that tender exercise. Happy family parties, struck into silence round the table, the mother still with raised finger, every degree and age and humor, but all by their own hearths, prying and hearkening and weaving the rope that was to hang him. Sometimes it seemed to him he could not move too softly. The clink of the tall Bohemian goblets rang out loudly like a bell, and alarmed by the bigness of the ticking, he was tempted to stop the clocks. And then again, with a swift transition of his terrors, the very silence of the place appeared a source of peril, and a thing to strike and freeze the passer-by. And he would step more boldly, and bustle aloud among the contents of the shop, and imitate with elaborate bravado the movements of a busy man at ease in his own house. But he was now so pulled about by different alarms, that while one portion of his mind was still alert and cunning, another trembled on the brink of lunacy. One hallucination in particular took a strong hold on his credulity. The neighbor hearkening with white face beside his window, the passer-by arrested by a horrible surmise on the pavement. These could at worst suspect, they could not know. Through the brick walls and shuttered windows only sounds could penetrate. But here within the house, was he alone? He knew he was. He had watched the servant set forth sweethearting, in her poor best, out for the day, written in every ribbon and smile. Yes, he was alone, of course. And yet, in the bulk of empty house above him, he could surely hear a stir of delicate footing. He was surely conscious, inexplicably conscious of some presence. Aye, surely, to every room and corner of the house, his imagination followed it. And now it was a faceless thing, and yet had eyes to see with. And again it was a shadow of himself, and yet again, behold the image of the dead dealer, re-inspired with cunning and hatred. At times, with a strong effort, he would glance at the open door, which still seemed to repel his eyes. The house was tall, the skylight small and dirty, the day blind with fog, and the light that filtered down to the ground story was exceedingly faint, and showed dimly on the threshold of the shop. And yet, in that strip of doubtful brightness, did there not hang wavering a shadow? Suddenly, from the street outside, a very jovial gentleman began to beat with a staff on the shop door, accompanying his blows with shouts and railleries, in which the dealer was continually called upon by name. Markheim, smitten into ice, glanced at the dead man. But no, he lay quite still. He was fled away, far beyond earshot of these blows and shoutings. He was sunk beneath seas of silence, and his name, which would once have caught his notice above the howling of a storm, had become an empty sound. And presently the jovial gentleman desisted from his knocking, and departed. Here was a broad hint to hurry what remained to be done, to get forth from this accusing neighborhood, to plunge into a bath of London multitudes, and to reach on the other side of day that haven of safety and apparent innocence, his bed. One visitor had come, at any moment another might follow, and be more obstinate. To have done the deed and yet not to reap the profit would be too abhorrent a failure. The money, that was now Markheim's concern, and as a means to that, the keys. He glanced over his shoulder at the open door, where the shadow was still lingering and shivering, and with no conscious repugnance of the mind, yet with a tremor of the belly, he drew near the body of his victim. The human character had quite departed. Like a suit half stuffed with bran, the limbs lay scattered, the trunk doubled on the floor. And yet the thing repelled him. Although so dingy and inconsiderable to the eye, he feared it might have more significance to the touch. He took the body by the shoulders and turned it on its back. It was strangely light and supple, and the limbs, as if they had been broken, fell into the oddest postures. The face was robbed of all expression, but it was as pale as wax, and shockingly smeared with blood about one temple. That was for Markheim the one displeasing circumstance. It carried him back upon the instant to a certain fair day in a fisher's village, a gray day, a piping wind, a crowd upon the street, the blare of brasses, the booming of drums, the nasal voice of a ballad singer, and a boy going to and fro, buried overhead in the crowd, and divided between interest and fear, until coming out upon the chief place of concourse, he beheld a booth and a great screen with pictures, dismally designed, garishly colored. Brownrigg with her apprentice, the Mannings with their murdered guest, Weir in the death grip of Thurtell, and a score besides of famous crimes. The thing was as clear as an illusion. He was once again that little boy. He was looking once again, and with the same sense of physical revolt, at these vile pictures. He was still stunned by the thumping of the drums. A bar of that day's music returned upon his memory, and at that, for the first time, a qualm came over him, a breath of nausea, a sudden weakness of the joints, which he must instantly resist and conquer. He judged it more prudent to confront than to flee from these considerations, looking the more heartily in the dead face, bending his mind to realize the nature and greatness of his crime. So little a while ago that face had moved with every change of sentiment, that pale mouth had spoken, that body had been all on fire with governable energies, and now, and by his act, that piece of life had been arrested, as the horologist with interjected finger arrests the beating of the clock. So he reasoned in vain. He could rise to no more remorseful consciousness. The same heart which had shuddered before the painted effigies of crime looked on its reality unmoved. At best, he felt a gleam of pity for one who had been endowed in vain with all those faculties that can make the world a garden of enchantment, one who had never lived and was now dead. But of penitence? No, not a tremor. With that, shaking himself clear of these considerations, he found the keys, and advanced toward the open door of the shop. Outside, it had begun to rain smartly, and the sound of the shower upon the roof had banished silence. Like some dripping cavern, the chambers of the house were haunted by an incessant echoing, which filled the ear and mingled with the ticking of the clocks. And as Markheim approached the door, he seemed to hear, in answer to his own cautious tread, the steps of another foot, withdrawing up the stair. The shadow still palpitated loosely on the threshold. He threw a ton's weight of resolve upon his muscles, and drew back the door. The faint, foggy daylight glimmered dimly on the bare floor and stairs, on the bright suit of armor, posted, halbert in hand, upon the landing, and on the dark wood carvings and framed pictures that hung against the yellow panels of the wainscot. So loud was the beating of the rain through all the house, that in Markheim's ears it began to be distinguished into many different sounds: footsteps and sighs, the tread of regiments marching in the distance, the chink of money in the counting, and the creaking of doors held stealthily ajar, appeared to mingle with the patter of the drops upon the cupola and the gushing of the water in the pipes. The sense that he was not alone grew upon him to the verge of madness. On every side he was haunted and begirt by presences. He heard them moving in the upper chambers. From the shop he heard the dead man getting to his legs, and as he began with great effort to mount the stairs, feet fled quietly before him and followed stealthily behind. If he were but deaf, he thought, how tranquilly he would possess his soul. And then again, and hearkening with ever fresh attention, he blessed himself for that unresting sense which held the outposts and stood a trusty sentinel upon his life. His head turned continually on his neck. His eyes, which seemed starting from their orbits, scouted on every side, and on every side were half rewarded as with the tail of something nameless vanishing. The 24 steps to the first floor were 24 agonies. On that first story the doors stood ajar, 3 of them, like 3 ambushes, shaking his nerves like the throats of cannon. He could never again, he felt, be sufficiently immured and fortified from men's observing eyes. He longed to be home, girt in by walls, buried among bedclothes, and invisible to all but God. And at that thought he wondered a little, recollecting tales of other murderers, and the fear they were said to entertain of heavenly avengers. It was not so, at least, with him. He feared the laws of nature, lest in their callous and immutable procedure they should preserve some damning evidence of his crime. He feared tenfold more, with a slavish, superstitious terror, some scission in the continuity of man's experience, some wilful illegality of nature. He played a game of skill, depending on the rules, calculating consequence from cause. And what if nature, as the defeated tyrant overthrew the chessboard, should break the mold of their succession? The like had befallen Napoleon, so writers said, when the winter changed the time of its appearance. The like might befall Markheim. The solid walls might become transparent and reveal his doings, like those of bees in a glass hive. The stout planks might yield under his foot like quicksands, and detain him in their clutch. Ay, and there were soberer accidents that might destroy him, if, for instance, the house should fall, and imprison him beside the body of his victim, or the house next door should fly on fire, and the firemen invade him from all sides. These things he feared, and in a sense these things might be called the hands of God reached forth against sin. But about God himself he was at ease. His act was doubtless exceptional, but so were his excuses, which God knew. It was there, and not among men, that he felt sure of justice. When he had got safe into the drawing-room and shut the door behind him, he was aware of a respite from alarms. The room was quite dismantled, uncarpeted besides, and strewn with packing-cases and incongruous furniture, several great pier-glasses, in which he beheld himself at various angles, like an actor on a stage. Many pictures, framed and unframed, standing with their faces to the wall, a fine Sheraton sideboard, a cabinet of marqueterie, and a great old bed with tapestry hangings. The windows opened to the floor, but by great good fortune the lower part of the shutters had been closed, and this concealed him from the neighbors. Here, then, Markheim drew in a packing-case before the cabinet, and began to search among the keys. It was a long business, for there were many, and it was irksome besides, for after all there might be nothing in the cabinet, and time was on the wing. But the closeness of the occupation sobered him. With the tail of his eye he saw the door, even glanced at it from time to time directly, like a besieged commander pleased to verify the good estate of his defenses. But in truth he was at peace. The rain falling in the street sounded natural and pleasant. Presently, on the other side, the notes of a piano were wakened to the music of a hymn, and the voices of many children took up the air and words. How stately, how comfortable was the melody, how fresh the youthful voices! Markheim gave ear to it smilingly as he sorted out the keys, and his mind was thronged with answerable ideas and images. Church-going children, and the pealing of the high organ, children afield, bathers by the brookside, ramblers on the brambly common, kite-flyers in the windy and cloud-navigated sky, and then, at another cadence of the hymn, back again to church, and the somnolence of summer Sundays, and the high, genteel voice of the parson, which he smiled a little to recall, and the painted Jacobean tombs, and the dim lettering of the 10 Commandments in the chancel. And as he sat thus, at once busy and absent, he was startled to his feet. A flash of ice, a flash of fire, a bursting gush of blood went over him, and then he stood transfixed and thrilling. A step mounted the stair, slowly and steadily, and presently a hand was laid upon the knob, and the lock clicked, and the door opened. Fear held Markheim in a vice. What to expect he knew not, whether the dead man walking, or the official ministers of human justice, or some chance witness blindly stumbling in to consign him to the gallows. But when a face was thrust into the aperture, glanced around the room, looked at him, nodded and smiled as if in friendly recognition, and then withdrew again, and the door closed behind it, his fear broke loose from his control in a hoarse cry. At the sound of this, the visitant returned. "Did you call me?" he asked pleasantly, and with that he entered the room and closed the door behind him. Markheim stood and gazed at him with all his eyes. Perhaps there was a film upon his sight, but the outlines of the newcomer seemed to change and waver like those of the idols in the wavering candlelight of the shop. and at times he thought he knew him, and at times he thought he bore a likeness to himself. And always, like a lump of living terror, there lay in his bosom the conviction that this thing was not of the earth and not of God. And yet the creature had a strange air of the commonplace, as he stood looking on Markheim with a smile. And when he added, "You are looking for the money, I believe?" it was in the tones of everyday politeness. Markheim made no answer. "I should warn you," resumed the other, "that the maid has left her sweetheart earlier than usual, and will soon be here. If Mr. Markheim be found in this house, I need not describe to him the consequences." "You know me?" cried the murderer. The visitor smiled. "You have long been a favorite of mine," he said, "and I have long observed and often sought to help you." "What are you?" cried Markheim. "The devil?" "What I may be," returned the other, "cannot affect the service I propose to render you." "It can," cried Markheim. "It does. Be helped by you? No, never, not by you. You do not know me yet, thank God. You do not know me." "I know you," replied the visitant, with a sort of kind severity, or rather firmness. "I know you to the soul." "Know me!" cried Markheim. "Who can do so? My life is but a travesty and slander on myself. I have lived to belie my nature. All men do. All men are better than this disguise that grows about and stifles them. You see each dragged away by life, like one whom bravos have seized and muffled in a cloak. If they had their own control, if you could see their faces, they would be altogether different. They would shine out for heroes and saints. I am worse than most. Myself is more overlaid. My excuse is known to me and God. But had I the time, I could disclose myself." "To me?" inquired the visitant. "To you before all," returned the murderer. "I supposed you were intelligent. I thought, since you exist, you would prove a reader of the heart. And yet you would propose to judge me by my acts. Think of it, my acts! I was born, and I have lived in, a land of giants. Giants have dragged me by the wrists since I was born out of my mother, the giants of circumstance. And you would judge me by my acts. But can you not look within? Can you not understand that evil is hateful to me? Can you not see within me the clear writing of conscience, never blurred by any wilful sophistry, although too often disregarded? Can you not read me for a thing that surely must be common as humanity, the unwilling sinner?" "All this is very feelingly expressed," was the reply, "but it regards me not. These points of consistency are beyond my province, and I care not in the least by what compulsion you may have been dragged away, so as you are but carried in the right direction. But time flies. The servant delays, looking in the faces of the crowd, and at the pictures on the hoardings. But still she keeps moving nearer. And remember, it is as if the gallows itself was striding towards you through the Christmas streets. Shall I help you? I who know all. Shall I tell you where to find the money?" "For what price?" asked Markheim. "I offer you the service for a Christmas gift," returned the other. Markheim could not refrain from smiling with a kind of bitter triumph. "No," said he, "I will take nothing at your hands. If I were dying of thirst, and it was your hand that put the pitcher to my lips, I should find the courage to refuse. It may be credulous, but I will do nothing to commit myself to evil." "I have no objection to a deathbed repentance," observed the visitant. "Because you disbelieve in their efficacy," Markheim cried. "I do not say so," returned the other, "but I look on these things from a different side. And when the life is done, my interest falls. The man has lived to serve me, to spread black looks under color of religion, or to sow tares in the wheat field, as you do, in a course of weak compliance with desire. Now that he draws so near to his deliverance, he can add but one act of service: to repent, to die smiling, and thus to build up in confidence and hope the more timorous of my surviving followers. I am not so hard a master. Try me, accept my help, please yourself in life as you have done hitherto, please yourself more amply, spread your elbows at the board, and when the night begins to fall, and the curtains to be drawn, I tell you for your greater comfort, that you will find it even easy to compound your quarrel with your conscience, and to make a truckling peace with God. I came but now from such a deathbed, and the room was full of sincere mourners, listening to the man's last words. And when I looked into that face, which had been set as flint against mercy, I found it smiling with hope." "And do you then suppose me such a creature?" asked Markheim. "Do you think I have no more generous aspirations than to sin and sin and sin, and at last sneak into heaven? My heart rises at the thought. Is this, then, your experience of mankind? Or is it because you find me with red hands that you presume such baseness? And is this crime of murder indeed so impious as to dry up the very springs of good?" "Murder is to me no special category," replied the other. "All sins are murder, even as all life is war. I behold your race like starving mariners on a raft, plucking crusts out of the hands of famine, and feeding on each other's lives. I follow sins beyond the moment of their acting. I find in all that the last consequence is death. And to my eyes the pretty maid who thwarts her mother with such taking graces on a question of a ball, drips no less visibly with human gore than such a murderer as yourself. Do I say I follow sins? I follow virtues also. They differ not by the thickness of a nail. They are both scythes for the reaping angel of death. Evil, for which I live, consists not in action, but in character. The bad man is dear to me, not the bad act, whose fruits, if we could follow them far enough down the hurtling cataract of the ages, might yet be found more blessed than those of the rarest virtues. And it is not because you have killed a dealer, but because you are Markheim, that I offer to forward your escape." "I will lay my heart open to you," answered Markheim. "This crime on which you find me is my last. On my way to it, I have learned many lessons. Itself is a lesson, a momentous lesson. Hitherto I have been driven with revolt to what I would not. I was a bondslave to poverty, driven and scourged. There are robust virtues that can stand in these temptations. Mine was not so. I had a thirst of pleasure. But today, and out of this deed, I pluck both warning and riches, both the power and a fresh resolve to be myself. I become in all things a free actor in the world. I begin to see myself all changed, these hands the agents of good, this heart at peace. Something comes over me out of the past, something of what I have dreamed on Sabbath evenings to the sound of the church organ, of what I forecast when I shed tears over noble books, or talked, an innocent child, with my mother. There lies my life. I have wandered a few years, but now I see once more my city of destination. You are to use this money on the stock exchange, I think, remarked the visitor. And there, if I mistake not, you have already lost some thousands. Ah, said Markheim, but this time I have a sure thing. This time again you will lose, replied the visitor quietly. Ah, but I keep back the half, cried Markheim. That also you will lose, said the other. The sweat started upon Markheim's brow. Well, then, what matter? He exclaimed. Say it be lost. Say I am plunged again into poverty. Shall one part of me, and that the worse, continue until the end to override the better? Evil and good run strong in me, hailing me both ways. I do not love the one thing, I love all. I can conceive great deeds, renunciations, martyrdoms. And though I be fallen to such a crime as murder, pity is no stranger to my thoughts. I pity the poor, who knows their trials better than myself. I pity and help them. I prize love. I love honest laughter. There is no good thing nor true thing on earth, but I love it from my heart. And are my vices only to direct my life, and my virtues to lie without effect, like some passive lumber of the mind? Not so. Good also is a spring of acts. But the visitant raised his finger. For 36 years that you have been in this world, said he, through many changes of fortune and varieties of humor, I have watched you steadily fall. 15 years ago, you would have started at a theft. 3 years back, you would have blenched at the name of murder. Is there any crime, is there any cruelty or meanness, from which you still recoil? 5 years from now, I shall detect you in the fact. Downward, downward lies your way, nor can anything but death avail to stop you. It is true, Markheim said huskily, I have in some degree complied with evil. But it is so with all. The very saints, in the mere exercise of living, grow less dainty, and take on the tone of their surroundings. I will propound to you one simple question, said the other, and as you answer, I shall read to you your moral horoscope. You have grown in many things more lax. Possibly you do right to be so. And at any account, it is the same with all men. But granting that, are you in any one particular, however trifling, more difficult to please with your own conduct? Or do you go in all things with a looser rein? In any one? Repeated Markheim, with an anguish of consideration. No, he added with despair, in none. I have gone down in all. Then, said the visitor, content yourself with what you are. for you will never change, and the words of your part on this stage are irrevocably written down." Markheim stood a long while, silent. And indeed it was the visitor who first broke the silence. "That being so," he said, "shall I show you the money?" "And Grace!" cried Markham. "Have you not tried it?" returned the other. "2 or 3 years ago, did I not see you on the platform of revival meetings? And was not your voice the loudest in the hymn?" "It is true," said Markheim, "and I see clearly what remains for me by way of duty. I thank you for these lessons from my soul. My eyes are opened, and I behold myself at last for what I am." At this moment the sharp note of the door-bell rang through the house, and the visitant, as though this were some concerted signal for which he had been waiting, changed at once in his demeanor. "The maid!" he cried. "She has returned as I forewarned you, and there is now before you one more difficult passage. Her master, you must say, is ill. You must let her in, with an assured but rather serious countenance. No smiles, no overacting, and I promise you success. Once the girl within, and the door closed, the same dexterity that has already rid you of the dealer will relieve you of this last danger in your path. Thenceforward you have the whole evening, the whole night, if needful, to ransack the treasures of this house, and to make good your safety. This is help that comes to you with the mask of danger. Up!" he cried. "Up, friend! Your life hangs trembling in the scales. Up and act!" Markheim steadily regarded his counselor. "If I be condemned to evil acts," he said, "there is still one door of freedom open. I can cease from action. If my life be an ill thing, I can lay it down. Though I be, as you say, truly at the beck of every small temptation, I can yet, by one decisive gesture, place myself beyond the reach of all. My love of good is damned to barrenness. It may, and let it be. But I have still my hatred of evil, and from that to your galling disappointment, you shall see that I can draw both energy and courage." The features of the visitor began to undergo a wonderful and lovely change. They brightened and softened with a tender triumph, and even as they brightened, faded and dislimed. But Markheim did not pause to watch or understand the transformation. He opened the door and went downstairs very slowly, thinking to himself. His past went soberly before him. He beheld it as it was, ugly and strenuous like a dream, random as chance medley, a scene of defeat. Life as he thus reviewed it tempted him no longer. But on the further side he perceived a quiet haven for his bark. He paused in the passage, and looked into the shop, where the candle still burned by the dead body. It was strangely silent. Thoughts of the dealer swarmed into his mind as he stood gazing, and then the bell once more broke out into impatient clamor. He confronted the maid upon the threshold with something like a smile. "You had better go for the police," said he. "I have killed your master." End of Markheim, by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Ubatsakura, from Kwaidan, Stories and Studies of Strange Things, by Lafcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John N. Daly. Ubatsakura. 300 years ago, in the village called Samimura, in the district called Onsengori, in the province of Iyo, there lived a good man named Tokubei. This Tokubei was the richest person in the district, and the Murosa, or headman, of the village. In most matters he was fortunate, but he reached the age of 40 without knowing the happiness of becoming a father. Therefore he and his wife, in the affliction of their childlessness, addressed many prayers to the divinity Fudo Myo-o, who had a famous temple called Saihoji in Asimimura. At last their prayers were heard. The wife of Tokubei gave birth to a daughter. The child was very pretty, and she received the name of Tsuyu. As the mother's milk was deficient, a milk nurse called Osude was hired for the little one. Otsuyu grew up to be a very beautiful girl, but at the age of 15 she fell sick, and the doctors thought that she was going to die. In that time, the nurse Osude, who loved Otsuyu with a real mother's love, went to the temple Saihoji and fervently prayed to Fudusama on behalf of the girl. Every day, for 21 days, she went to the temple and prayed, and at the end of that time Otsuyu suddenly and completely recovered. Then there was great rejoicing in the house of Tokubei, and he gave a feast to all his friends in celebration of the happy event. But on the night of the feast, the nurse Osude was suddenly taken ill, and on the following morning the doctor, who had been summoned to attend her, announced that she was dying. Then the family, in great sorrow, gathered about her bed to bid her farewell. But she said to them, "It is time that I should tell you something which you do not know. My prayer has been heard. I besought Fudusama that I might be permitted to die in the place of Otsuyu, and this great favor has been granted me. Therefore, you must not grieve about my death, but I have one request to make. I promised Fudusama that I would have a cherry tree planted in the garden of Saihoji for a thank offering and a commemoration. Now I shall not be able myself to plant the tree there, so I must beg that you will fulfill that vow for me. Goodbye, dear friends, and remember that I was happy to die for Otsuyu's sake." After the funeral of Osude, a young cherry tree, the finest that could be found, was planted in the garden of Saihoji by the parents of Otsuyu. The tree grew and flourished, and on the 16th day of the 2nd month of the following year, the anniversary of Osude's death, it blossomed in a wonderful way. So it continued to blossom for 254 years, always upon the 16th day of the 2nd month, and its flowers, pink and white, were like the nipples of a woman's breasts bedewed with milk, and the people called it Ubatsakura, the cherry tree of the milk nurse. End of Ubatsakura by Lafcadio Hearn.
May Day Eve by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lauren Eaton. 1. It was in the spring when I at last found time from the hospital work to visit my friend, the old folklorist, in his country isolation, and I rather chuckled to myself, because in my bag I was taking down a book that utterly refuted all his tiresome pet theories of magic and the powers of the soul. These theories were many and various, and had often troubled me. In the first place, I scorned them for professional reasons, and in the second, because I had never been able to argue quite well enough to convince or shake his faith in even the smallest details, and any scientific knowledge I brought to bear only fed him with confirmatory data. To find such a book, therefore, and to know that it was safely in my bag, wrapped up in brown paper and addressed to him, was a deep and satisfactory joy. And I speculated a good deal during the journey how he would deal with the overwhelming arguments it contained against the existence of any important region outside the world of sensory perceptions. Speculative, too, I was whether his visionary habits and absorbing experiments would permit him to remember my arrival at all. And I was accordingly relieved to hear from the solitary porter that the professor had sent a vehicle to meet me, and that I was thus free to send my bag and walk the 4 miles to the house across the hills. It was a calm, windless evening just after sunset, the air warm and scented and delightfully still. The train, already sinking into the distance, carried away with it the noise of crowds and cities and the last suggestions of the stressful life behind me. And from the little station on the moorland, I stepped at once into the world of silent, growing things. Tinkling sheep bells, shepherds, and wild, desolate spaces. My path lay diagonally across the turfy hills. It slanted a mile or so to the summit, wandered vaguely another 2 miles among gorse bushes along the crest, passed Tom Bassett's cottage by the pines, and then dropped sharply down on the other side through rather thin woods to the ancient house where the old folklorist lived and dreamed himself into his impossible world of theory and fantasy. I fell to thinking busily about him during the first part of the ascent, and convinced myself, as usual, that but for his generosity to the poor and his benign aspect, the peasantry must undoubtedly have regarded him as a wizard who speculated in souls and had dark dealings with the world of faery. The path I knew tolerably well. I had already walked it once before, a winter's day some years ago, and from the cottage onward felt sure of my way. But for the first mile or so, there were so many cross-cattle tracks, and the light had become so dim that I felt it wise to inquire more particularly. And this I was fortunately able to do of a man who, with astonishing suddenness, rose from the grass where he had been lying behind a clump of bushes, and passed a few yards in front of me at a high pace downhill toward the darkening valley. He was in such a state of hurry that I called out loudly to him, fearing to be too late. But on hearing my voice, he turned sharply and seemed to arrive almost at once beside me. In a single instant he was standing there, quite close, looking with a smile and a certain expression of curiosity, I thought, into my face. I remember thinking that his features, pale and wholly untanned, were rather wonderful for a countryman, and that the eyes were those of a foreigner. His great swiftness, too, gave me a distinct sensation, something almost of a start, though I knew my vision was at fault at the best of times, and, of course, especially so in the deceptive twilight of the open hillside. Moreover, as the way often is with such instructions, the words did not stay in my mind very clearly after he had uttered them, and the rapid panther-like movements of the man as he quickly vanished down the hill again left me with a little more than a sweeping gesture indicating the line I was to follow. No doubt his sudden rising from behind the gorse bush, his curious swiftness, and the way he peered into my face, and even touched me on the shoulder, all combined to distract my attention somewhat from the actual words he used. And the fact that I was traveling at a wrong angle, and should have come out a mile too far to the right, helped to complete my feeling that his gesture, pointing the way, was sufficient. On the crest of the ridge, panting a little with the unwonted exertion, I lay down to rest a moment on the grass beside a flaming yellow gorse bush. There was still a good hour before I should be looked for at the house. The grass was very soft, and the peace and silence soothing. I lingered, and lit a cigarette. And it was just then, I think, that my subconscious memory gave back the words, the actual words the man had spoken, and the heavy significance of the personal pronoun, as he had emphasized it in his odd foreign voice, touched me with a sense of vague amusement. "The safest way for you, now," he had said, as though I was so obviously a townsman and might be in danger on the lonely hills after dark. In the quick way he had reached my side, and then slipped off again like a shadow down the steep slope, completed a definite little picture in my mind. Then other thoughts and memories rose up and formed a series of pictures, following each other in rapid succession, and forming a chain of reflections undirected by the will and without purpose or meaning. I fell, that is, into a pleasant reverie. Below me, and infinitely far away it seemed, the valley lay silent under a veil of blue evening haze, the lower end losing itself among darkening hills, whose peaks rose here and there like giant plumes that would surely nod their great heads, and called to one another once the final shadows were down. The village lay, a misty patch in which lights already twinkled. A sound of rooks faintly cawing, of seagulls crying far up in the sky, and of dogs barking at a great distance rose up out of the general murmur of evening voices. Odors of farm and field and open spaces stole to my nostrils, and everything contributed to the feeling that I lay on top of the world, nothing between me and the stars, and that all the huge, free things of the earth, hills, valleys, woods, and sloping fields, lay breathing deeply about me. A few seagulls, in daytime hereabouts they fill the air, still circled and wheeled within range of sight, uttering from time to time sharp, petulant cries. And far in the distance there was just visible a shadowy line that showed where the sea lay. Then, as I lay gazing dreamily into this still pool of shadows at my feet, something rose up. Something sheet-like, vast, imponderable, off the whole surface of the mapped-out country, moved with incredible swiftness down the valley, and in a single instant climbed the hill where I lay and swept by me, yet without hurry, and, in a sense, without speed. Veils in this way rose one after another, filling the cups between the hills, shrouding alike fields, village, and hillside as they passed, and settled down somewhere into the gloom behind me over the ridge, or slipped off like vapor into the sky. Whether it was actually mist rising from the surface of the fast-cooling ground, or merely the earth giving up her heat to the night, I could not determine. The coming of the darkness is ever a series of mysteries. And the more I puzzled over it, the more I began to realize that its genesis dated from those few minutes of reverie lying under the gorse bush. Reverie, a thing I had never before in all my life indulged in. Or, now that I came to reflect more accurately, for my brief interview with that wild-eyed, swift-moving, shadowy man of whom I had first inquired the way. I recalled my singular fancy that veils were lifting off the surface of the hills and fields, and a tremor of excitement accompanied the memory. Such a thing had never before been possible to my practical intelligence, and it made me feel suspicious about myself. I stood still a moment. I looked about me into the gathering mist, above me to the vanishing stars, below me to the hidden valley, and then sent an urgent summons to my individuality, as I had always known it, to arrest and chase these undesirable fancies. But I called in vain. No answer came. Anxiously, hurriedly, confusedly, too, I searched for my normal self, but could not find it. And this failure to respond induced in me a sense of uneasiness that touched very nearly upon the borders of alarm. I pushed on faster and faster along the turfy track among the gorse bushes with a dread that I might lose the way altogether, and a sudden desire to reach home as soon as might be. Then, without warning, I emerged unexpectedly into clear air again, and the vapor swept past me in a rushing wall and rose into the sky. Anew I saw the lights of the village behind me in the depths, here and there a line of smoke rising against the pale yellow sky, and stars overhead peering down through thin, wispy clouds that stretched their wind signs across the night. After all, it had been nothing but a stray bit of sea fog driving up from the coast. For the other side of the hills I remembered dipped their chalk cliffs straight into the sea, and strange lost winds must often come a-wandering this way with the sharp changes of temperature about sunset. Nonetheless, it was disconcerting to know that mist and storm lay hiding within possible reach, and I walked on smartly for a sight of Tom Bassett's cottage and the lights of the manor house in the valley a short mile beyond. The clearing of the air, however, lasted but a very brief time, and vapor was soon rising about me as before, hiding the path and making bushes and stone walls look like running shadows. It came, driven apparently by little independent winds up the many side gullies, and it was very cold, touching my skin like a wet sheet. Curious, great shapes, too, it assumed as the wind worked to and fro through it. Forms of men and animals, grotesque, giant outlines, ever shifting and running along the ground with silent feet, or leaping into the air with sharp cries as the gusts twisted them inwardly and lent them voice. More and more I pushed my pace, and more darkness and vapor obliterated the landscape. The going was not otherwise difficult, and here and there cowslips glimmered in patches of dancing yellow, while the springy turf made it easy to keep up speed. Yet in the gloom I frequently tripped and plunged into prickly gorse near the ground, so that from shin to knee was soon a tingle with sharp pain. Odd puffs and spits of rain stung my face, and the periods of utter stillness were always followed by little shouting gusts of wind, each time from a new direction. Troubled is perhaps too strong a word, but flustered I certainly was, and though I recognized that it was due to my being in an environment so remote from the town life I was accustomed to, I found it impossible to stifle altogether the feeling of malaise that had crept into my heart. And I looked about with increasing eagerness for the lighted windows of Bassett's cottage. More and more little pinpricks of distress and confusion accumulated, adding to my realization of being away from streets and shop windows, and things I could classify and deal with. The mist, too, distorted as well as concealed, played tricks with sounds as well as with sights. And, once or twice, when I stumbled upon some crouching sheep, they got up without the customary alarm and hurry of sheep, and moved off slowly into the darkness, but in such a singular way that I could almost have sworn they were not sheep at all, but human beings crawling on all fours, looking back and grimacing at me over their shoulders as they went. On these occasions, for there were more than one, I never could get close enough to feel their woolly wet backs as I should have liked to do, and the sound of their tinkling bells came faintly through the mist, sometimes from one direction, sometimes from another, sometimes all around me, as though a whole flock surrounded me, and I found it impossible to analyze or explain the idea I received that they were not sheep bells at all, but something quite different. But mist and darkness and a certain confusion of the senses caused by the excitement of an utterly strange environment can account for a great deal. I pushed on quickly. The conviction that I had strayed from the route grew, nevertheless, for occasionally there was a great commotion of seagulls about me, as though I had disturbed them in their sleeping places. The air filled with their plaintive cries, and I heard the rushing of multitudinous wings, sometimes very close to my head, but always invisible owing to the mist. And once, above the swishing of the wet wind through the gorse bushes, I was sure I caught the faint thunder of the sea, and the distant crashing of waves rolling up some steep-throated gully in the cliffs. I went cautiously after this, and altered my course a little away from the direction of the sound. Yet, increasingly all the time, it came to me how the cries of the seabirds sounded like laughter, and how the everlasting wind blew and drove about me with a purpose, and how the low bushes persistently took the shape of stooping people, moving stealthily past me, and how the mist more and more resembled huge protean figures escorting me across the desolate hills, silently, with immense footsteps. For the inanimate world now touched my awakened poetic sense in a manner hitherto unguided. It became fraught with the pregnant messages of a dimly concealed life. I readily understood, for the first time, how easily a superstitious peasantry might people their world, and how even an educated mind might favor an atmosphere of legend. I stumbled along, looking anxiously for the lights of the cottage. Suddenly, as a shape of writhing mist whirled past, I received so direct a stroke of wind that it was palpably a blow in the face. Something swept by with a shrill cry into the darkness. It was impossible to prevent jumping to one side and raising an arm by way of protection, and I was only just quick enough to catch a glimpse of the seagull as it raced past, with suddenly altered flight, beating its powerful wings over my head. Its white body looked enormous as the mist swallowed it. At the same moment, a gust tore my hat from my head and flung the flap of my coat across my eyes. But I was well trained by this time, and made a quick dash after the retreating black object, only to find, on overtaking it, that I held a prickly branch of gorse. The wind combed my hair viciously. Then, out of a corner of my eye, I saw my hat still rolling and grabbed swiftly at it. But just as I closed on it, the real hat passed in front of me, turning over in the wind like a ball, and I instantly released my first capture to chase it. But before it was within reach, another one shot between my feet so that I stepped on it. The grass seemed covered with moving hats, yet each one, when I seized it, turned into a piece of wood, or a tiny gorse bush, or a black rabbit hole, till my hands were scored with prickles and running blood. In the darkness, I reflected, all objects looked alike, as though by general conspiracy. I straightened up and took a long breath, mopping the blood with my handkerchief. Then something tapped at my feet, and on looking down, there was the hat within easy reach, and I stooped down and put it on my head again. Of course, there were a dozen ways of explaining my confusion and stupidity, and I walked along wondering which to select. My eyesight, for one thing, and under such conditions, why seek further? It was nothing, after all, and the dizziness was a momentary effect caused by the effort and stooping. But for all that, I shouted aloud on the chance that a wandering shepherd might hear me. And, of course, no answer came, for it was like calling in a padded room, and the mist suffocated my voice and killed its resonance. It was really very discouraging. I was cold and wet and hungry, my legs and clothes torn by the gorse, my hands scratched and bleeding. The wind brought water to my eyes by its constant buffeting, and my skin was numb from contact with the chill mist. Fortunately, I had matches, and after some difficulty, by crouching under a wall, I caught a swift glimpse of my watch, and saw that it was but a little after 8 o'clock. Supper, I knew, was at 9, and I was surely over halfway by this time. But here again was another instance of the way everything seemed in a conspiracy against me to appear otherwise than ordinary. For in the gleam of the match my watch-glass showed as the face of a little old gray man, uncommonly like the folklorist himself, peering up at me with an expression of whimsical laughter. My own reflection it could not possibly have been, for I am clean-shaven, and this face looked up at me through a running tangle of gray hair. Yet a second and third match revealed only the white surface with the thin black hands moving across it. 2. And it was at this point, I well remember, that I reached what was for me the true heart of the adventure, the little fragment of real experience I learned from it, and took back with me to my doctor's life in London, and that has remained with me ever since, and helped me to new sympathetic insight into the intricacies of certain curious mental cases I had never before really understood. For it was sufficiently obvious by now that a curious change had been going forward in me for some time, dating so far as I could focus my thoughts sufficiently to analyze, from the moment of my speech with that hurrying man of shadow on the hillside. And the first deliberate manifestation of the change, now that I looked back, was surely the awakening in my prosaic being of the poetic thrill, my sudden amazing appreciation of the world around me as something alive. From that moment, the change in me had worked ahead, subtly, swiftly. Yet so natural had been the beginning of it, that although it was a radically new departure from my temperament, I was hardly aware at first of what had actually come about, and it was only now, after so many encounters, that I was forced at length to acknowledge it. It came the more forcibly, too, because my very commonplace ideas of beauty had hitherto always been associated with sunshine and crude effects. Yet here this new revelation leaped to me out of wind and mist and desolation on a lonely hillside, out of night, darkness, and discomfort. New values rushed upon me from all sides. Everything had changed, and the very simplicity with which the new values presented themselves proved to me how profound the change, the readjustment, had been. In such trivial things, the evidence had come that I was not aware of it until repetition forced my attention. The veils raising from valley and hill, the mountaintops as personalities that shout or murmur in the darkness. The crying of the seabirds and of the living, purposeful wind. Above all, the feeling that nature about me was instinct with a life differing from my own in degree rather than in kind. Everything from the conspiracy of the gorse bushes to the disappearing hat showed that a fundamental attitude of mind in me had changed, and changed, too, without my knowledge or consent. Moreover, at the same time, the deep sadness of beauty had entered my heart like a stroke. For all this mystery and loveliness, I realized poignantly, was utterly independent and careless of me as me. And that while I must pass, decay, grow old, these manifestations would remain forever young and unalterably potent. And thus gradually had I become permeated with the recognition of a region hitherto unknown to me, and that I had always depreciated in others, and especially, it now occurred to me, in my friend, the old folklorist. Here, surely, I thought, was the beginning of conditions which, carried a little further, must become pathogenic. That the change was real and pregnant I had no doubt whatsoever. My consciousness was expanding, and I had caught it in the very act. I had, of course, read much concerning the changes of personality, swift, kaleidoscopic, had come across something of it in my practice, and had listened to the folklorist holding forth like a man inspired upon ways and means of reaching concealed regions of the human consciousness, and opening it to the knowledge of things called magical, so that one became free of a larger universe. But it was only now, for the first time on these bare hills, in touch with the wind and the rain, that I realized in how simple a fashion the frontiers of consciousness could shift this way and that, or with what touch of genuine awe the certainty might come that one stood on the borderland of new, untried, perhaps dangerous, experiences. At any rate, it did now come to me that my consciousness had shifted its frontiers very considerably, and that whatever might happen must seem not abnormal, but quite simple and inevitable, and of course, utterly true. This very simplicity, however, doing no violence to my being, brought with it none the less a sense of dread and discomfort, and my dim awareness that unknown possibilities were about me in the night puzzled and distressed me, perhaps more than I cared to admit. 3. All this that takes so long to describe became apparent to me in a few seconds. What I had always despised ascended the throne. But with the finding of Bassett's cottage as a signpost close to home, my former sang-froid, my stupidity, would doubtless return, and my relief was therefore considerable when at length a faint gleam of light appeared through the mist, against which the square dark windows of the chimney line pointed upwards. After all, I had not strayed so very far out of the way. Now I could definitely ascertain where I was wrong. Quickening my pace, I scrambled over a broken stone wall, and almost ran across the open bit of grass to the door. One moment the black outline of the cottage was there in front of me, and the next, when I stood actually against it, there was nothing. I laughed to think how utterly I had been deceived, yet not utterly, for as I groped back again over the wall, the cottage loomed up a little to the left, with its windows lighted and friendly, and I had only been mistaken in my angle of approach after all. Yet again, as I hurried to the door, the mist drove past and thickened a second time, and the cottage was not where I had seen it. My confusion increased a lot after that. I scrambled about in all directions, rather foolishly hurried, and over countless stone walls it seemed, and completely dazed as to the true points of the compass. Then, suddenly, just when a kind of despair came over me, the cottage stood there, solidly, before my eyes, and I found myself not 2 feet from the door. Was ever mist before so deceptive? And there, just behind it, I made out the row of pines like a dark wave breaking through the night. I sniffed the wet, resinous odor with joy, and a genuine thrill ran through me as I saw the unmistakable yellow light of the windows. At last, I was near home, and my troubles would soon be over. A cloud of birds rose with shrill cries off the roof and whirled into the darkness when I knocked with my stick on the door. And human voices, I was almost certain, mingled somewhere with them, though it was impossible to tell whether they were within the cottage or outside. It all sounded confusedly with a rush of air like a little whirlwind, and I stood there rather alarmed at the clamor of my knocking. By way, too, of further proof that my imagination had awakened, the significance of that knocking at the door set something vibrating within me that most surely had never vibrated before. So that I suddenly realized with what atmosphere of mystical suggestion is the mere act of knocking surrounded, knocking at a door, both for him who knocks, wondering what shall be revealed on opening, and for him who stands within, waiting for the summons of the knocker. I only know that I hesitated a lot before making up my mind to knock a second time. And, anyhow, what happened subsequently came in a sort of haze. Words and memory both fail me when I try to record it truthfully, so that even the faces are difficult to visualize again, the words almost impossible to hear. Before I knew it, the door was open, and before I could frame the words of my first brief question, I was within the threshold, and the door was shut behind me. I had expected the little dark and narrow hallway of a cottage, oppressive of air and odor. But instead, I came straight into a room that was full of light and full of people. And the air tasted like the air about a mountaintop. To the end, I never saw what produced the light, nor understood how so many men and women found space to move comfortably to and fro, and pass each other as they did, within the confines of those four walls. An uncomfortable sense of having intruded upon some private gathering was, I think, my first emotion. Though how the poverty-stricken countryside could have produced such an assemblage puzzled me beyond belief. And my second emotion, if there was any division at all in the wave of wonder that fairly drenched me, was feeling a sort of glory in the presence of such an atmosphere of splendid and vital youth. Everything vibrated, quivered, shook about me, and I almost felt myself as an aged and decrepit man by comparison. I know my heart gave me a fiery leap when I saw them, for the faces that met me were fine, vigorous, and comely, while burning everywhere through their ripe maturity shone the ardors of youth, and a kind of deathless enthusiasm. Old, yet eternally young they were, as rivers and mountains count their years by thousands, yet remain ever youthful. And the first effect of all those pairs of eyes lifted to meet my own was to send a whirlwind of unknown thrills about my heart, and make me catch my breath with mingled terror and delight. A fear of death, and at the same time a sensation of touching something vast and eternal that could never die, surged through me. A deep hush followed my entrance as all turned to look at me. They stood, men and women, grouped about a table, and something about them, not their size alone, conveyed the impression of being gigantic, giving me strangely novel realizations of freedom, power, and immense existence more or less than human. I can only record my thoughts and impressions as they came to me, and as I dimly now remember them. I had expected to see old Tom Bassett crouching half asleep over a peat fire, a dim lamp on the table beside him, and instead this assembly of tall and splendid men and women stood there to greet me, and stood in silence. It was little wonder that at first the ready question died upon my lips, and I almost forgot the words of my own language. "I thought this was Tom Bassett's cottage," I managed to ask at length, and looked straight at the man nearest me across the table. He had wild hair falling about his shoulders and a face of clear beauty. His eyes, too, like all the rest, seemed shrouded by something veil-like that reminded me of the shadowy man of whom I had first inquired the way. They were shaded, and for some reason I was glad they were. At the sound of my voice, unreal and thin, there was a general movement throughout the room, as though everyone changed places, passing each other like those shapes of fluid sort I had seen outside in the mist. But no answer came. It seemed to me that the mist even penetrated into the room about me and spread inwardly over my thoughts. "Is this the way to the manor house?" I asked again, louder, fighting my inward confusion and weakness. "Can no one tell me?" Then apparently everyone began to answer at once, or rather not to answer directly, but to speak to each other in such a way that I could easily overhear. The voices of the men were deep, and of the women wonderfully musical, with a slow rhythm like that of the sea, or of the wind through the pine trees outside. But the unsatisfactory nature of what they said only helped to increase my sense of confusion and dismay. "Yes," said one, "Tom Bassett was here for a while with the sheep, but his home was not here. He asked the way to a house when he does not even know the way to his own mind," another voice said, sounding overhead it seemed. "And could he recognize the signs if we told him?" came in the singing tones of a woman's voice close behind me. And then, with a noise more like running water or wind in the wings of birds than anything else I could liken it to, came several voices together. "And what sort of way does he seek? The splendid way, or merely the easy, or the short way of fools? But he must have some credentials, or he never could have gotten as far as this," came from another. A laugh ran round the room at this, though what there was to laugh at I could not imagine. It sounded like wind rushing about the hills. I got the impression, too, that the roof was somehow open to the sky, for their laughter had such a spacious quality to it. And the air was so cool and fresh and moving about it in currents and waves. "It was I who showed him the way," cried a voice belonging to someone who was looking straight into my face over the table. "It was the safest way for him, once he had got so far." I looked up and met his eye, and the sentence remained unfinished. It was the hurrying, shadowy man of the hillside. He had the same shifting outline as the others now, and the same veiled and shaded eyes. And as I looked, the sense of terror stirred and grew in me. I had come in to ask for help, but now I was only anxious to be free of them all and out again in the rain and darkness on the moor. Thoughts of escape filled my brain, and I searched quickly for the door through which I had entered. But nowhere could I discover it again. The walls were bare. Not even the windows were visible. And the room seemed to fill and empty of these figures as the waves of the sea fill and empty a cavern, crowding upon one another, yet never occupying more space or less. So the coming and going of these men and women always evaded me. And my terror became simply a terror that the veils of their eyes might lift, and that they would look at me with their clear, naked sight. I became horribly aware of their eyes. It was not that I felt them evil, but that I feared the new depths in me their mercilessness and terrible insight would stir into my life. My consciousness had expanded quite enough for one night. I must escape at all costs and claim my own self again, however limited. I must have sanity, even if with limitations, but sanity at any price. But meanwhile, though I tried hard to find my voice again, there came nothing but a thin piping sound that was like reeds whistling where winds meet about a corner. My throat was contracted, and I could only produce the smallest and most ridiculous of noises. The power of movement, too, was far less than when I first came in, and every moment it became more difficult to use my muscles, so that I stood there, stiff and awkward, face to face with this assemblage of shifting, wonderful people. And now, continued the voice of the man who had last spoken, and now the safest way for him will be through the other door, where he shall see that which he may more easily understand. With a great effort I regained the power of movement, while at the same time a burst of anger and a determination to be done with it all and to overcome my dreadful confusion drove me forward. He saw me coming, of course, and the others indeed opened up and made a way for me, shifting to one side or the other whenever I came too near them, and never allowing me to touch them. But at last, when I was close in front of the man, ready both to speak and act, he was no longer there. I never saw the actual change, but instead of a man, it was a woman. And when I turned with amazement, I saw that the other occupants, walking like figures in some ancient ceremony, were moving slowly toward the far end of the room. One by one, as they filed past, they raised their calm, passionless faces to mine, immensely vital, proud, austere, and then, without further word or gesture, they opened the door I had lost and disappeared through it one by one into the darkness of the night beyond. And as they went, it seemed that the mist swallowed them up, and a gust of wind caught them away, and the light also went with them, leaving me alone with the figure who had last spoken. Moreover, it was just here that a most disquieting thought flashed through my brain with unreasoning conviction, shaking my personality, as it were, to the foundations, viz., that I had hitherto been spending my life in the pursuit of false knowledge, in the mere classifying and labeling of effects, the analysis of results, scientific so-called, whereas it was the folklorist and such like who with their dreams and prayers were all the time on the path of real knowledge, the trail of causes, that the one was merely adding to the mechanical comfort and safety of the body, ultimately degrading the highest part of man, and never advancing the type, while the other, but then I had never yet believed in a soul, and now was no time to begin, terror or no terror. Clearly, my thoughts were wandering. 4. It was at this moment the sound of the purring first reached me, deep, guttural purring, that made me think at once of some large concealed animal. It was precisely what I had heard many a time at the zoological gardens, and had visions of cows chewing the cud or horses munching hay in a stall outside the cottage. It was certainly an animal sound, and one of pleasure and contentment. Semi-darkness filled the room. Only a very faint moonlight struggling through the mist came through the window, and I moved back instinctively toward the support of the wall against my back. Somewhere, through openings, came the sound of the night driving over the roof, and far above I had visions of those everlasting winds streaming by with clouds as large as continents on their wings. Something in me wanted to sing and shout, but something else in me at the same time was in a very vivid state of unreasoning terror. I felt immense, yet tiny, confident, yet timid, a part of huge, universal forces, yet an utterly small, personal, and very limited being. In the corner of the room on my right stood the woman. Her face was hid by a mass of tumbling hair that made me think of living grasses on a field in June. Strange, hidden memories stirred in the depths of me. For a moment, I felt that I knew all about her. I stared about me quickly, nervously, trying to take in everything at once. Then the purring sound grew much louder and closer, and I forgot my notion that this woman was no stranger to me, and that I knew her as well as I knew myself. That purring thing was in the room close beside me. Between us two, indeed, it was, for now I saw that her arm nearest to me was raised, and that she was pointing to the wall in front of us. Following the direction of her hand, I saw that the wall was transparent, and that I could see through a portion of it into a small square space beyond, as though I was looking through gauze instead of bricks. This small inner space was lighted, and on stooping down I saw that it was a sort of cupboard or cell-like cage let into the wall. The thing that purred was there, in the center of it. I looked closer. It was a being, apparently a human being, crouched down in its narrow cage, feeding. I saw the body stooping over a quantity of coarse-looking, piled-up substance that was evidently food. He was like a man huddled up. There it squatted, happy and contented, with the minimum of air, light, and space, dully satisfied with its prisoned cage behind the bars, utterly unconscious of the vast world around it, grunting with pleasure, purring like a great cat, scornfully ignorant of what might lie beyond. That cell, moreover, I saw was a perfect masterpiece of mechanical contrivance and inventive ingenuity, the very last word in comfort, safety, and scientific skill. I was in the act of trying to fit in my memory some of the details of its construction and arrangement, when I made a chance noise, and at once became too agitated to take note carefully what I saw. For at the noise the creature turned, and I saw that it was a human being, a man. I was aware of a face close against my own, and it pressed forward, but a face with embryonic features impossible to describe and utterly loathsome, with eyes, ears, nose, and skin only just sufficiently alive and developed to transfer the minimum of gross sensation to the brain. The mouth, however, was large and thick-lipped, and the jaws were still moving in the act of slow mastication. I shrank back, shuddering with mingled pity and disgust, and at the same moment the woman beside me called me softly by my own name. She had moved forward a little so that she stood quite close to me, full in the thin stream of moonlight that fell across the floor, and I was conscious of a swift transition from hell to heaven as my gaze passed from that embryonic visage to a countenance so refined, so majestic, so divinely sensitive in its strength, that it was like turning from the face of a devil to look upon the features of a goddess. At the same instant, I was aware that both beings, the creature and the woman, were moving rapidly toward me. A pain like a sharp sword dived deep down into me and twisted horribly through my heart. For as I saw them coming, I realized in one swift moment of terrible intuition that they had their life in me, that they were born of my own being, and were indeed projections of myself. They were portions of my consciousness projected outwardly into objectivity, and their degree of reality was just as great as that of any other part of me. With a dreadful swiftness they rushed toward me, and in a single second had merged themselves into my own being. And I understood, in some marvelous manner beyond the possibility of doubt, that they were symbolic of my own soul. The dull animal part of me that had hitherto acknowledged nothing beyond its cage of minute sensations, and the higher part, almost out of reach and in touch with the stars, that for the first time had feebly awakened into life during my journey over the hill. 5. I forget altogether how it was that I escaped, whether by the window or the door. I only know I found myself a moment later making great speed over the moor, followed by screaming birds and shouting winds, straight on the track downhill toward the manor house. Something must have guided me, for I went with the instinct of an animal, having no uncertainties as to turnings, and saw the welcome lights of windows before I had covered another mile. And all the way I felt as though a great sluice gate had been opened to let a flood of new perceptions rush like a sea over my inner being, so that I was half ashamed and half delighted, partly angry, yet partly happy. Servants met me at the door, several of them, and I was aware at once of an atmosphere of commotion in the house. I arrived breathless and hatless, wet to the skin, my hands scratched and my boots caked with mud. "We made sure you were lost, sir," I heard the old butler say. I heard my own reply, faintly, like the voice of someone else. "I thought so, too." A minute later I found myself in the study with the old folklorist standing opposite. In his hands he held the book I had brought down for him in my bag, ready addressed. There was a curious smile on his face. "It never occurred to me that you would dare to walk, tonight of all nights," he was saying. I stared without a word, was bursting with the desire to tell him something of what had happened and try to be patient with his explanations. But when I sought for words and sentences, my story seemed suddenly flat and pointless, and the details of my adventure seemed to evaporate and melt away and seemed hard to remember. "I had an exciting walk," I stammered, still a little breathless from running. "The weather was all right when I started from the station." "The weather is still all right," he said, "though you may have found some evening mist on top of the hills. But it's not that I meant." "What then?" "I meant," he said, still laughing quizzically, "that you were a very brave man to walk tonight over the enchanted hills, because this is May Day Eve, and on May Day Eve, you know, they have power over the minds of men, and can put glamour upon the imagination." "Who, they? What do you mean?" He put my book down on the table beside him and looked quietly for a moment into my eyes. And as he did so, the memory of my adventure began to revive in detail, and I thought quickly of the shadowy man who had shown me the way first. What could it have been in the face of the old folklorist that made me think of this man? A dozen things ran like flashes through my excited mind, and while I attempted to seize them, I heard the old man's voice continue. He seemed to be talking to himself as much as to me. "The elemental beings you have always scoffed at, of course, they who operate ceaselessly behind the screen of appearances, and who fashion and mold the moods of the mind. And an extremist like you, for extremes are always dangerously weak, is their legitimate prey." "Pshaw," I interrupted him, knowing that my manner had betrayed me hopelessly, that he had guessed much. "Any man may have subjective experiences, I suppose." Then I broke off suddenly. The change in his face made me start. It had taken on for the moment so exactly the look of the man on the hillside. The eyes gazing so steadily into mine had shadows in them, I thought. "Glamour," he was saying. "All glamour. One of them must have come very close to you, or perhaps touched you." Then he asked sharply, "Did you meet anyone? Did you speak with anyone?" "I came by Tom Bassett's cottage," I said. I didn't feel quite sure of my way, and I went in and asked. "All glamour," he repeated to himself, and then aloud to me, "And as for Bassett's cottage, it was burnt down 3 years ago, and nothing stands there now but broken, roofless walls." He stopped, because I had seized him by the arm. In the shadows of the lamplit room behind him, I thought I caught sight of dim forms moving past the bookshelves. But when my eyes tried to focus them, they faded and slipped away into the ceiling and walls. The details of the hilltop cottage, however, started into life again at the sight, and I seized my friend's arm to tell him. But instantly, when I tried, it all faded away again, as though it had been a dream. I could recall nothing intelligible to repeat to him. He looked at me and laughed. "They always obliterate the memory afterwards," he said gently, "so that little remains beyond a mood or an emotion to show how profoundly deep their touch has been. Though sometimes part of the change remains and becomes permanent, as I hope in your case it may." Then, before I had time to answer, to swear, or to remonstrate, he stepped briskly past me and closed the door into the hall, and then drew me aside farther into the room. The change that I could not understand was still working in his face and eyes. "If you have courage enough left to come with me," he said, speaking very seriously, "we will go out again and see more. Up till midnight, you know. There is still the opportunity. And with me, perhaps you won't feel so... It was impossible somehow to refuse. Everything combined to make me go. We had a little food, and then went out into the hall, and he clapped a wide awake on his gray hairs. I took a cloak and seized a walking stick from the stand. I really hardly knew what I was doing. The new world I had awakened to seemed still a quiver about me. As we passed out onto the gravel drive, the light from the hall windows fell upon his face, and I saw that the change I had been so long observing was nearing its completeness. For there breathed about him that keen, wonderful atmosphere of eternal youth I had felt upon the inmates of the cottage. He seemed to have gone back 40 years. A veil was gathering over his eyes, and I could have sworn that somehow his stature had increased, and that he moved beside me with a vigor and power I had never seen in him before. And as we began to climb the hill together in silence, I saw that the stars were clear overhead, and there was no mist, that the trees stood motionless without wind, and that beyond us on the summit of the hills there were lights dancing to and fro, appearing and disappearing like the inflection of stars in water. End of May Day Eve by Algernon Blackwood.